Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Walked the Dark Path? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the 4 years following Izuku's struggles, many heroes and the Big Three failed to stop All for One and Shigaraki. Earth's population plummeted from 8.9 billion to just a few thousand due to All for One's Nomu armies, which eliminated more than 99% of the people they encountered. Those who survived were forced into servitude, destined to build All for One's empire, with their children expected to serve him loyally. Izuku fought tirelessly during those 4 years, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to All for One. The loss of his daughter drove him to disappear for a year and a half, dedicating himself to training and growing stronger. Tokyo had become a desolate wasteland, a massive crater filled with the remnants of countless destroyed buildings. Within this crater stood 3 figures. The first was a tall, well-built man with short white hair, a bronze horn, and red eyes, dressed in a tailored suit and wearing a dark grin. The second figure had waist-length white hair, marred by scars, with the right side of his face burned beyond the reach of his healing quirk. The last figure was a 20-year-old man with green hair, now turning white from stress and exhaustion. He wore a tattered dark green costume with white and black bracers, and a ragged yellow cape barely clinging to him. This was Izuku Midoriya, standing resolutely against All for One and Shigaraki, determined to end their reign of terror before more innocents perished. All for One taunted Izuku, recounting the destruction he had wrought, including the loss of Izuku's friends, teachers, mother, and daughter. Izuku's heavily scarred face lifted, revealing once bright green eyes now devoid of emotion. He had come to confront them, vowing to end their tyranny. Shigaraki laughed darkly, questioning Izuku's belief in his ability to defeat both him and All for One. Izuku, surrounded by crackling green lightning, declared that it wasn't a matter of belief, it was a certainty. With a massive sonic boom, Izuku's fist struck Shigaraki, sending him hurtling across the ruined city. Spinning around, Izuku aimed a kick at All for One, who braced himself, using Kirishima's quirk to harden his skin. The impact sent him flying back, and Izuku immediately turned to pursue Shigaraki. Shigaraki screamed in rage as his arm multiplied, grotesque hands reaching out towards Izuku. With a swift kick, Izuku vanished from sight, reappearing at Shigaraki's side and delivering a powerful punch that sent him sprawling across the ground. As Shigaraki looked up, he released a massive explosion from his palm, but before he could revel in his attack, Izuku struck him with a knee to the chin, the force of which sent shockwaves through the area. Shigaraki reached out, attempting to decay Izuku's arm, but Izuku remained unfazed, channeling One for All into his right leg until his skin began to peel. He declared that it was time to end Shigaraki's reign, delivering a decisive kick that sent him crashing to the ground, shaking the very earth beneath them. All for One approached, mocking Izuku's transformation from hero to executioner. Izuku looked up, resolute in his mission to eradicate the evil that threatened the world, even if it meant taking lives. As All for One gritted his teeth, he recalled past victories over Izuku, dismissing the threat he posed. With a sudden burst of power, Izuku's fist struck All for One's gut, causing him to cough up blood. Izuku seized him by the throat, slamming him to the ground before preparing to deliver a fatal blow. All for One activated another stolen quirk, unleashing fire and ice that sent Izuku flying. All for One admitted that he admired the quirks of Izuku's classmates, lamenting the loss of Aizawa's quirk, which he had been denied due to Izuku's actions. The memory of that moment flooded back to Izuku, igniting his anger. Aizawa had pleaded with Izuku to end his life to prevent his quirk from falling into enemy hands. Izuku had resisted, desperate to save his mentor, but Aizawa insisted that it was the only way. With tears in his eyes, Izuku had ultimately done what was necessary, stabbing Aizawa to fulfill his final wish. Now, fueled by the pain of loss and the weight of his choices, Izuku prepared to face All for One and Shigaraki, determined to protect what remained of the world. Aizawa's body slumped to the floor as Izuku felt a wave of despair wash over him, his cries echoing with raw pain. He understood Aizawa's intentions. It was meant to make him stronger and ensure that All for One never acquired erasure. Gently, Izuku lifted Aizawa's lifeless form and placed it on a couple of logs before igniting the fire, watching as it slowly consumed him. After an hour, the flames dwindled, leaving only a smoldering pile of ash as rain began to pour from the sky. Eri approached him, her voice filled with concern as she asked where Uncle Aizawa was. Izuku replied that he was in a better place, his voice choked with emotion. Eri wrapped her arms around him tightly, and Izuku sank to his knees, embracing her as he broke down in tears. Izuku's gaze hardened as he noticed Shigaraki, who was in a pitiful state, barely clinging to life. Shigaraki struggled to drag himself closer, expressing his pain and inability to heal. Izuku reassured him that his suffering would soon end, reaching out to touch his face. As he did, Shigaraki screamed in agony, his quirks being forcibly ripped away, culminating in his demise at the hands of his master. All for One chuckled darkly at the irony of betrayal. Izuku remained silent, his glare fixed on All for One, vowing to end his reign of terror. He launched himself forward, using a smoke screen to obscure AFO's vision. The villain merely laughed at the attempt, activating his heat vision, but was soon met with Izuku's powerful strikes. Black Whip slammed into AFO's arms, overwhelming his defenses. Izuku appeared before AFO, attempting to land a punch, but AFO countered with a massive wall of ice, forcing Izuku to leap back. Huntsing One for All, he kicked through the ice wall, only to be met by a torrent of flames. He countered with a quick Delaware smash, dissipating the fire. With a powerful Texas smash, he sent AFO staggering back, following up with a punch that shattered AFO's ribcage. As AFO tried to retaliate, Izuku pushed his power to the limit, blasting him away. AFO taunted him, expressing surprise that Izuku had survived when so many others had not, mocking his past as a quirkless individual. Anger surged within Izuku, but he fought to maintain control. In a moment of distraction, AFO struck, shattering Izuku's right leg and demanding one for all. Izuku responded that AFO would have to kill him first. The two clashed with enough force to create shockwaves felt across Japan. Izuku unleashed a powerful United States of Smash, forcing himself to kick AFO away, but the effort destroyed his right leg. He quickly used Black Whip to stabilize himself. As he struggled, he caught sight of Eri in the distance, smiling and calling out to him. For a fleeting moment, hope flickered in his heart. But as he approached, the illusion shattered, revealing AFO instead. Izuku's fury ignited, causing the ground to tremble beneath him as he unleashed his power. AFO, shocked, questioned Izuku's actions. Before he could finish, Izuku appeared before him, delivering a blow with such force that it shifted tectonic plates, triggering volcanic eruptions. Izuku's determination to kill AFO surged, and he moved with blinding speed, striking AFO with devastating force. AFO felt the impact as Izuku's kick nearly incapacitated him. In a frenzy, Izuku's thoughts spiraled, consumed by a singular desire for vengeance. He seized AFO's mouth, attempting to overpower him. With a powerful air cannon, the area around them was devastated, but Izuku emerged from the rubble, undeterred. Charging at AFO, Izuku unleashed a Planet Breaker smash, breaking through AFO's defenses despite the flames that engulfed him. The punch connected with such force that it sent shockwaves through the earth, tearing a chunk away and launching it into space. AFO's healing abilities faltered under the relentless assault, forcing him to rely on his stored power to recover. He glared at Izuku, but upon seeing him, he felt an emotion he hadn't experienced in a long time: fear. Izuku walked toward him, and his heart raced as he pushed his body to its limits, using 700% of his power. It felt as if he were being torn apart from the inside, but he didn't care. All that mattered was defeating All for One once and for all. Izuku's voice, strained and powerful, declared that he was the executor of One for All. He was determined to end the darkness that AFO represented. As he channeled the immense power within him, he felt it grow, ignoring the pain that coursed through his body. He focused all of that energy into his right arm. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the culmination of over 200 years of power from 8 previous users of the quirk. In that moment, nothing could contain the energy he had amassed, and he prepared to deliver a single, decisive punch. The ground shook as he shouted, unleashing a devastating force. A massive explosion resonated across the planet, powerful enough to tear the Earth apart, leaving a vast crater in its wake. In the center of that crater, Izuku lay broken and fading, his body unable to withstand the strain of the power he had unleashed. His heart was failing and his lungs were damaged. As he gazed up at the dimming stars, he felt himself slipping away. He whispered the names of those he loved, taking his final breath before closing his eyes for the last time. In another moment, Todoroki confronted Izuku, demanding to know why he was trying to help him. Izuku, bewildered, looked around the sports festival arena, trying to comprehend the situation. Todoroki unleashed a massive wave of ice, and Izuku's heart raced as memories flooded back, memories of AFO stealing his quirk and the pain that followed. The arena erupted in chaos as Izuku's punch created a powerful shockwave, sending Todoroki crashing through a wall. Aizawa observed Izuku with concern, recognizing the look of someone who had lost everything. He decided to investigate further. As the dust settled, Izuku stood amidst the wreckage, ignoring the pain in his broken arm. Confused, he began to walk away, seeking an escape from the turmoil. All Might, noticing Izuku's unusual demeanor, stood up to follow him, concerned for his well-being. Ochako and a few other students also rushed off, eager to understand what had happened. Izuku wandered the stadium halls, holding his head in confusion. He questioned whether he had been sent back in time, struggling to make sense of it all. As he walked, he was suddenly called by a familiar voice. He turned to see Ochako and their friends rushing toward him. The sight of them triggered painful memories of their last moments together, particularly the trauma of losing Ochako. In a flashback, Izuku remembered the horror of watching Shigaraki decay Ochako before his eyes. He had fought back with all his might, but the memory haunted him. Shaking off the recollection, he turned and hurried away, channeling a small amount of One for All to vanish down the hall, leaving his friends behind, worried and confused. Ochako called out to him, but it was too late. He had already disappeared. Concerned, Momo noted that this behavior was uncharacteristic of him. Jiro expressed her worry, recognizing the sadness in his eyes. Ochako clutched her chest, determined to help him, while Kirishima hesitated, but Tsu urged him to let her take the lead. Izuku found himself in the bathroom, taking deep breaths as he stared at his reflection, noticing that his hair was green again. He lifted his good arm and touched his face in shock, everything feeling so real. He wondered if he was in the past and how this could be possible. Perhaps it had something to do with One for All and Nana. Silence surrounded him, but he felt his quirk stir for a moment. Turning on the water, he splashed it on his face, realizing this definitely wasn't a dream. The cold water flowed over his hand, reminding him that his arm was still broken. He turned off the sink and walked away, heading to Recovery Girl's office to finally heal his injury. As he walked down the hall, memories flooded back of how All for One had used the arena to force heroes to fight for his own entertainment. After a few minutes, he arrived at her office, trying to ignore the look she was giving him. Recovery Girl asked why he hadn't come sooner, her concern evident. He requested her to heal his arm and let him leave the sports festival, surprising her. She questioned why he wanted to leave, especially since he was in the finals. He explained that he simply couldn't fight anymore. After a long moment of silence, she sighed and agreed to help him, gesturing for him to sit down so she could heal his broken bones. With a hint of concern, she asked if something was bothering him, noting how empty his eyes appeared. He reassured her that he was fine and just needed to think things over. Once his arm was healed, he stood up and walked away, ignoring her calls for him to come back for a sling. As he continued down the hall, a bandaged hand landed on his shoulder. His teacher, Aizawa, asked what was going on. Izuku turned to him, a memory flashing through his mind of a time he had been forced to harm him. He insisted he was fine, but Aizawa pointed out that his eyes were hollow and lifeless, unlike their usual brightness. Izuku looked away, feeling as if he couldn't share the truth. He asked to be left alone, stating he had already resigned from the festival and just wanted solitude. Aizawa pressed him, reminding him this could be his only chance to be scouted by a potential hero. Izuku affirmed his decision, and Aizawa sighed, warning him that if his mood didn't improve, he would seek answers. Nodding, Izuku walked away, leaving behind a worried Ochako and a concerned Aizawa, who noted this behavior was unlike him. Ochako called out to him, hoping to stop him, but he was already gone. She felt a sense of helplessness for not being able to help her friend, someone she had feelings for. Aizawa, uncertain, replied that he wasn't sure if Izuku would be alright, noting how lifeless his eyes had appeared. As Izuku was about to leave the arena, Present Mic announced that due to personal issues, Izuku Midoriya had resigned, declaring Katsuki Bakugo the winner. An explosion echoed through the stadium, accompanied by Katsuki's loud outburst. Ignoring the commotion, Izuku made his way to UA's training grounds. He needed to train and grow stronger, the future depended on him, and he couldn't afford to fail again. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved his phone and messaged Nizu, letting him know he would be using one of the training grounds until school resumed. 5 days later, Izuku was seen at Training Ground C, pushing himself to the limit. He trained relentlessly, only stopping when exhaustion overtook him or when he ate and drank the food Nizu sent via a robot. He isolated himself from everyone, haunted by visions of his friends and family lying lifeless on the ground. As he focused on his training, he felt the surge of energy around him, noting he had reached 8%. Green lightning crackled as he propelled himself from building to building, building speed and momentum. When he felt ready, he launched himself downward, slamming his fist into a building with enough force to bring it down. He muttered to himself that he wasn't strong enough, rubbing the fatigue from his eyes. He couldn't fail again, he had to save Eri. The realization struck him like a powerful blow. Eri was alive, but suffering under Overhaul's cruel grip. Activating One for All, the lightning darkened and intensified, causing the ground beneath him to crack. He recalled the horrors Eri had endured, the pain inflicted by Overhaul, the dismemberment, the cycle of death and resurrection. With each memory, his rage grew, and for the first time since being sent back in time, his eyes sparkled with life, fueled by pure fury. Frustration erupted from him as he began to destroy everything in his path, shouting that he wasn't strong enough. Izuku felt an overwhelming surge of frustration and despair. He couldn't save her, and the weight of his perceived weakness crushed him. In a fit of rage, he began to strike a nearby building, each punch causing significant damage, as memories of happier times with her flooded his mind. The thought of her being hurt by that vile man only fueled his anger further. In a moment of desperation, he threw a punch that shattered his arm and devastated several blocks of the training ground. Realizing he needed to calm down, he took deep, slow breaths, vowing to become stronger. He promised Eri that he would save her once he was capable. Glancing at his broken arm, he sighed, knowing he had to visit Recovery Girl for healing, a task he was reluctant to undertake. After a short walk, he arrived at her office and entered, requesting her to heal his arms so he could return to training. Recovery Girl, examining his injury, expressed concern, noting that his mother had been calling for days, worried about him since he refused to go home. Izuku admitted he couldn't face his mother or anyone else, insisting that he needed to get stronger. She agreed to heal him but informed him that Nizu wanted to see him, and both Aizawa and All Might were very concerned about his well-being. With a sigh, Izuku nodded and left to meet Nizu. Upon entering Nizu's office, he found Aizawa, All Might in his muscular form, and Hound Dog present. Nizu addressed him, explaining that Aizawa and All Might had been worried and that it was time for him to share what was troubling him. Confused, Izuku questioned what Nizu meant by how he got there. Nizu acknowledged he understood what was bothering Izuku but felt it was his place to let Izuku explain. All Might urged him to share his concerns, but Izuku hesitated, fearing they wouldn't believe him and would think he was losing his mind. Nizu encouraged him, suggesting that showing them would be more effective than telling. Just then, a towering figure entered the room. The man had the head of an octopus and the body of a human, clad in black armor. He introduced himself as Mindwalker, explaining that his quirk allowed him to enter people's minds and reveal their thoughts. Nizu warned everyone that what they were about to see would be distressing. Mindwalker approached Izuku, who nodded in consent. The hero placed his hand on Izuku's head, delving into his memories, unaware that some were sealed away to protect certain truths. After several tense minutes, Mindwalker stepped back, visibly shaken. He had witnessed the torment Izuku had endured, seeing friends, family, and mentors perish before his eyes, the villain using their quirks against him. He had been forced to take Aizawa's life to prevent the villain from stealing his quirk, and later, he had to watch his daughter die, leaving nothing but devastation in her wake. In his final battle, Izuku had lost himself to the desire for vengeance, ultimately sacrificing his life. Mindwalker rushed to a trash can, overwhelmed by the horrors he had seen. He expressed his sorrow for Izuku, marveling at how he retained his sanity after such trauma. Izuku, however, insisted he was not a child, at least not mentally, and dismissed Hound Dog's concern for therapy. Mindwalker warned the others to brace themselves as he prepared to reveal Izuku's memories to them. Moments later, Hound Dog rushed to the trash can, while All Might slumped back in his chair, visibly shaken. Aizawa, unable to contain his emotions, covered his face with his hands. Izuku spoke with determination, explaining that this was the future if they allowed Shigaraki, Overhaul, and the others to live. He felt compelled to eliminate them to prevent such horrors from occurring. All Might, in disbelief, attempted to argue, but Izuku interrupted, his voice rising with emotion. He expressed the pain of witnessing the destruction and loss, emphasizing that it was their failure to act that led to such tragedy. He had been the one to bear witness to the devastation, to bury the remnants of those he loved, and to carry the burden of their loss. He recounted the battles he fought, facing not only physical challenges but also the mental torment inflicted upon him. All Might shrank back, confronted by the reality of Izuku's suffering and the stark contrast to the hopeful boy he once knew. He was now an empty shell, burdened by the pain and suffering he had endured, all because he had hesitated to eliminate All for one. Izuku was engulfed in green lightning, his anger flaring, but he eventually managed to temper it to a more manageable level. He felt a deep conviction that he had to eliminate those threats. It was the only way to ensure that a grim future did not come to pass. He turned to All Might, questioning whether he would allow them to live after witnessing everything that had transpired. All Might looked down, grappling with the moral implications of taking a life. He despised the thought, yet he recalled his mentor's words. Sometimes, ending a life was a necessary evil to protect the innocent. Izuku stood up and began to walk away, stating that he would be training if needed, before exiting the room. Hound Dog lifted his head from the trash, expressing his concern for Izuku's resilience in the face of such adversity. Nizu explained that Izuku was driven by the desire to prevent a bleak future. He was on a path of vengeance, and sadly, he was so broken that even those who cared for him could only cause him more pain. Aizawa insisted that they could not allow him to face this alone. Nizu acknowledged that healing would take time, and even then, the scars would remain. What Izuku needed was to clear his mind and have the support of those who loved him, as eventually, they would break through his defenses. He emphasized that everything discussed must remain confidential for obvious reasons. The heroes nodded, struggling to comprehend the torment Izuku had endured and how he had returned physically intact but mentally shattered. It would take a miracle and the unwavering support of those who loved him for him to heal. Back at the training grounds, Izuku was doing one-armed push-ups, his other arm broken. He had been pushing himself for the last hour, feeling as though his muscles might give out. He forced himself to complete another push-up before finally succumbing to the strain. Frustration welled up inside him as he questioned his own strength. A memory flashed before him of his 18th birthday, a day filled with chaos yet brightened by Aries' small drawing and her attempt to make his favorite meal. Despite being burnt and lacking flavor, he cherished it because it symbolized her care for him. A fleeting smile crossed his face, but it vanished as another memory surfaced the day she was lost to him. Izuku gritted his teeth, fighting back tears as he pushed himself off the ground and began to run, ignoring the burning in his lungs and the voices of past users urging him to stop. He was determined. All for one was still alive, along with another formidable foe. He was willing to sacrifice his own well-being to stop them, including the Hero Safety Commission. He continued to train, vowing to grow strong enough to save Eri. He resolved to do it alone, believing that his reliance on friends had led to their demise. He would save them all, regardless of the cost. Meanwhile, school was about to start, and everyone was in class except for Ochako, who was anxiously waiting for Izuku. She had arrived early, hoping to find him, but he was nowhere to be seen. As the bell rang, her worry grew. This was unlike him. Aizawa approached her, inquiring about her presence outside the classroom. She explained that she was waiting for Deku, concerned for his well-being since he had not responded to her messages over the break. Aizawa understood her concern but knew the gravity of Izuku's situation. He reassured her that he would speak with Izuku later, as he was dealing with personal issues. He instructed her to head to class, allowing her absence to pass this time. Once she was inside, Aizawa leaned against the wall, tears streaming down his face. He struggled to cope with the weight of what Izuku had endured, haunted by visions of his class's demise and the loss of Inko and Eri. The memories were overwhelming, and he felt unprepared for the horrors he had witnessed. After a few moments, Aizawa regained his composure, wiping away his tears. He acknowledged that Izuku was truly one of a kind and deserved to be a hero more than anyone else. He entered the classroom, preparing to begin the lesson when Katsuki interrupted, demanding to know Izuku's whereabouts. Aizawa informed him that Izuku was dealing with personal matters, his tone icy. Katsuki scoffed, dismissing Izuku's struggles, but Aizawa's fist crashed down onto his desk, creating a significant dent. The class fell silent as Aizawa's intense gaze met Katsuki's. He warned him that if he referred to Izuku in such a derogatory manner again, he would ensure he faced severe consequences. Katsuki, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded but clenched his fists in frustration. He felt that the teacher was unfairly defending Izuku, who he believed was beneath him. Aizawa took a deep breath, determined to move forward with the lesson while planning to check on Izuku later. He acknowledged the students' efforts in the sports festival, noting that some had performed exceptionally well. Because of that, most of the students received invitations to intern under heroes. For those who didn't, there was a list of heroes who had agreed to take them in, Aizawa explained. He continued by stating that they would all need hero names, a task that Midnight would oversee since Aizawa wasn't particularly good at it and would let them choose whatever they wanted. Aizawa grunted in response and left the class, heading to the training grounds to speak with Izuku. Izuku stood before a massive block of concrete, measuring 20 by 20 by 20, created by Cementos. He approached it, took a deep breath, and placed his hand against the surface. The ground beneath him cracked as he channeled all his strength into his hand, shattering the concrete without a sound. Still unsatisfied, Izuku moved to a smaller slab of concrete, measuring 10 by 10 and 4 inches thick. He used both arms to slowly lift the 4,400-pound slab. After a moment, he managed to raise it off the ground, positioning his body beneath it. With effort, he lifted it over his head, struggling to maintain his balance while ignoring the pain coursing through his body from the weight, allowing himself to use only 7% of his power. Aizawa watched him and urged him to put the slab down. Izuku, however, refused, continuing to walk forward, sweat pouring down his face from the strain. Aizawa warned him that he could seriously injure himself if he continued, but Izuku, fueled by his emotions, threw the slab aside and glared at Aizawa with intensity. He expressed his anguish, recounting the horrors he had endured. He had witnessed the deaths of everyone he cared for, including his mother, who had been taken from him in a horrific manner. His friends had sacrificed themselves to protect him, knowing he was the only one who could stop the monster responsible for their suffering. He described the pain of finding Yaoyorozu, who had been forced to create weapons for the villain, only to die in his arms after he rescued her. He spoke of Kirishima's sacrifice and how it had ultimately been in vain, as the enemy had found and harmed Ishido. Izuku's voice broke as he recalled the fate of Uraraka, who had been lost before him, her last words a confession of love. The memory of Eri haunted him even more, She had been taken from him on his birthday, her quirk ripped away, and her life cruelly extinguished before his eyes. Aizawa flinched at Izuku's pain-filled words, realizing he could never fully comprehend the depths of Izuku's suffering. Izuku declared that he needed to train harder to become stronger, determined to eliminate the monsters that threatened others. He left Aizawa with a final plea for solitude, expressing his need to focus on his training. Aizawa could only apologize softly, feeling the weight of Izuku's torment. Meanwhile, in his office, All Might was grappling with the reality of what his successor had endured. He reflected on the choices that had led to this suffering, feeling the burden of his own decisions. He looked at a small picture of himself with Izuku, taken after the boy had entered UA, and felt a surge of determination. He promised himself that he would not fail Izuku again. As he prepared to leave his office, he heard a knock on the door. When he invited the visitor in, Inko entered, her appearance disheveled and weary, with tear stains on her cheeks. She demanded to know why she hadn't seen her son in over a week and why he was ignoring her calls and texts. All Might explained that Izuku was dealing with something significant and was refusing help from anyone. Inko's worry turned to frustration as she expressed her desperation to see her son. All Might offered to try calling Izuku, explaining that the only reason he remained at UA was that Principal Nizu believed it was the best for his mental state. When All Might called Izuku, the young hero answered, his tone cold and distant. Inko grabbed the phone, demanding that he return home immediately for a long talk. Izuku's response was a simple, chilling refusal, leaving Inko taken aback. His voice lacked warmth, and she felt a wave of fear wash over her. This was not the son she knew. He seemed so lost and empty. Not until they are dealt with. Anyway, goodbye, Mom, I need to get back to training. And just like that, he hung up the phone. Inko stood there for a moment, completely frozen, trying to figure out what could have made her son act this way. She felt a pang of heartbreak as she spoke, wondering what had happened to her baby boy. All Might, standing nearby, hesitated before responding. He explained that it was up to young Midoriya to share his burden. He advised Inko that, as difficult as it was to accept, it might be best to let him continue on his path. Inko protested, expressing her concern for her son's emotional state and her desire to help him. Nizu, who had been quietly observing, chimed in. He understood her worries but insisted that Izuku needed this time alone. Rushing in to help could do more harm than good. Inko, with tears rolling down her cheeks, finally nodded in agreement, stating that once this was over, she wanted him home without any exceptions. Meanwhile, back in the city, Izuku had just finished his training when a robot approached him, holding a tray with food and water. He grabbed it and began to eat, completely unaware of someone approaching him. As he enjoyed his lunch, he thought about the order he had placed with Mei for his new costume. Suddenly, he heard stomping and turned to see who it was. Before he could fully turn around, he was struck across the face, the force sending him flying a few feet. It was Katsuki. Katsuki, furious, confronted him about skipping school and leaving the sports festival. Izuku, maintaining a cold and unreadable expression, wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up. He told Katsuki that he didn't have time to deal with him and needed to get back to training. Katsuki's anger flared at Izuku's dismissal, and he marched over, grabbing him and insisting that their conversation wasn't over. Izuku forcefully removed Katsuki's hand, asserting that he was done with the conversation and didn't have the patience for Katsuki's superiority complex. An explosion echoed as Katsuki, enraged by Izuku's words, swung at him. Izuku barely managed to block the punch, but Katsuki continued to unleash his fury. Izuku dodged another attack, pleading with Katsuki to stop. Katsuki shouted that Izuku always looked down on him and accused him of thinking he was better than everyone else. He raged about the teachers siding with Izuku and wished he would just disappear. Izuku gritted his teeth, defending himself against Katsuki's relentless attacks. He insisted that he had his own problems and didn't look down on Katsuki, urging him to leave him alone. Katsuki's anger only intensified, and he declared that Izuku was always looking down on him. In a moment of clarity, Izuku recalled a chilling memory that fueled his anger. Katsuki prepared to unleash another explosion, But Izuku moved swiftly, landing a punch to Katsuki's gut that made him cough. Izuku's frustration boiled over, and he struck Katsuki again, delivering a knee to his chest and a spinning kick that sent him flying. Izuku pushed his power output to 9%, feeling the strain on his body as he forced himself beyond his limits. He called out a powerful attack, sending a massive air blast toward Katsuki, who barely dodged it. Izuku, fueled by his emotions, charged at Katsuki, landing a kick that connected with a sickening crack. He followed up with an axe kick that shattered the concrete beneath them. The confrontation escalated, both of them caught in a whirlwind of anger and unresolved feelings. Izuku landed on the ground, his voice filled with frustration as he confronted Katsuki, who was slowly standing up. Katsuki looked up, gritting his teeth, feeling belittled. He struggled to his feet, his legs unsteady, and muttered about the others deserving their fate. Suddenly, Izuku unleashed a burst of power, straining his muscles and cracking his bones in the process. He was furious, demanding to know how Katsuki could be so indifferent to the pain others experienced when they lost someone. Izuku's anger boiled over as he accused Katsuki of being a bully, someone who looked down on others and belittled them for trying. He had endured this for over a decade, but he was done. With each strike, Izuku's fists pounded against Katsuki, the force of his blows causing the ground beneath them to crack. The tension in the air was palpable as Izuku's emotions surged. He expressed the agony of losing loved ones, the helplessness of watching them suffer, and the weight of grief that Katsuki seemed to disregard. The ground shook from the intensity of Izuku's punches, and he screamed about the pain of losing a daughter, his voice filled with both rage and sorrow. Tears streamed down his face as he realized the extent of his actions, his hands stained with evidence of his fury. Just then, All Might intervened, urging Izuku to stop. In a moment of impulsive reaction, Izuku turned and struck All Might, the impact echoing through the area. Realizing who he had hit, Izuku's expression shifted to shock as All Might nodded, signaling for medical assistance for Katsuki. As the medical bots arrived to take Katsuki away, Izuku's vision cleared, revealing the aftermath of his rage. Katsuki was injured, his body battered and bruised, and Izuku felt a wave of horror wash over him. All Might observed the turmoil of emotions on Izuku's face: anger, sadness, pain, regret, fear, and relief. He asked what had happened, and Izuku, looking at his blood-stained hands, recounted how Katsuki had provoked him, using harsh words that struck a nerve. All Might was taken aback by Izuku's cold tone and the seriousness of Katsuki's provocations. Izuku expressed that while he didn't regret his actions, he wished he hadn't been so harsh. He believed it might have been the only way to reach someone as stubborn as Katsuki. With a heavy heart, he decided he needed to heal and check on his gear. As Izuku walked away, All Might felt an urge to reach out but hesitated, sensing that any attempt might push Izuku further away. He watched as Izuku left, feeling a deep concern for his student. Days passed, and when everyone returned to school, they found Katsuki bandaged and unusually quiet, staring at his desk with an unreadable expression. Ochako glanced at him, puzzled about what had happened, and then her gaze fell on the empty desk where Izuku usually sat, sadness filling her heart. Suddenly, they heard shouting in the hallway, and Aizawa's voice rang out, demanding Izuku not to leave the school. The class moved to the hallway and saw Aizawa glaring at Izuku, who was now wearing a new costume. This new suit was a significant upgrade, featuring mid-gauntlet compression supports that reinforced his body, allowing him to exceed his previous limits. The addition of a yellow cape draped over his shoulders gave him a more formidable presence. He also carried a large yellow backpack filled with supplies, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. He had his hood pulled back, and his mouth guard was concealed beneath his shawl. Izuku spoke in a cold tone, his eyes devoid of life, stating that he had to leave. He had already received permission from Nizu to undertake his mission. Aizawa snapped back, reminding him that as a student of UA, he was supposed to be there, not out in the world fighting villains. Izuku insisted that he had permission and bid Aizawa farewell, urging him to take good care of the class and help them become great heroes. He would serve as the advanced guard, facing the League of Villains and the Yakuza, along with the Meta Liberation Army, while everyone else grew stronger. He glanced at his classmates for a brief moment before turning to leave, heading toward the stairs to exit UA. However, he didn't get far before someone grabbed his hand tightly. Turning around, he saw Ochako, her expression filled with hurt. She questioned him about his departure and why he had been ignoring them, pleading for an explanation as their friend. Izuku looked at her for a moment, then closed his eyes, apologizing and assuring her that he would be fine. He urged her to focus on getting stronger and to forget about him. Ochako opened her mouth to respond, but he released her hand and walked away, leaving her feeling pained. She felt a tightening in her chest and, before she knew it, tears streamed down her face as she watched him leave, pushing herself and everyone away. Kirishima, confused, asked Aizawa what was happening and why Midoriya was leaving. Aizawa explained that Izuku was doing it to protect them all and instructed them to get to class. On a tall skyscraper overlooking the city, a figure stood on the ledge of the building. His yellow cape billowed in the wind as he scanned the area and spotted a cloud of smoke. Recognizing that someone was in danger, he pulled up his hood and donned his mask. He leaped off the building, using 5% of his power to propel himself toward the smoke. He landed on another building, rolled, and then sprinted, using his momentum and one for all to gain speed as he raced across the city. Upon arrival, he saw several police officers battling a villain with a fire quirk who was launching fireballs at them. The villain taunted them, demanding to see Endeavor, claiming he would show him what true fire felt like. One of the fireballs struck a female officer, igniting her uniform as she screamed in distress while the others rushed to extinguish the flames. Izuku narrowed his eyes, deciding to confront the villain. Nearby, news reporters were documenting the fight, explaining that the villain was attacking the police and demanding the presence of a hero. Just as one officer was hit by a fireball, a green figure landed a few feet away from the villain, capturing his attention. Without hesitation, Izuku charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the villain's gut and slamming him against the building, cracking the wall with the impact. The villain was stunned and began to slump when Izuku followed up with a knee strike to his gut, lifting him off the ground before delivering a decisive blow that knocked him unconscious. Izuku looked at the defeated villain and then at the police, instructing them to arrest him before he dashed off into the city in search of more villains. The officers were left bewildered, unsure of who he was, while some were frustrated by his use of excessive force. This pattern continued throughout the day as Izuku raced around the city and neighboring areas, taking down villains before moving on to the next. Late into the night, well past 1 a.m., he finally decided to rest. He found an abandoned, run-down apartment and chose a room at the top as his temporary home for the night. After a quick meal, he sat against the wall, gazing out the window at the full moon, his eyes heavy with fatigue. As he began to drift off, he suddenly saw Eri playing with her toys. She smiled brightly, showing him a toy named Mr. Sleepy, explaining that it was named for always sleeping like him and Uncle Aizawa when they came home. Izuku smiled and closed his eyes. Eri then asked if she could pose a question. When he encouraged her to ask, she inquired why he hadn't saved her. Confused, Izuku turned, his eyes widening in horror as he found himself back on the battlefield, confronted by a haunting image of what remained of Eri. She questioned him again, asking why he hadn't saved her, reminding him of his promise to protect her. Panic surged through him as he closed his eyes, desperately insisting that he had tried but hadn't been fast enough. Eri's voice echoed again, asking why he hadn't saved her, expressing her belief that he loved her. Then another voice emerged, that of Inko, who lamented that he was supposed to be a hero, meant to protect them. As her form decayed, Izuku curled into a fetal position, sobbing. He looked up to see All for One standing before him, a sickening grin on his face, his red eyes gleaming with malice. He taunted Izuku, stating that this was the fate of heroes who dared to have families they would all perish, and he would be forced to witness it again. Izuku awoke with a scream in the apartment, his body drenched in cold sweat, struggling to control his breathing. He glanced at his phone, realizing he had only managed 2 hours of sleep. It was a dream, he thought quietly while holding his head, the visions still vivid in his mind. He needed to get back to patrolling. With that, he packed up his gear and ran out to do some night patrols, hoping to clear his mind of the nightmare. A week later, Izuku charged into battle, slamming his fist into a villain, causing multiple ribs to crack as the villain was sent flying through a wall, rolling to a stop, unconscious on the ground. He quickly turned to block a strike from another villain, retaliating with a powerful knee to the gut that sent the villain staggering back. Izuku followed up by slamming his elbow into the back of the villain's head, knocking him out. "You think you can stop me, hero?" Another villain shouted, unleashing a blast of wind toward Izuku. At the last moment, Izuku countered with a Detroit smash, deflecting the attack before it could cause any harm. He moved in swiftly, grabbing the villain's arm and twisting it backward, pinning his head to the ground with enough force to crack his cheek. "Tell me where your human trafficking operation is, or else," Izuku said darkly. The villain laughed defiantly, claiming that heroes only bruised and that he would be out of jail in no time. Izuku responded by snapping the villain's shoulder out of its socket, eliciting a primal scream of pain. He then grabbed the other arm, twisting it into the same painful position. "You're right, most heroes are like that, but I'm not. Now tell me where it is, or you'll be eating through a straw for the rest of your life," Izuku warned, applying pressure to the arm. The villain groaned in agony as his arm bent further, feeling it crack. Finally, he relented, begging Izuku to stop. The pressure eased slightly, but the pain remained intense. Okay. Just please stop." In a warehouse far outside on the west side of the city. Near the forest, a couple 100 yards from the main road. "That's all I know," the villain stammered. "Very well, have a nice fall," Izuku replied before throwing him out the window, watching as he fell 2 stories and landed painfully on the ground. Izuku turned to the broken window, gazing at the city illuminated by lights despite the night. He crouched down, green lightning arcing around him before he shot off into the sky, heading in the direction the villain had indicated. As he leaped, he noticed police arriving, likely drawn by the commotion from the villains he had defeated. He landed on a building and jumped again, attempting to reach out with Black Whip but finding he still lacked control. He muttered to himself about needing to get stronger, faster. Once he unlocked Black Whip, he would be able to save her without her help. He could already use 45% of his power thanks to his gauntlets, but if they broke, he would be left vulnerable. After 20 minutes of racing from rooftop to rooftop, he finally reached the outskirts of the city. He searched the area until he found the warehouse he was looking for. The gang operating there was involved in human trafficking, selling people and children with powerful quirks to someone known only as the Doctor. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Izuku began to scout the area, determined to use the element of surprise to save the lives trapped inside. He jumped onto the roof and peered through the skylight, horrified to see hundreds of cages filled with people of all ages. In the back of the room, he spotted an operating table with a lifeless child lying on it. Anger surged within him, but he fought to regain control. If he let his rage take over, he might endanger the very people he aimed to rescue. After one more scan of the room, he devised a plan. Tightly, he opened the skylight and landed on a support beam, ensuring no one noticed him. Fortunately, loud music played in the background, providing him with an advantage as he moved stealthily. One by one, he took down the thugs, using strangleholds or slamming their heads against walls or support beams to knock them out. In just a minute, he had incapacitated over half of them and was making his way toward the operating table and offices. Just as he approached, the doors to the office swung open, revealing a tall man with shark-like teeth and tattoos of a woman in various outfits. He wore beige pants and an open shirt that resembled scales, with a simple black eye mask covering his face. This man was one of the assassins sent after Izuku by All for One in the future, a foe he had easily defeated before. The man was notorious for human trafficking, driven by a fervent belief that he was doing divine work by abducting children and others with strong quirks, viewing All for One as a god. He impatiently demanded to know what was taking his crew so long, lighting a cigarette with a flicker of flame from his fingertip. One of the thugs sheepishly explained that they had been taking a break but would get back to work immediately. Izuku noticed that the remaining thugs were clustered together, and he knew he had to act quickly before they could spread out and discover the bodies. Green and black lightning crackled around him as he prepared to launch his attack. The black lightning puzzled him until he recalled that One for All was influenced by his emotions. Given everything he had endured, the dark bolts reflected the turmoil within him. Before the villains could react, Izuku charged in, taking one down by slamming his head into the ground. He then spun and used his arms to propel himself upward, delivering a powerful kick that struck another villain squarely in the chin, causing him to fall back, dazed. Using the momentum from his kick, Izuku launched himself into the air and executed 2 quick Delaware smashes, sending several thugs flying before landing gracefully on the ground. Without hesitation, he punched another villain and ducked to evade a blade from yet another attacker. As he spun around, his foot connected with the assailant's head, sending him crashing to the ground, twitching from the impact. A flame whip lashed out from the corner of his eye, and Izuku swiftly dodged, only getting singed slightly. Once he had some distance, he raised his arm and unleashed a Montana smash. The small air blast struck its target, causing an explosion that sent the villain crashing through the office. Just then, a baseball bat struck his back, causing him to wince in pain, but he quickly turned and retaliated with a powerful punch to the villain's stomach, knocking him out instantly. Izuku then focused on the last 3 villains, one of whom was the man he sought. The man, furious, demanded to know who Izuku was, his anger evident as he brandished a flame whip. Izuku darkly declared that he was there to put a stop to the man's master. The villain, incredulous, shouted that All for One was a god among men and questioned how Izuku thought he could defeat him. Izuku replied with unwavering confidence that he knew he would succeed. Fueled by rage, Izuku recalled how this man had insulted his god, the one who had chosen him for the crucial task of gathering powerful quirks. The villain demanded that Izuku gather children or others with strong quirks, believing he was the only one suitable for the task. As the flame whip lashed out, Izuku narrowly dodged and leaped onto an empty cage, gripping it tightly before flipping forward and hurling it at the villain. The whip sliced through the cage effortlessly. Just as he prepared to jump again, another villain transformed his fingers into gun barrels. Izuku couldn't move without risking the hostages behind him, so he raised his arms to absorb the incoming fire. The gauntlets protected him, but some bullets still found their mark, hitting his legs and stomach, with one grazing his head. Despite the excruciating pain, he pressed on, dodging bullets and flames with a mix of determination and agony. Closing the distance, he dropped to the ground to evade another whip strike, then swung his body up, delivering a double uppercut that knocked out the guards. Izuku turned to find white-hot flames engulfing him, burning his skin. Through sheer will and anger, he channeled One for All into his legs and charged forward, slamming his forehead against the villain. The man screamed in frustration, unleashing more whips in a furious attempt to subdue Izuku. Fueled by his growing anger, Izuku fought back, tearing through the flames and landing another punch, but he was struck again, causing him to fall to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. The villain, seething, lifted Izuku by the neck, activating his flames to burn him. As stars filled Izuku's vision from the lack of air and pain, he felt the grip tighten until, in a desperate reflex, he snapped the villain's neck. As the villain fell, Izuku gasped for air, the pain of the flames subsiding. He winced at the burned flesh but was relieved it wasn't severe. Looking at his hands, he remembered the other villains he had defeated. He hated taking lives, but after so long fighting against All for One and Shigaraki, he understood it was sometimes necessary. He resolved to call the authorities to ensure the hostages were rescued and returned home. 20 minutes later, Tsukachi arrived at the warehouse, responding to an anonymous tip that sounded remarkably like Izuku. He walked past the police tape and into the warehouse, where he saw people of all ages, from 4 to 80, crammed into hundreds of small cages that barely fit one person, with some having 2 squeezed inside. As he moved through the scene, he noticed unconscious villains lying on the ground, some appearing to have broken bones. What truly troubled him was when he reached the area where most of the officers were gathered. They had just covered the body of a villain whose neck had been broken. He felt a mix of emotions about this situation. All Might had informed him that Izuku had gone to confront villains, but now he realized he couldn't protect him in this chaos. The police chief approached him, a tall man with a dog-like head, known for his strict adherence to the law, regardless of the circumstances. A couple of years ago, he had arrested a hero and revoked their license for severely injuring a known criminal. The chief greeted him, and he responded automatically, asking why he and Aizawa had been summoned. The chief explained that the individual responsible for the recent violence, including the death of the villain and the injuries to others, was a student from Aizawa's school. He labeled this vigilante a menace to society and demanded to know everything about him so they could gather information for the heroes and police to apprehend him. Tsukachi tried to interject, suggesting there might be a reason for the actions taken, but the chief cut him off, insisting that once the vigilante began fighting without a license and caused harm, he forfeited his rights and should be treated as a criminal. He demanded all available information from Tsukachi, Aizawa, and Yue, threatening arrest for anyone who aided the vigilante. Meanwhile, Aizawa discovered the security footage and sighed, recognizing the trouble his student had gotten into. The next day, Ochako finished her shower at Gunhead's agency when her phone buzzed with messages from her friends. She raised an eyebrow and opened her flip phone to see multiple messages, all urging her to check the news. Concerned, she turned on the TV, her eyes widening as the news anchor reported that the new vigilante causing trouble for heroes and police had been identified as Izuku Midoriya, also known as Deku. The report detailed how he had fought off a group of thugs and confronted human traffickers, resulting in the death of one villain. Ochako felt her heart sink as she processed the news, whispering to herself about what had happened to Deku. Gunhead interrupted her thoughts, asking if she was ready for her first patrol. She replied affirmatively, though her mind was still racing with thoughts of Izuku's actions. As she dressed in her costume, she vowed to help him the next time they met, determined not to let him throw his life away when they were meant to be heroes. Her classmates were equally horrified by the news, wondering what could have happened to Izuku to lead him down this path. Meanwhile, Izuku was in an abandoned apartment, tending to his wounds and applying burn cream to his neck and arms. He looked at his damaged costume and sighed, tossing it aside as he rummaged through his backpack. He pulled out some ration bars, which were surprisingly filling despite being old. As he ate, he examined the new scars on his body from the past week's battle's cuts, bruises, and burns, along with makeshift stitches he had learned to do during his time in the field. While eating, he gazed out the window, closing his eyes for a moment to sigh. When he opened them again, he found himself in his mindscape, covered in a dark, inky substance. Unlike before, he could speak this time. A familiar voice called to him, prompting him to turn around and see the previous users of One for All, except for the second and third, watching him with pity. He stated that they had nothing to discuss, asserting that he was fulfilling their legacy and that they must have already seen his memories. Their expressions confirmed that they had. "Lend me your quirks, and I can end the pain and suffering that All for One has caused us all," Izuku declared, his voice steady but filled with intensity. Nana began to respond, but the look he gave her silenced her. He continued, "No, you don't understand. The ones who truly know my pain are the first 3 users. You all saw my life, you know I won't stop. If I hadn't let my friends get close to me again, if I had kept my guard up, maybe we could have defeated him. But because I did, most of them were lost, their quirks stolen and used against me, or they were transformed into Nomu, and I had to end their suffering myself." His tone was cold as he spoke of his resolve. "I'm doing what all 8 of you failed to do. I will put a stop to this, no matter the cost." Banjo looked at Izuku, concern etched on his face. "And what about your friends and family? They care for you and will try to save you." Izuku's expression hardened. "I won't let them. I'll push them away and make them fear and hate me so they'll abandon me. I won't let them get close again, only to watch them die once more. The whole world can hate me as long as I can eliminate All for One and keep my loved ones safe. I lost them once, and I won't lose them again." And spoke up, reminding him of the past. "What about the ones you loved? We saw your memories, you were with people who helped ease your pain." "I'll keep them at a distance," Izuku replied, his voice low. "You know what All for One did to them. I had to end their suffering." Nana turned away, tears welling in her eyes as she recalled the memories. The pain Izuku had endured was overwhelming, A testament to All for One's relentless attempts to break a user of One for All. Now it's my turn to ask you, Izuku said, his gaze piercing. Why won't you let me use your quirks? The first user responded, remember, you said it yourself, your body isn't ready. Even with those gauntlets, using our quirks before your body can handle 20% would be detrimental. Izuku nodded, about to turn away when the fifth user interjected. Wait, I have a question. Why didn't you tell Aizawa to arrest Aoyama? He's the traitor. Because, Izuku replied, as twisted as it sounds, I need him to bring the League to the summer training camp. I can take most of them out at once. If I don't, they will cause even more pain and suffering. That's heartless, Nana remarked, looking at him with concern. I know, Izuku said, his voice steady. But it's the best strategy to eliminate some of them in one night while they're all together. Silence fell over the group after that. Izuku turned to leave, stating, I'll be going now. Don't speak to me unless it's to let me use your quirk. I don't need you trying to stop me this time. With that, he vanished. The users sat in silence, the first user resting his elbows on his knees, his face in his hands. The burden they had placed on Izuku had already taken a toll on him. He was so damaged that he was pushing everyone away, willing to appear monstrous to protect those he loved. Why did everything go wrong during that battle? If only I had been strong enough. Then he wouldn't be suffering, Nana lamented, tears streaming down her face. We can't change the past, the second user said gently. All we can do is help Midoriya fix his past mistakes. He has a second chance, and we must support him, or he will truly break. The others nodded in reluctant agreement before Banjo stood up. I'll give him my quirk first, like we saw in his memories. He needs to save that girl named. It's tearing him apart knowing she's suffering because he isn't strong enough to confront Overhaul. They watched as he disappeared into the darkness, following the same path Izuku had taken. The first user clenched his hands tightly, wishing he could do more. Brother, you will pay for what you did to this boy, he whispered to himself. All Might looked down, a tear rolling down his cheek. He felt a deep sense of guilt, knowing that Izuku was suffering because he couldn't defeat All for One. Izuku opened his eyes, finding himself back in the abandoned apartment. He sighed and walked over to the spot on the floor where he intended to sleep, but his body tensed as he heard voices nearby. Ugh, I'm hungry. When can we get some food? A female voice complained, filled with annoyance. Not yet. We have to make sure the cops didn't see us. Once I'm sure they didn't, then we can get food, a male voice replied, equally annoyed. Izuku recognized both voices, Himiko Toga and Dabi, also known as Toya Todoroki. They were a complicated presence for him. Despite being villains, he understood their backgrounds and the reasons they had turned to a life of crime, largely due to All for One's manipulation. He recalled how All for One had ruined Himiko's life, causing her parents to fear and hate her because of her quirk. After years of suffering, she had snapped, becoming a villain under his influence. Dabi's story was similar. All for One had sought to break Endeavor, ensuring that the narrative always favored All Might over him, leading to Dabi's own descent into villainy. Endeavor's inferiority complex caused him to lash out at his family, yearning for a child with a better quirk while neglecting and resenting them for not meeting his expectations. After Izuku learned this directly from All for One, his hatred for the man intensified. The most painful part was that Himiko had been present when All for One spoke those words, and like many others, she had sacrificed herself so Izuku could put an end to All for One. Before her sacrifice, she had looked at him and apologized for the pain she had caused. Izuku sighed as he reflected on the situation. Both Himiko and Dabi had committed crimes before joining the League, but they had done so because All for One had manipulated them into becoming villains. He thought to himself that perhaps he could do the right thing and at least try to save them or give them a chance. With that resolve, he donned his costume shirt, mask, and hood, then quietly headed downstairs toward the sounds he had heard. Meanwhile, a floor below, Himiko and Dabi sat in the same room. Himiko played with a knife while Dabi rested, contemplating how he would confront his father for everything he had done to him. Their moment of peace was abruptly interrupted when a dark figure, crackling with green lightning, burst through the door. The figure swiftly moved toward Dabi, delivering a powerful blow that knocked him out. Before Dabi could hit the ground, the figure kicked off his chest and seized Himiko, pinning her down and rendering her unconscious. Izuku muttered to himself about needing to be faster, recalling that he used to accomplish such feats in under 4 seconds. He picked up both Dabi and Himiko and carried them to another room. Dabi slowly regained consciousness, realizing he was tied to a chair. He stifled a chuckle, knowing he could easily burn his way out. However, when he attempted to use his quirk, he was shocked to find it suppressed. A dark figure in the room spoke, warning him not to bother trying. Dabi looked up, barely able to make out the figure in the shadows, but he could see glowing green eyes that sent a chill down his spine. His thoughts were interrupted when Himiko groaned and slowly opened her eyes, panicking upon realizing her restraints. The figure assured them that he meant no harm and intended to offer them a chance. Dabi, trying to remain calm while desperately attempting to activate his quirk, questioned what kind of chance it was. The figure explained that he wanted to help them change their lives for the better, steering them away from the path that an evil man had set for them. Dabi scoffed, insisting that his life was his own and he made his own decisions. The figure revealed Dabi's true identity, detailing his age, birthday, and quirk, which allowed him to create flames at extreme temperatures but also caused him harm. Dabi froze, feeling fear creep in as he processed the revelation. The figure then turned to Himiko, revealing her age, birthday, and quirk, explaining how her family had treated her after her powers manifested. Himiko stared wide-eyed, shocked that he knew such personal details. The figure claimed to know many things and hinted that if they could come to an agreement, he might share more in the future. Dabi, still skeptical, questioned what the figure meant by a right path, adamantly refusing to become a hero. The figure challenged Dabi, asking whether his refusal stemmed from his father's words or his own decision. Dabi fell silent at that remark. The figure confessed that he was no hero either, admitting to having crippled villains and taken a life to protect others. He revealed that he had given up his dream of being a hero to become something else, someone who worked to shield people from the true monsters that had ruined their lives. Dabi remarked that the figure had hero qualities yet was willing to act like a villain, noting that he was different from other heroes. The figure acknowledged that not all heroes were bad, recognizing that some cared only for money while still protecting people from villains. He cited examples of heroes who misused their power, highlighting the complexities of heroism. Himiko, intrigued, asked what the figure suggested they do. He encouraged them to become better people or protect the innocent from the shadows, insisting it was not too late to prove the naysayers wrong. Dabi pressed for the figure's true goal, to which he revealed that it was to eliminate certain individuals to protect those he cared for and ensure no one else had to endure the suffering they had experienced. Dabi questioned why the figure wanted to kill those individuals. Himiko expressed her surprise at Izuku's perspective on morality, questioning the notion of killing being wrong. Izuku shared his belief that while some people deserve to be punished severely, others warranted a chance at redemption. He revealed that there were individuals he felt were too evil to live, and he would not hesitate to act against. Both Himiko and Dabi were taken aback but found themselves understanding his viewpoint. Some individuals, they agreed, were beyond saving. Himiko then asked what their next steps would be if they agreed with him. Izuku offered them the chance to leave and pursue a better life, stating he wouldn't drag them into his conflict, as they had already endured enough suffering. After a brief exchange of glances, they decided to stay with him. Izuku, puzzled, questioned their choice, pointing out that they had an opportunity to escape their current lives. Dabi responded, expressing his desire to fix the broken society they lived in and his determination to make his own choices. Himiko echoed his sentiment, asserting her wish to live life on her own terms. Izuku looked into their eyes and saw their sincerity. He warned them not to betray his trust, or they would regret it. He then released their bindings and offered them food and water, inviting them to choose any room they liked before he retired for the night. As Izuku walked away, Himiko and Dabi eagerly began to eat and drink. Himiko turned to Dabi, wondering what their future held. Dabi contemplated their situation, acknowledging that Izuku knew a lot about them and suggesting they should stick with him to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Izuku settled on the floor of his room, preparing for sleep. He hoped he had made the right decision and reminded himself to keep his distance from them. He also recalled that Ida would be confronting Stain the following day, and with that thought, he closed his eyes, wishing for a restful night. Inko sat in the remnants of Izuku's room, gazing at a cherished photograph of them together when he was a baby. Memories flooded her mind of the bright future she envisioned for him. The news reported on the vigilante known as Deku, detailing accusations of vigilantism and violence, painting him as a monster. Inko felt tears welling up as she reflected on the empty space left in their home after the police confiscated his belongings for evidence. The only keepsake she managed to retain was her photo album, thanks to the intervention of a detective and Izuku's teacher. She traced her fingers over the image of her son on his 5th birthday, lamenting the changes he had undergone. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she lay on his bed, questioning what had led him down this path and whether she had failed as a mother. Far away, in a dilapidated apartment near Hosu, Himiko awoke and stretched, surveying her surroundings. She grumbled about the lack of charm in her living space before heading to the kitchen, grateful that the water and stove still functioned, thanks to Izuku's earlier efforts. As she prepared to boil water, she noticed Izuku, who had just returned from an extensive patrol and training session. He had fallen asleep on the hard floor, claiming he preferred it to soft beds. Himiko found his behavior puzzling, especially given the news reports that labeled him a vigilante without clear reasoning. Despite his seemingly good upbringing, his cold demeanor and willingness to confront villains left her curious and intrigued. As she began to make instant ramen, Izuku stirred awake, standing with noticeable fatigue. He remarked that 2 hours of sleep would suffice before heading to the kitchen to find something to eat. He grabbed a bottle of water and a sandwich that Himiko had made before he left to go back on patrol. She looked at him with concern, hoping he would spend time with her and Dabi. He replied that he was patrolling and mentioned he might contact her and Dabi later for something before stepping out the door. Himiko sighed, wishing he wouldn't work himself so hard every day. Outside the building, Izuku glanced at his phone and remembered the significance of the day. It was the day of the battle for Hosu, where Stain would attempt to kill Ida, and Shigaraki would unleash his Nomu to wreak havoc on the city. He thought about the challenge ahead, needing to confront Shigaraki while also saving Ida and Native, and doing everything he could to stop the Nomu and protect lives. With determination, he stood up and looked out at the city as the sun began to rise, then jumped off the building to begin his patrol. Meanwhile, in a distant bar, 3 figures were present. One lay on the ground, while another leaned against the bar. The third figure had the first pinned down with 2 knives, one next to his head and the other in his shoulder. Stain expressed his disgust, calling the pinned figure a child throwing a temper tantrum, demanding a reason not to end his life. The pinned figure, Shigaraki, retorted with anger, claiming he wanted to destroy society and blamed All Might for everything. Stain glared at him, stating that it seemed he should kill him. Just as he prepared to strike, Shigaraki grabbed the blade, causing it to rust and crumble to the ground. A voice from the TV interrupted the tension, asking Stain not to kill Shigaraki. Stain felt a chill run down his spine, and in a flash he jumped back, hand on his sword, staring at the static screen. The calm yet eerie voice claimed to be someone who wished to fulfill Shigaraki's dream. Feeling uneasy, Stain relented and released his control over Shigaraki and Kurojairi before requesting to be sent back to finish his hunt in Hosu. Kurojairi opened a portal, and Stain left without another word. Shigaraki seethed with frustration, expressing his desire to kill Stain. The voice from the TV advised patience, suggesting they could use the situation to their advantage by making it seem Stain was part of their cause, which could help recruit more followers. The voice then revealed an interest in a new vigilante named Deku, All Might's successor, who seemed dark and willing to kill. The voice speculated that it might be possible to turn him to their side. Shigaraki protested, still wanting to kill Deku. The voice assured him that if Deku proved useless, he could kill him, but if he proved useful it would be entertaining to see All Might defeated by his own successor. Shigaraki smiled at the thought and requested Nomu to destroy Hosu. The TV agreed to arrange for 4 Nomu to assist him. Meanwhile, in a dark underground base, the man behind the TV turned it off and leaned back, pondering Izuku Midoriya's transformation and whether he could sway him to his side, revealing a sinister grin that hinted at his true nature. As night fell, 3 figures stood together on a rooftop. One was Deku, accompanied by his new partners. Dabi looked out over the city, taking a drag from a cigarette and asking what their plan was. Deku replied that they were waiting for chaos to unfold. Himiko, eager for action, asked what they should do while they waited. Deku instructed Himiko to collect blood samples from the Nomu creatures that attacked, while Dabi would eliminate them quickly and painlessly. Dabi questioned what Nomu were, and Deku explained they were creatures that shouldn't exist. Dabi shrugged, agreeing to follow Deku's orders, while Himiko chimed in about the thought counting. Deku silently wondered why he hadn't just told them to forget they ever saw him. Just then, a massive explosion lit up the night sky, filling the air with flames, smoke, and the screams of civilians. Deku stood up, reminding them of their tasks, to collect blood samples and eliminate the Nomu while ensuring civilians remained unharmed. Dabi asked what Deku would do, to which he replied he was going to clean up a stain. Green lightning crackled around him as he shot off into the night sky. Himiko watched him with admiration, while Dabi teased her about her feelings for him. As Dabi jumped down to head toward the chaos, he thought about how Deku would need all the luck he could get. Meanwhile, Deku soared through the city, heading toward Stain, taking in the chaos unfolding around him. It made his blood boil to witness the chaos unfolding due to Shigaraki and All for one's ambitions to dominate Japan and the world, regardless of the consequences. His thoughts were interrupted by the sight of a winged Nomu approaching, screeching as it flew faster upon spotting him. Deku launched himself off the roof towards the Nomu, which dove at him with its clawed legs extended. He kicked off the air, soaring above the creature, and prepared to execute a move that Miruko had taught him during their brief time together before Shigaraki took her life. He tucked his arms into his chest and twisted his body to generate maximum torque. In that moment, he cranked his power up to 30% and unleashed his kick at the Nomu, calling out the name of the technique. His foot struck the creature's neck with tremendous force, and in an instant, the Nomu's head was severed from its body. The lifeless body fell to the ground with a heavy thud, a testament to Deku's overwhelming strength. A large explosion erupted in the distance, prompting Deku to take off in that direction, determined to save Ida and Native from Stain. Ida glared fiercely at Stain, filled with rage. He was met with an impassive stare from the villain, who taunted him, claiming he was just another fake hero. As Stain advanced, raising his sword with the intent to strike, Native watched in fear, hoping to escape but finding himself unable to move. Stain's gaze shifted to Native, who froze under the villain's glare. Stain sneered at the so-called heroes, declaring that he could sense Native's desire to flee. He vowed to make Native's death even more painful. His attention returned to Ida as he raised his sword high, proclaiming it was for a just society. Just as Stain brought his sword down, he was met with the sole of a shoe to the face, sending him crashing into a dumpster before he struggled to his feet. Ida was shocked to see Deku arrive. Deku instructed Ida to leave once he could move, keeping his focus on Stain. Ida protested vehemently, insisting that Stain was his to defeat, but Deku interrupted him with a swift kick to the face, surprising Native and intriguing Stain. Deku coldly told Ida that he was not a hero but merely a man seeking revenge, and that his brother would be disappointed in him. Stain recognized Deku as the new vigilante and inquired about his motives for abandoning UA to become someone willing to kill. Deku explained that he was determined to protect everyone and would do whatever it took to ensure their safety, even if it meant getting his hands dirty. Stain smiled, acknowledging that Deku was more of a hero than most he had encountered, and challenged him to prove his resolve. Deku moved swiftly, dodging Stain's sword swing and delivering a powerful punch to his gut, sending him soaring into the air. He followed up with another punch, forcing Stain to the ground, where he clutched his ribs in pain, feeling several fractures. Stain quickly grabbed 2 knives and hurled them at Deku, rushing to re-engage in the fight, desperate to draw blood. Deku countered with a massive air blast, which obliterated the alleyway. Stain narrowly avoided the attack but realized too late that he had exposed himself while hanging off a fire escape. Deku appeared before him, using 15% of his power to deliver a kick that broke Stain's arm and sent him crashing through a wall. Frustrated, Stain thought about how Deku seemed to anticipate his moves, moving faster than he could react. Deku demanded Stain's surrender, revealing that he had more important targets to pursue. Stain, gritting his teeth, questioned Deku's choices, unable to comprehend why he had abandoned UA to become a vigilante. He acknowledged that despite Deku's methods, he was the most heroic person he had ever met, second only to All Might. Deku replied that Stain wouldn't understand his reasons even if he explained them. With green lightning crackling around him, he charged forward as Stain prepared to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Dabi incinerated a Nomu that Himiko had just drained of blood. She mentioned that only one Nomu remained, which could shoot lightning, as Endeavor had taken care of the first. Dabi suggested they head toward the chaos in case they were needed. Himiko, excited at the prospect of collecting more of Deku's blood, skipped along behind Dabi as they made their way to the main street, where heroes were working to assist civilians and extinguish fires. In the distance, they saw Endeavor defeating the lightning Nomu before he began to walk away, a teenager with red and white hair following him. Dabi expressed his disdain for Endeavor, feeling pure hatred towards him. Himiko nodded in agreement, and they were about to leave when one of the building walls suddenly exploded outward. Stain was propelled from the wreckage and slammed into a car, struggling to regain his composure. He slowly looked up, forcing himself to move just in time to dodge Deku, who was a green blur as he crashed into the car, caving in its roof. Deku then turned his attention to the hero killer. Stain was in rough shape, with a broken arm, fractured ribs, and numerous bruises forming all over his body. Deku bent his knees slightly, the smell of ozone filling the air as he prepared to unleash his power. He acknowledged that many heroes were unworthy of their titles, but he believed that not all heroes were the same. He was determined to fight and protect people, even if it meant making difficult choices. Stain, with bloodshot eyes and a foggy vision, struggled to comprehend his surroundings. It seemed as if All Might was standing behind Deku, symbolically passing the torch. Stain, between pained breaths, recognized Deku as a true hero and urged him to finish the battle. Deku remained silent and launched himself forward, delivering a powerful blow that sent Stain crashing into the wall, where he collapsed, unconscious but with a small smile, knowing society was in capable hands. Seeing Stain finally down, Deku let out a sigh and turned his gaze towards the other heroes who were watching him. He ignored them, even Endeavor, who was rushing towards him, as he spotted someone in the distance, Tamura Shigaraki. A surge of rage flooded through him, and the ground beneath him shattered as he jumped, channeling his power. With a whisper of 45%, he seemingly vanished and reappeared on Endeavor's shoulder. The hero attempted to strike, but Deku was too quick. He landed a blow that snapped Endeavor's collarbone, using the hero's body as a springboard to propel himself toward Shigaraki. Todoroki tried to intervene, but he couldn't react in time before Deku was gone. Shigaraki halted mid-sentence, taken aback as Deku appeared right in front of him, fury evident in his eyes. With a fierce shout of 45% Texas Smash, Deku launched his fist forward. Kurogiri reacted swiftly, opening a portal to escape with Shigaraki, but he was too late. The force of Deku's punch struck Shigaraki directly, sending him crashing through multiple walls before he crumpled to the ground, barely conscious. Kurogiri closed the portal quickly, rushing to Shigaraki's side. The villain was in dire condition, barely breathing and covered in debris. With a shattered jaw, he struggled to speak, his face marred beyond recognition. Kurogiri opened another portal and took Shigaraki away, aware that police sirens were approaching. Back with Izuku, he watched the portal close, a scream of rage escaping him as uncertainty loomed over Shigaraki's fate. He knew he had delayed All for One's plans, but the threat remained. A gunshot rang out, and Deku dodged the bullet effortlessly, spotting officers and heroes closing in on him. With a growl, he took off into the night, determined to evade capture. As he soared through the sky, he sent a message to Dabi and Himiko, instructing them to deliver the blood samples to a detective named Tsukachi. He realized he needed to unlock Black Whip faster, There was no telling what All for One would do now that he had openly attacked his new vessel. He also couldn't let All for One discover Eri's existence. A memory of Eri flashed in his mind, her voice echoing in his thoughts as she expressed her love for him. He vowed never to let All for One hurt anyone he cared about again, feeling the lightning around him darken with his rage. Meanwhile, All for One stood beside Shigaraki, observing Tamura in an embryonic tank designed to accelerate his healing. He had even given Tamura 2 of his healing quirks to hasten the process. Kurohige, nervous, reported on the events that had unfolded. He explained how the heroes had been dealing with the Nomu, and how Deku had taken down Stain. All for One listened intently, his expression revealing nothing as he processed the information. After a moment of silence, he acknowledged the threat Deku posed and instructed Shigaraki to contact the Hero Association, providing them with resources to send hero kill teams after Deku. He recognized that even with one for all, Deku was becoming too dangerous. Shigaraki nodded and left to make the call, while All for One contemplated the growing threat that was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku needed to make some contingency plans. Eri approached Izuku, holding a small letter in her hands. Behind her, Ochako, Toru, Momo, Tsu, and Mina encouraged her to move forward. Eri looked nervous as she walked up to him, who was slightly tired while cooking something in a pot. Izuku noticed Eri's embarrassment as she fidgeted with the letter. She stammered, her cheeks turning red, and finally managed to say she wanted to give him something. As she shakily handed him the letter, he observed her playing with the hem of her red skirt, her gaze fixed on the ground. A man lay on the ground, battered and barely conscious. Izuku glared at him, disgusted by the sight of someone who had caused so much harm. The man tried to plead for mercy, but Izuku's resolve only hardened. Dabi watched from a distance, his expression grim. The man had used his hero status to lure children, and even Dabi found it hard to comprehend such betrayal. Hearing a little girl crying, Dabi turned to see Himiko comforting her, wrapping her in a blanket and trying to soothe her fears. Izuku froze as he read the letter. It was an adoption form. Eri was asking him to be her dad. Tears welled in his eyes as he pulled her into a tight embrace, feeling a wave of happiness wash over him despite the turmoil they had faced. Eri thanked him, and he smiled, gently kissing her horn, which made her giggle. Standing over the defeated hero, Izuku expressed his disdain for someone who exploited children. He lifted the man, who could barely speak through his injuries, and declared that monsters like him didn't deserve to live. Dabi, ready to take action, raised his arm and unleashed a wave of flames. The man screamed in pain, and Izuku, filled with anger, kicked him out the window, watching as he fell. Himiko, concerned, asked what they would do with the little girl. Izuku replied that they would wait for the police to arrive before leaving. He mentioned plans to hunt down villains and trafficking rings, and the others nodded in agreement as sirens echoed in the distance. Moments later, Tsukachi arrived at the scene, where officers were already gathering evidence. He greeted Sansa, who filled him in on the situation. They had discovered that the deceased hero was a Pefli who had used his status to exploit children. Tsukachi felt a familiar sickness in his stomach, wishing he could confront the perpetrator himself. He inquired about the identity of the killer, and Sansa informed him that they believed it was Deku, as there was no footage of him arriving at the scene. Before he could respond, the chief entered with a stoic agent from the Hero Association. The chief ordered everyone to leave, stating that the Hero Association would take over the case. The officers were reluctant but complied, passing more agents waiting in the hall. The chief discussed the evidence with the agent, who suggested erasing it and paying off the family to maintain the status quo. The chief nodded, leaving the matter in the hands of the Hero Association, confident they knew what was best for society. Later, Denki awkwardly asked his friends about their internships, unsure of how to address the recent events involving Izuku's televised confrontation with Stain. Ojiro responded hesitantly, while Kirishima brought up the news from the past few days. Ochako recalled the recent news about the vigilante known as Deku, who had allegedly broken into the home of the hero Cloud Jumper and attacked him before throwing him out of his apartment window. There was no clear motive for such an act, leading the police and Hero Association members to believe it was an unprovoked act of aggression. This news troubled her deeply. Izuku would never commit such an act without reason. She and the other girls discussed it, trying to make sense of why he would harm a hero. Over the past week, they had pondered everything from his sudden withdrawal from their lives to his decision to leave UA and become a vigilante. When they approached their teachers for answers, both Aizawa and All Might displayed painful expressions, often changing the subject or stating they couldn't provide an answer. Just then, Aizawa entered the classroom, unbandaged and looking composed. He welcomed the class back, mentioning the productivity of their internships. The students nodded in agreement, but before he could begin the lesson, Mina raised her hand. She asked Aizawa if the news about Midoriya was true, expressing her hope that he wasn't truly harming heroes, as he was too kind for such actions. Aizawa sighed, taking a seat and looking at Class 1A. He confirmed that it was true, Midoriya had killed a hero. The revelation shocked many in the room. Tokoyami questioned whether they would have to confront him. Aizawa recalled a memory of Izuku, where Tokoyami had pleaded for his life in a monstrous form after being manipulated by All for One. Aizawa expressed his hope that they wouldn't have to face Midoriya, for both their sakes. Mineta, terrified at the thought of confronting a villain, exclaimed that they should stop him. The girls and most of the boys glared at him, but Katsuki was the first to react, vehemently defending Izuku and asserting that he was not a villain. Mineta shrank back, but Ojiro pointed out that Midoriya was indeed causing harm, including to heroes, and was acting like a villain. Ochako stood up, insisting that Izuku must have a reason for his actions. Toru echoed her sentiment, noting that he had changed drastically after the sports festival. Ochako rallied the class, stating they would confront him and understand his reasons. Ida then captured everyone's attention by sharing his experience. He had attempted to confront Stain but was defeated in an instant. Midoriya had arrived and decisively turned the tide of the battle, showing no hesitation in his actions. Mineta interrupted, insisting that Midoriya was a villain now, but Momo slapped him, asserting that it was their duty as heroes to save people, including Midoriya, and to understand his motivations. A division formed within the class, with some defending Izuku while others struggled to do so, including Ida, who felt guilty for his own actions. Aizawa observed the situation, hoping that Izuku's classmates could help him find his way back from the darkness he was facing. Turning to the blackboard, Aizawa announced that the day's lesson would focus on hostage situations and how to handle them. He emphasized the importance of being prepared to deal with multiple villains and hostages before summer break. Meanwhile, deep within Tartarus, the president of the Hero Association met with two assassins. She coldly informed them of a special assignment, to eliminate someone deemed a threat to society. Stain, heavily bandaged from his encounter with Deku, refused to work for a corrupt organization. Lady Nagant, also restrained, remained silent. The president revealed files containing information about Izuku Midoriya, declaring him a threat. Stain vehemently rejected her demands, asserting that she deserved to suffer for her actions. The president remained unfazed, presenting further evidence that threatened their families if they did not comply. Stain's hatred for her grew as he thought of his father, while Kaina's heart sank at the sight of her elderly mother in a retirement home. The atmosphere was charged with tension as they faced the grim reality of their situation. Stain struggled to rise, his voice filled with anger as he accused the agent of being just as bad as the villains. An agent behind him firmly held the back of his head, slamming it into the table with enough force to leave a dent in the metal. The agent remained unfazed, asserting that she was not a villain but rather someone dedicated to protecting society and guiding it along the right path. Kaina expressed her disdain, labeling them as true monsters. The agent responded that monster is a relative term. To a canary, a cat is a monster. She continued, explaining that to ensure they did their jobs, they would implant a chip at the base of their necks with a kill switch. If they failed to eliminate Stain, they would die. If they were caught, their families would suffer the same fate. If they attempted to warn anyone, they would face the same dire consequences. Both Kaina and Stain felt a surge of rage building within them. Kaina reluctantly agreed, her words laced with fury. Stain grunted, his face still pressed against the table. Meanwhile, one of the guards discreetly sent a message from his phone, hoping to keep this situation off his radar. A notification chimed on Deku's phone, prompting him to read the message with a sigh. Now, he had to worry about those two hunting him. He glanced back at his phone, realizing that the information he had received would allow him to overlook the guard's crimes for the time being. Deku reflected on how his actions were altering the course of events. He needed to be cautious, as he had already changed significant occurrences, likely creating a butterfly effect. As he stood on a rooftop, he gazed at his mother sleeping in her room, clutching a picture of him. He felt a pang of guilt, whispering an apology to her, vowing to protect her and promising that he wouldn't let her come to harm before leaping into the night. As he ran, he attempted to summon his black whip, now that he was at 20% power, but only managed to produce faint wisps. He realized he needed to train harder to regain his quirk and hopefully acquire either float or smokescreen next. Suddenly, he sensed movement and turned to see a white blur approaching. Miruko descended from above, preparing to kick him. Deku raised his arms in a defensive cross to block the strike, crashing down onto a rooftop and sliding to a halt. He looked up to see Miruko land gracefully with a broad smile. Deku's heart ached as memories of their time together flooded his mind, especially recalling her role as a mother figure alongside Ochako and Mina, both of whom were gone. Miruko approached him with a grin, eager for a fight, but he remained silent, looking down. Green and black lightning crackled around him as he finally spoke, expressing his regret that he didn't have time to battle her and that he didn't want to hurt her. Miruko's excitement mixed with annoyance as she challenged him, eager to see if he could truly hurt her. With a powerful kick, she launched herself forward, cracking the ground beneath her. Deku's eyes widened in shock when Rumi, in a moment of vulnerability, asked if they could start a family after everything was over. He smiled, cupping her chin gently and promising that they would indeed start a family once the chaos subsided. Rumi's happiness radiated as she placed her hand over his heart, listening to its steady rhythm. A week later, panic struck as Rumi apologized, her voice trembling. Izuku bolted upright, charging forward just as Shigaraki released his grip on her. Rumi's body disintegrated before his eyes, leaving him in disbelief. Shigaraki's laughter echoed in the air, reveling in the anguish he had caused. Izuku's grief transformed into fury, his hair turning white as black lightning enveloped him. He was now faced with the painful reality of fighting someone he loved. Despite everything, he still cared for her and the others he had dated. Deku's heart sank as he realized he had to confront Miruko, who was eager to engage in battle. She was fierce and brash, thriving on combat, yet she also possessed a loving side reserved for those she trusted completely. With a battle cry, she charged forward, the ground cracking beneath her feet as she prepared to unleash her kick. Deku ducked under her attack, leaping backward to create distance. Undeterred, she lunged at him again, and he recognized her move. He swiftly moved in, grabbing her thigh to halt her strike while apologizing before driving his knee into her gut with a controlled force. Miruko coughed, caught off guard by his unexpected maneuver. She thought to herself that it was as if he had anticipated her attack. Regaining her composure, she launched into a counterattack, calling out her signature move. Using her incredible leg strength, she spun and kicked, but Deku dodged, employing a quick technique to negate her assault. As she continued her relentless offense, he blocked her axe kick and countered with a jab to her stomach, sending her back. However, she quickly recovered, using a pole to propel herself back at him. Deku executed a powerful smash, but Miruko evaded it, changing direction midair to strike him in the head. He stumbled back, only to be met with another kick that sent him crashing into a light pole, the battle intensifying as they fought with everything they had. He slowly stood up and watched as she rocketed towards him, bouncing off the buildings. Deku lifted his leg, green and black lightning arching around him, and called out his attack. He brought his leg down onto the ground, lifting the road and creating a wall. Using this to his advantage, he sprang up and surprised Miruko with a powerful strike to her stomach as she cleared the wall. Miruko was launched into the air, unable to suppress her smile at the challenge her opponent presented. As they exchanged attacks, both swung their legs, the force of their kicks resonating through the air. Miruko twisted her hips, generating torque for her next move. Deku powered up and countered her strike, sending them both flying in opposite directions, landing hard on the ground. Civilians screamed and fled, but some stayed behind, recording the intense battle. Deku and Miruko raced towards each other again, blocking each other's powerful high kicks. Miruko overpowered him, leaping into the air for a spinning kick. Deku raised his arm to block, but the impact sent him flying. He quickly kicked the air to halt his momentum, then propelled himself forward. He bounded towards her and threw a punch, which she caught, wincing slightly from the force. In retaliation, Deku kneed her in the gut while she landed a punch to his face with her free arm. They continued their fierce exchange until Deku released her and kicked her away. Miruko skidded across the ground, coming to a stop before kicking a car at Deku. He caught the car, planted his foot firmly, and hurled it back at her. Miruko dodged the incoming vehicle, landing on the side of a building, gripping the ledge with her left arm. She looked at him, unable to hide her smile, and acknowledged his skill, expressing how much she enjoyed the fight. Deku, concerned for her well-being, urged her to stop, not wanting to hurt her any further. As she prepared to respond, a foggy memory surfaced in her mind, recalling a moment filled with warmth and affection. She shook her head, puzzled by the image, knowing it wasn't mind control since top heroes were trained to recognize such tactics. Yet she felt the raw emotions of happiness and love. Confused by her feelings and the memories flashing in her mind, she looked back at Deku, questioning the source of these sensations. Unbeknownst to her, others who cared for him were experiencing similar glimpses of their shared moments and emotions. She remarked on his combat quirk, suggesting it had no power to implant images in people's minds. Deku raised an eyebrow, insisting he had no idea what she meant. Undeterred, Miruko declared her intent to defeat him and charged forward. He raised his arms in defense, absorbing the impact of her kick before grabbing her leg and lifting her off the ground, throwing her towards another building. As she flew, Miruko swung her legs to regain her balance, landing feet first on the wall of an abandoned building. Looking up, she saw Deku tackling her through the wall, aiming to restrain her. They crashed through the structure, and Miruko retaliated with a kick to his side. Just then, another memory flashed in her mind, filled with dreams of the future. Deku moved in, narrowly missing her head with a spinning kick that destroyed part of the building. Miruko gritted her teeth and initiated a grapple, blocking his punch and swinging her body over him. She wrapped her legs around his neck, using her weight to unbalance him. In response, Deku executed a backflip, maintaining a tight grip on her legs for his strategy to work. Once his feet hit the ground, he changed his grip and swung her down, crashing them both through the floor. Quickly recovering, Miruko aimed a punch at him, which he caught with his arm. He attempted to counter with a punch of his own but had to redirect his energy to block her kick. The impact made his bones creak, even with his enhanced power and protective gear. He was pushed back but managed to regain his footing, ducking under another kick. He then moved his palm against her stomach, using his strength to deliver a powerful strike that knocked the wind out of her. Miruko staggered back, trying to catch her breath. As she prepared for her next move, she unleashed a powerful kick that struck his chin, knocking off his mask and causing him to crash through the ceiling. Landing painfully, he held his jaw in pain, looking up to see her land gracefully on the ground. Despite the chaos, Deku expressed his desire for her happiness, but a name faded from his words, leaving Miruko uncertain. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the emotions stirring within her, recognizing they felt too real to be mere illusions. Yet she couldn't figure out what was going on. Deku used 5% of his power and slammed his fist on the ground, causing the floor to cave in and sending them both down to the next level. Miruko landed hard but quickly regained her footing, looking up at Deku and charging at him. They collided, grappling and delivering powerful blows in an attempt to overpower one another. Dodging a punch from Deku, Miruko used her incredible flexibility to wrap her feet around his neck, swinging her body down and forcing him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, He activated One for All in his arm and struck her in the stomach with 10% of his power. The impact cracked the floor, and she saw the pain in his eyes from having to hit her. In a moment of vulnerability, Deku expressed his feelings, nuzzling his nose against hers, which made her smile with joy. Miruko reciprocated his affection, feeling a deep connection as they shared a loving kiss. However, the fight resumed as Deku's arm collided with her leg, the force causing a creaking sound, but he pressed on, landing a hit to her cheek that made her head spin. She retaliated with a kick to his thigh, forcing him to one knee. Miruko aimed a knee at his chin, but he caught her leg just in time, swinging backward and wrapping his leg around her neck to bring her down. The close-quarters combat continued for another 2 minutes, leaving significant damage in their wake. As they fought, memories flooded Miruko's mind, while Deku recalled their shared moments. At one point, he pinned her against the wall, holding her arms above her head while preventing her from kicking. They panted heavily, staring at each other, and Deku reflected on his love for her. Miruko felt the weight of her memories, realizing a piece of her had been missing but was now returning. Exhausted, they continued to gaze at one another, both feeling the intensity of their emotions. Without thinking, Deku leaned in and kissed her, surprising her but igniting a passionate response. Their connection deepened as they embraced, lost in the moment. Miruko wondered why she felt such a strong bond with him, despite not knowing him fully. She felt an overwhelming desire to be with him and to express how much she missed him. As they shared this NTMT moment, Deku suddenly realized the implications of their actions. He pulled away, feeling a mix of regret and confusion about why she had kissed him back so fervently. Miruko remained where she was, her heart racing as she touched her lips, pondering the happiness and warmth she felt. Questions raced through her mind about the vivid images and emotions that had surfaced during their fight. In a different scene, Ochako called out to Deku to help unpack a tent in a heavily wooded area with other survivors of the UA invasion. However, Izuku remained silent, staring at the ground with an unreadable expression. The weight of loss hung over him. All Might, Kaken, and many others had perished because he hadn't been strong enough to defeat Shigaraki or save All Might in time. Ochako approached him gently, wrapping her arms around him, offering comfort. She reassured him that they would get through this and reclaim their lives. Izuku expressed his despair, feeling responsible for the deaths of those he cared about. Ochako smiled sadly, cupping his face and looking into his eyes, reminding him of his resilience and determination. She leaned in and kissed his forehead, embracing him tightly, allowing him to listen to her heartbeat as he cried. Later, Ochako awoke from a dream, her heart racing as she recalled the vividness of it. She looked around her room and reached for her new smartphone, a gift from Momo. Concerned for Deku, she searched online and was shocked to discover that Miruko was fighting him in Mizurufu. Covering her mouth in disbelief, she watched the unfolding battle, worried for her friend. She was pulled from her thoughts by a knock on the door. When she opened it, she found Mina, Momo, Toru, Jiro, and Tsu standing there. They had all moved into the dorms shortly after Deku began his mission to confront villains and corrupt heroes. The school had arranged for their relocation to ensure their safety. Ochako felt a sense of unease as Mina spoke, expressing the need for a serious conversation. They had already woken the boys, except for Mineta, who they had left for Denki to deal with. Curious, Ochako asked what it was about. The group exchanged glances before Momo explained that they had experienced something akin to visions, images of battles, destruction, and even glimpses of their relationships with others. Mina added that she had seen herself with Izuku, raising a little girl after Ochako's tragic fate. The emotions from those visions lingered with her, a mix of love and admiration for Izuku. Ochako was taken aback, admitting that she had experienced something similar, feeling the intensity of the emotions as if they were real. They all nodded in agreement, heading to the common room where the others were gathered, their faces reflecting a range of emotions from sadness to anger. Katsuki surveyed the group and asked if they had all experienced similar visions. They confirmed this, each recalling their unique yet interconnected experiences. Kirishima inquired about Katsuki's vision, to which Katsuki revealed that he had pushed Izuku out of harm's way before everything went dark, leaving him to hear Izuku's desperate cries. Momo shared her vision, describing a painful experience in a large room filled with tubes, where she felt weak and vulnerable. She remembered being saved by Midoriya, expressing her gratitude before losing consciousness. Denki recounted a similar experience, where he had pushed Jiro away and urged Midoriya to protect her before being attacked. Todoroki noted that while their visions were different, they all seemed to involve Midoriya. Toru suddenly recalled how Aizawa and All Might had been acting strangely, suggesting that they might have experienced similar events but were keeping it to themselves. Ida questioned why they were all having these visions, feeling it made no sense. Kyoka suggested they should confront Aizawa and All Might about it, and the group agreed. Ida pulled out his phone to call Aizawa. As this unfolded, Ochako felt another vision surge into her mind. She saw herself in distress, calling out to Izuku while struggling against the grip of several Nomus. She expressed her love for him and urged him to take care of Eri, feeling a strong maternal bond to that name. Just as a sinister voice threatened her, everything faded to black. Ochako gasped back to reality, finding Mina shaking her in concern. Mina asked if she was okay, and Ochako admitted she felt unsettled, the vision feeling just as real as the others. Meanwhile, Deku arrived at a distant building, landing painfully on the roof. He groaned as he stood, realizing his arm was dislocated. He grimaced as he aligned it and slammed his shoulder against the AC unit to pop it back into place. As he sat down, he reflected on his recent fight with Rumi, feeling the weight of memories from the future. He regretted letting his emotions take over, especially the kiss they shared, questioning why she hadn't resisted. Deku looked at his hand, attempting to summon Black Whip, but only a small wisp appeared. Determined, he resolved to grow stronger, knowing he had 2 weeks until the training camp and a mission to save Eri. He vowed to confront All for One, Shigaraki, Overhaul, and the Hero Association. In another place, Eri hugged a large figure in a green hero costume, feeling a warmth she had never known before. But just as she looked up, everything shifted, and she was engulfed in pain. She screamed as she was jolted back to the lab, lying on the operating table. Overhaul, indifferent to her suffering, informed her that she only had 10 more sessions to endure. Eri whimpered, knowing this torment was her daily reality. Eri endured relentless experimentation, with no escape from the cycle of suffering. Each day, she faced the same torment, only to be revived and forced to relive it all over again. A comforting voice echoed in her mind, promising to protect her, accompanied by a fleeting image of a hero clad in a green costume with a yellow cape. Though she couldn't see his face clearly, she sensed the determination in his expression. Deep within One for All, a green sun flickered ominously, surrounded by a vast black void. Cracks marred its surface, and it seemed to bleed a strange energy of red and black. The sun trembled as it gradually transformed into a dark star, its vibrant green fading away. 8 smaller stars, varying in color from white to yellow, hovered nearby. Suddenly, the large star shook violently, unleashing arcs of black lightning that surged toward the smaller stars, ensnaring them. As the green and black star absorbed their power, the trapped stars struggled against the dark energy. One star, with black tendrils, was overtaken by the lightning, while another, a purple star, attempted to escape but met the same fate. Deku's rage and anguish were reshaping One for All and the quirks of its previous users. As his mental state darkened, the quirks evolved into something more sinister, adapting to his needs. On a rooftop near his headquarters, Deku sat in contemplation, pulling a cigarette from his belt pocket, a habit he despised but felt compelled to indulge for a moment of calm after a troubling encounter with Rumi. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he recalled her unexpected kiss. He removed his hood and mask, revealing tired eyes and pale skin, with dark circles beneath them. His hair had grown longer, and he was relieved it hadn't turned white from stress, as it had in the future. Lighting the cigarette, he inhaled deeply, letting the smoke fill his lungs before exhaling and gazing at the cloud-covered sky. As he took another drag, a phone he had taken from an information broker buzzed in his pocket. Reading the message sent a chill through him, igniting a surge of anger. The dead mother had returned to Japan. Known for her ruthless operations in human trafficking and assassination under All for One, she had become a formidable threat, especially after the fall of UA. Deku recalled her escalating activities, openly kidnapping children and individuals with strong quirks. Finishing his cigarette, he tossed the butt aside and stood, his expression dark as he surveyed the city. He needed to find her. Taking her down would significantly weaken All for One's grip on Japan. Attempting to summon Black Whip, he struggled as wisps of energy flickered from his hands, a painful reminder of his limitations. He was close to mastering the stress of a second quirk. Determined, he resolved to hunt down someone who should have been eliminated long ago. Standing tall, he donned his mask and pulled his hood over his head, black lightning crackling around him as he powered up One for All and activated his gauntlets, launching himself into the night sky. Meanwhile, at UA, Ochako and the others who still believed in Izuku made their way to Aizawa's office. Some engaged in quiet conversation, while others remained lost in thought, all sharing similar dreams they would need to explain to Aizawa without sounding delusional. In his office, Aizawa sighed as he exchanged glances with All Might. They both had witnessed troubling visions. All Might rubbed his hands together, recalling the last thing he remembered before losing. Consciousness Izuku racing toward him, calling his name, before a devastating blow struck. Though All Might's vision had not lasted long, it revealed significant truths. Aizawa gestured to a monitor displaying a troubling headline: "The vigilante Deku defeats the number 9 heroine Miruko." Aizawa expressed concern over the implications of this event. Midoriya would now attract even more attention, and they would likely be forced to pursue him, alongside the top 10 heroes and the hero hunters the Hero Association might deploy. All Might felt a heavy weight in his heart, not wanting to confront young Midoriya. The memory of Izuku's desperate sprint toward him haunted him, and he shook his head to dispel the image. Aizawa spoke logically, reminding All Might of Midoriya's past actions, including a violent encounter with Endeavor. All Might lamented the turn of events, burying his face in his hands, overwhelmed by despair. He had been actively avoiding the cities where Izuku was present to prevent being forced into a confrontation, but now he might not have a choice, especially after Izuku had just defeated one of the top 10 in a fight. They both heard a knock on the door before someone spoke from the other side. Ochako asked if they could come in. All Might quickly buffed up and nodded to Aizawa, who permitted them to enter. The door opened, revealing most of Class 1A standing before him, all staring intently. Momo stepped forward, looking serious as she addressed Aizawa, explaining that they had a question that might sound crazy but required his patience. Curious, Aizawa asked what it was, wondering if they had witnessed what he and All Might had seen. Momo struggled to find the right words, prompting Katsuki to step up and speak. He explained that they had all experienced strange dreams the previous night, each seeing different things that felt too real to be mere dreams. Todoroki added that since the sports festival, both Aizawa and All Might had been acting differently. Aizawa exchanged a glance with All Might before responding that he couldn't disclose anything. Confused, Kirishima asked why he couldn't say anything. Aizawa explained that Nizu had barred him and All Might from revealing any details. Denki protested, insisting they had a right to know. Aizawa reiterated that Nizu had his reasons for keeping them in the dark, emphasizing that it was for their safety and that they should avoid pushing the topic further, as it was sensitive. All Might supported Aizawa's statement, stressing the delicacy of the situation. Hyoka interjected, pointing out that she could hear their hearts racing, suggesting they were hiding something. Aizawa urged them to forget about their dreams and focus on school. Ochako, desperate, exclaimed that she had seen Deku fighting someone and then holding her in his arms before she died because of Shigaraki. It felt too real, and she demanded to know what was happening. Aizawa sighed, realizing he couldn't tell them the truth without risking them hunting Midoriya down, who was doing everything to protect everyone and keep the League's attention on him rather than UA. He told Ochako that it was best if she forgot about the dream. In shock, Ochako turned and ran away, her mind racing with thoughts of Izuku and her determination to save him. As she ran down the hall, pain shot through her head, and she stopped, clutching it as images flooded her mind. She saw an ethereal version of herself in her hero costume, pleading for her to save him, revealing that they had a chance now. Before it could finish, it faded, and more memories surged through her. In one memory, a tired Izuku held a small white-haired girl in his lap, expressing his love for her. She returned the sentiment with a kiss on his cheek, leaning against him with a smile. Ochako leaned against the wall, overwhelmed by the images and the realization that she needed to save Izuku. In a dark underground base, a woman dressed in black with long blonde hair walked down the halls, flanked by 4 guards. She entered her office, sat at her desk, and awaited updates from her subordinates regarding their operations. Her assistant approached, reporting that they had sold 274 people that month. Falling short of her target, the assistant explained that the vigilante known as Deku had made their operations more difficult, especially after he had taken out one of their council members. The woman's expression remained cold as she stood and approached him, expressing her displeasure with his failure. She threatened to harm his family, especially his daughter, as her smile revealed a darker side. Before he could respond, she conjured a sword and swiftly ended his life, relishing the act. She instructed her guards to bring his family to her, eager to have some fun before selling them into slavery. Outside the building, Deku stood on the ledge of the roof, observing the location of the human trafficking operations. Dabi approached him, questioning why he had brought them along when he usually handled such matters alone. Deku explained that the woman they were facing was a monster in human form, responsible for human trafficking and assassination across Japan. Himiko's eyes widened in disbelief as she processed the gravity of the situation. She cared for nothing and no one except for causing pain and suffering, ruling through pure fear and brutality. Deku observed as a van pulled up and a hero stepped out in civilian clothing. Himiko asked who it was, and Deku replied that it was Raging Bull, noting that he was likely there to buy someone. Dabi, trying to control his anger to prevent his quirk from activating, inquired about the plan. Deku instructed Dabi to wait at the front entrance for his signal to create chaos. He then directed Toga to sneak into the building, take out the security, and eliminate the guards without being caught, warning her that they would not hesitate to kill her. Toga grinned, eager for some extra blood as a reward, and Deku sighed in response. She jumped off the roof and descended quickly, disappearing from sight as she approached the building. She followed a guard whose path was hidden from the security cameras, finding a small vent just big enough for her to slip through. As she waited patiently, she knew she had only a minute to act. Meanwhile, Deku leaped off the roof and soared over the street, landing on the rooftop of the building he intended to infiltrate. He crept toward the skylight and saw Himiko nod at him before she moved toward the security room. After a few moments, she signaled him by reflecting light with her knife. Deku sent a text to Dabi and waited for the chaos to begin. Once he heard the commotion and the sound of blue flames, he jumped high into the air, twisting to face the building. He kicked down, crashing through the window and landing on a guard, incapacitating him with the impact. With his power cranked up to 30%, Deku surged forward. He confronted a guard, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the man's jaw. Spinning around, he grabbed another guard's arm and swung him into a support beam, incapacitating him. Deku then drove his knee into a guard's gut, causing him to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Inside the building, panic erupted as communication systems faltered, thanks to Himiko's sabotage of the security team. Outside, Dabi stood over a pile of burned bodies, having dealt with the guards who came to confront him. He noticed one of his cigarettes was missing and recalled that Deku had smelled like cigarettes when he returned. He sighed, wishing Deku had asked for one instead of taking it. Back inside, Deku had just eliminated a hero and was racing down the halls in search of the dead mother's office. He ascended the 6th flight of stairs, checking rooms filled with lavish furnishings and unconscious individuals tied up. Finally, he reached a grand door made of fine oak, guarded by over 40 men prepared to defend the dead mother. Deku's eyes hardened as his black lightning crackled around him, leaving a scorched mark on the wall. He dashed forward, appearing as a blur before the guards, and unleashed a powerful strike, taking down most of them in an instant. Stepping over the fallen bodies, he kicked open the door and laid eyes on her. The dead mother was a tall, beautiful woman with blue eyes and long blonde hair, dressed in a traditional kimono with dark red ends. In the corner of his vision, he noticed a pool of blood in her bathroom, hinting at her sinister nature. She greeted him with an emotionless expression, acknowledging his interference in her business. Deku declared his intent to kill her, and she responded with a dark grin, her demeanor shifting to one of menace. Deku charged at her, narrowly dodging a sword she conjured from thin air. He retaliated with a punch, but she easily evaded it. She remarked on his fascinating nature, noting the irony of a quirkless individual suddenly gaining a quirk at 15, especially considering his parents' weak abilities. Deku's resolve hardened as he moved in, kicking her sword and breaking it. Unfazed, she created another sword and managed to cut his chest. Despite the pain, he pressed on and landed a solid blow to her face, sending her back. She spun and drove her sword into the ground, halting her momentum. Deku called out his move, using 40% of his power as he dropped to the floor, spinning up to deliver a powerful kick to her chin. Once she was airborne, he pushed off the ground, spun his body, and struck her collarbone with his foot. Despite the excruciating pain, she couldn't help but smile and push through it, slashing her sword in a swift motion. Deku saw the blade coming and leaned back, but it made contact with his face, leaving a scar over his right eye. Thankfully, it didn't take his eye, but it came close. She expressed her excitement in a manic tone, reveling in the thrill of their battle, proclaiming that they would soon feel each other's pain as they fought to the end. Deku, feeling a mix of anger and determination, called her a monster as he blocked one of her strikes. However, she quickly countered, stabbing him through his stomach with her other hand. Her laughter echoed as she recalled a time from her youth when she had nearly beaten a child to death over a toy boat, relishing the fear and pain she had inflicted. Deku struggled to pull the blade out, but she released her grip and created another knife, driving it into his side while laughing maniacally. She continued to stab him repeatedly, faster than he could react. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed her head, attempting to crush it, but she retaliated by stabbing his arm. She shouted not to ruin the fun, claiming she hadn't enjoyed herself this much in a long time. Anger surged within Deku, and his lightning began to crackle more erratically. Tightening his hold on her, he unleashed a surge of black lightning that coursed through her, causing her to scream in anger as she tried to stab him again, only for the lightning to burn her arm. Fueled by his rage, he yelled for her to burn in hell, focusing on his feelings as he intensified the electric shock. After a few moments, she finally released her grip and fell backward to the ground, defeated. Holding his side, Deku fell to his knees and contacted Himiko and Dabi, informing them that they were leaving and that he needed to find an underground doctor who wouldn't betray him. An hour later, police and several heroes arrived at the scene, taking victims to the station for assistance and arresting any surviving guards. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, two figures observed the situation. Stain, with a glare, noted that they were getting closer to Deku's trail, though he was reminded of the danger he faced if he acted recklessly. Lady Nagant echoed his sentiment, sharing his frustration. All for One was a man who could turn failure into victory, a skill that had allowed him to cheat death multiple times. Rarely did he let emotions like anger or jealousy consume him, but at that moment he was enraged. He glared at his informant, who had just informed him of the dead mother's demise and the loss of her captains, which severely impacted his control over the underworld. Turning his gaze to the embryonic tank containing Tamura, his emotionless face twisted into an evil grin as he stood up, ready to set his emergency plan into motion. He pressed a button near his chair, and the TV screen hummed to life as the doctor answered, inquiring if he was needed. All for One confirmed that he would be heading to the lab to deliver a gift for Tamura, intended for when he was strong enough to handle it. Deku stood atop a skyscraper, watching as the plane carrying his classmates took off for Island. Taking a step forward, he leaped off the building, falling for a moment before kicking the air and rocketing toward the plane. As he soared, black and green lightning crackled around him. With one final kick, he grabbed the tail of the plane and pulled himself up, finding a more comfortable position. He reached for the oxygen tanks he had taken from a diving school, preparing them for use once the plane ascended to a higher altitude. He resolved to do his best to prevent Wolfram from ruining his friend's vacation or causing harm, though he mused that Sam might deserve it. Inside the plane, most of Class 1A was present. Ochako sighed as she sat in her seat, her mind drifting back to the troubling dreams she had been experiencing, along with the news from 3 days prior about Deku and his allies taking down villains in a brutal manner. The government was furious, wanting the leader captured for questioning instead of killed. Mina, sitting beside her, noticed her distress and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, asking if she was okay. Ochako confessed her confusion, revealing that she kept dreaming about being with Izuku. Mina, understanding her feelings, hugged her gently, knowing she was experiencing similar dreams that felt all too real. Ochako expressed her concern for Deku, feeling that he was alone and in danger, even though he was fighting against villains. They both agreed that the only thing they could do was train to become stronger, hoping to save him and bring him back. As Ochako looked up at Mina, she noticed the same glimmer in her eyes that Mina always had when she thought of Izuku, leaving her with a sense of uncertainty. Ochako watched her friend with a thoughtful expression, reflecting on Izuku's situation. Meanwhile, a few seats away, Katsuki sat in silence, staring out the window with an expression that revealed nothing. His hand drifted to the new scars he bore, reminders of his encounters with Izuku. As he rubbed his fingers over them, his mind swirled with thoughts of regret. He had bullied and belittled Izuku for so long, all because of a quirk that had never been his to begin with. In the end, he realized he was the true villain. He tugged at his hair, overwhelmed by waves of regret, shame, and self-hatred. The echo of his own harsh words rang in his ears, amplifying his inner turmoil. He whispered an apology to himself, gazing out at the ocean, feeling the weight of his actions. A few hours later, the plane began its descent toward Island. As it lowered, Deku prepared to jump from the tail. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself toward the ground. Just 100 feet above the water, he punched the air, slowing his descent enough to land safely. He sank beneath the surface for a moment before kicking back up and swimming toward the dock, eager to explore Island. The members of Class 1A had split into smaller groups to explore the island. Ochako's group spotted All Might speaking with a blonde teenager, who was there to escort him to David as a surprise. They continued their exploration, marveling at the various inventions, rides, tourist attractions, and quirk testing areas. Citizens were using their quirks freely, adhering to U.S. regulations that allowed such use without a hero license, provided it was for defense. Those with more dangerous quirks had to undergo special training and obtain a license to demonstrate their control. Kyoka expressed her envy, noting how much easier life would be if they could use their quirks without restrictions. Momo reminded her that America had a higher crime rate than Japan. Kyoka countered, highlighting that at least people there could defend themselves without fear of punishment. Mina and Ochako nodded in agreement, lamenting the strict laws in Japan that often penalized individuals for using their quirks in self-defense. As they walked, Ochako's attention was drawn to someone passing by. He was a few inches taller than her, dressed in a baggy hoodie and pants, heading toward the central tower of Island. The sight of his forest green hair made her heart race. She whispered Izuku's name, but before she could act, he vanished into the crowd. Sam smiled to himself as he left the docks, feeling pleased after assisting Wolfram and his associates. Everything was going according to plan, and soon he would be wealthy enough to claim Melissa for himself. Arriving at his office, he scanned his ID card to enter. Just as the doors were about to close, they were forced open, and he was met with a sudden blow to the face, breaking his nose. He crashed into his desk and fell to the ground, holding his face in shock. Deku approached him, crackling with energy as black and green lightning danced around him. Sam feigned innocence, but Deku was not fooled. He grabbed Sam's head and slammed it into the desk, demanding information about Wolfram. Sam winced in pain, struggling to respond. A swift knee to his jaw sent him reeling, and he cried out as Deku pressed on, unyielding. The room echoed with the sounds of chaos as Deku demanded answers, his resolve hardening. Sam, now terrified, realized the gravity of his situation. Deku revealed his knowledge of a device that could enhance quirks, explaining how Sam had betrayed his trust by aligning with villains for personal gain. Sam trembled, recognizing the monster he had awakened. Deku's voice turned dark as he prepared to unleash his new quirk. He made it clear that Sam would reveal Wolfram's location, whether he wanted to or not. Sam's fear escalated and he screamed, though the sound was muffled by the soundproof walls. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Dabi lounged on a couch, a cigarette hanging from his lips, enjoying a moment of relaxation. His boss had given him and Himiko the day off to do whatever they wanted while he was away, as long as they kept an eye on news about the League or the Yakuza, along with the Hero Association. He took another drag from his cigarette when the door swung open, and Himiko skipped in, her face lit up with a cheerful smile. He glanced over at her, curious about what had her in such a good mood. She revealed that she had managed to sneak into the Yakuza base, her grin revealing her excitement. This immediately piqued his interest. He knew for a fact that Deku wanted the Yakuza gone. When he had asked Deku why, a shiver ran down his spine from the dark look he received in return. Deku had said they hurt someone he loved. Shaking his head, he sat up and extended his hand to take the envelope from Himiko. She handed it over before walking to the fridge they had installed, thanks to Deku connecting the wiring to the central grid. They couldn't turn on any lights, as that would draw attention, but they had candles that provided enough illumination as long as they covered the windows. Opening the fridge, she found the food she had bought, along with blood bags that Deku had filled for her. This made her very happy, and she blushed as she took one out and bit into it, savoring the sweetness and the joy it brought her. Meanwhile, Dabi was reading the envelope, his expression growing darker with each passing moment. The leader of the Yakuza made his own father seem like a saint with the twisted things he was doing to someone named Eri. Dabi noted that this information would likely please Deku, but it would also infuriate him to the point where he would want to eliminate anyone who got in his way. Himiko asked if Dabi knew why Deku hated the Yakuza so much, as his previous answer had been vague. Dabi admitted he didn't know much, only that Deku had mentioned they hurt someone he loved. Hearing this, Himiko's eyes darkened with determination. She was resolved to hurt the man who had angered Izuku and harmed those he cared about. She quickly shook her head and turned to Dabi, deciding to ask a question that had been on her mind since their encounter with the dead mother. She inquired about Izuku's black lightning. Dabi sighed and explained that, from what he remembered, Izuku's anger and hatred, combined with the evolution of his quirk, had led to this new power. He mentioned that it drew from his quirk's energy, and the angrier he became, the stronger it grew. Himiko nodded, glancing at her blood bag filled with Izuku's blood, wondering what had happened to him. Meanwhile, at Island, a group of Class 1A students waited by the elevator, eager for the dance party to begin. Kirishima expressed his excitement, declaring it would be a very manly event. Katsuki looked at him, a faint smile crossing his face as he gazed out the window at the rest of Island. Ever since he had been defeated by Izuku, he had changed. He was quieter and more reserved, rarely getting angry or insulting anyone anymore. The most surprising change was that he had apologized to the entire class for his past rudeness, promising to keep his temper in check. Katsuki was pulled from his thoughts when Kirishima slapped his back, urging him to join the others. As they entered the party room, he couldn't shake the words that echoed in his mind, reminding him of his past as a villain. He clenched his fists in frustration, acknowledging that Izuku had always been the true hero. Leading the group was Melissa, who explained that the room was filled with top scientists, financial backers, and renowned heroes there to witness new inventions and gear. Ida, adjusting his glasses, remarked on how nice the place was before wandering off to mingle with the elite. The others dispersed, some heading to the food table to sample the offerings. As time passed, a middle-aged man with brown hair and blue eyes, wearing glasses, cleared his throat into the microphone, introducing himself as David Shield. The room filled with applause as he expressed his pride in the new inventions and inspiring scientists present. Just as he was about to continue, a gunshot rang out, and a villain entered the room with a sinister smile, demanding everyone put their hands up. Panic spread through the crowd as All Might prepared to act, but the villain aimed his weapon at a woman trying to shield her child, threatening to harm more if they didn't comply. Reluctantly, All Might raised his arms in surrender, knowing he had to protect those around him. The ceiling caved in as a figure clad in a dark green hero suit with red arm gauntlets and white gloves crashed through, landing directly on Wolfram and causing immediate injury. Wolfram let out a pained scream, but before he could react, Deku raised his fist and brought it down forcefully, sending Wolfram crashing through the floor while Deku remained on the dance floor. A villain attempted to shout a warning, but Deku's foot struck him hard, breaking his arm and ribs on one side before he was sent flying into the wall. Deku turned to face the others, raising his arms and focusing. Black lightning surged forth, electrifying them until smoke and burns appeared, leaving them unconscious on the ground. The room fell silent, everyone in shock at the display. In the back, David's eyes widened as he noticed the device Deku held, one that could surpass a quirk's limits. He shouted in disbelief, questioning how Deku had obtained it. Deku turned to glare at him, his expression fierce enough to instill fear. He growled, suggesting David ask himself and his friend Sam about it, before punching the wall with such force that the room shook. A body fell, revealing a bruised and bloodied Sam, barely clinging to life. Ignoring the gasps of horror, Deku grabbed Sam by the head and lifted him, delivering a punch to his back. He demanded answers. Sam, coughing up blood, confessed that he had made a deal for villains to kill Deku and take the device, along with a payment for himself. Deku's anger surged, and he punched Sam harder, demanding everything. Tears streamed down Sam's face as he continued, revealing his request for the villains to kidnap Melissa so he could have her to himself. Gasps of horror echoed around the room, and Melissa felt a wave of disgust and betrayal wash over her. Deku coldly instructed Sam to sleep before throwing his broken body across the room, where he crashed through a table and lay in a heap. Deku then crushed the device underfoot, shattering it into countless pieces. Turning, Deku walked toward the hole in the ceiling, catching sight of his friends watching him. Mina and Ochako covered their mouths in shock. Ida glared, ready to intervene, while Katsuki looked on in disbelief. The others were a mix of shock and horror. Without a word, Deku jumped down the hole, following the blood trail left by Wolfram, who was struggling to escape due to his injuries. Back with the others, they were frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Even All Might was at a loss. Suddenly, Ochako ran forward and jumped down the hole, ignoring the calls for her to come back. Upon landing, she found an empty lab but quickly spotted the blood trail and began to follow it. After a minute, she found Izuku interrogating Wolfram. Deku's fist struck Wolfram's gut with such force that blood spilled from his mouth. He demanded to know where All for One was. Wolfram, defiant, taunted Deku, insisting he would never reveal anything. Deku vowed to make him talk when they returned to Japan, then grabbed Wolfram's face and slammed his head against the wall, knocking him out cold. He picked him up by the back of his shirt and began to drag him away when he heard someone call out to him. Izuku froze, turning to see Ochako with tears in her eyes. She asked him why he was doing this, struggling to hold back her emotions. They locked eyes, but he remained silent. She pleaded with him to tell her. He responded that he had to do it, simple as that, while suppressing his emotions. Ochako insisted he was lying, that this wasn't like him, and begged him to be honest. He revealed his feelings, saying he loved her and didn't want her to leave him behind. Memories flooded her mind of comforting a crying Izuku, and her heart ached. She expressed her desire to help him, but he turned away, telling her it was best to forget him, that heroes and villains couldn't work together. Watching him walk away shattered her heart, and she reached out to stop him, but it was too late. She could only watch as he disappeared around a corner. Deku stared at Wolfram, who sat in a chair, a bloody mess after a day of interrogation. Wolfram admitted he didn't know much, just that he had been contacted for a job. As he looked down, Deku noted the state of his body, covered in cuts and bruises. Deku declared that Wolfram's usefulness had come to an end and that this was for all the people he had harmed. With a swift motion, he struck, ending Wolfram's life in an instant. Surveying the aftermath, Deku noticed the gun that had been on Wolfram when he captured him. He aimed it at the ceiling of the warehouse and fired until it was empty, then discarded it before leaving. He soared through the night sky, heading back to the new headquarters he had instructed Himiko and Dabi to relocate to, having to move due to increasing police patrols in the area. It was only thanks to the sewers that they were able to escape unnoticed. Deku continued to soar through the sky, either kicking the air or jumping from roof to roof. He did this for about an hour until he arrived at his new base, a considerable distance from his home, but he knew that was for the better. After running for a little while longer, he landed on the roof and entered the building. He descended 3 flights of stairs before arriving at the room where Dabi and Himiko were. Upon entering, he saw them playing Go. Himiko triumphantly declared her victory, showing that the entire board was black for her. Dabi grumbled in frustration before noticing Deku's presence and greeted him, noting it was good to see him back. Deku raised an eyebrow as Himiko stood up and handed him an envelope. As he opened it and began to read, his rage boiled over. Both Dabi and Himiko froze, feeling the intense pressure radiating from him, a pure force that instinctively urged them to flee. Deku darkly stated that they needed to prepare because in 2 days, they would eradicate the Yakuza from the face of the planet, leaving no survivors. He was determined, fueled by the knowledge that Overhaul was causing his daughter immense suffering, especially since All for One had ordered him to double his research. This meant only one thing for Eri: she was being killed and revived almost 50 times a week now. As Deku walked away, he soon reached his room, which contained only some extra field rations, medical supplies, and various envelopes detailing All for One's movements. He sat down against the wall where he usually slept and pulled out his phone to dial Nizu's number. It didn't even ring once before it was answered. Nizu's cheerful voice greeted him, curious about the reason for the call. Deku informed Nizu that he had located Overhaul's base and planned to attack it in 2 days. He requested that Nizu gather all the pro-heroes who had assisted in the original raid to follow in after his team had cleared the area. Nizu inquired why he needed the heroes, and Deku explained that he wanted to ensure no monsters escaped to see the light of day again. Nizu acknowledged that he understood Deku's reasoning, especially since Class 1A and B were preparing to leave for summer training camp. Deku assured him that he would keep an eye on them, as All for One would likely target them to capture someone from his class. Nizu agreed to get the heroes ready, and Deku expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Eri lay on something soft and warm, which rose and fell gently. The calming sound of a heartbeat soothed her. As she slowly opened her eyes, she saw a pair of forest green eyes gazing back at her. The man greeted her with a warm smile and a gentle kiss on her forehead. Eri felt a strange warmth in her chest and an unfamiliar word surfaced in her mind: Papa. The man reminded her that he would always protect and love her. However, before this comforting dream could continue, she was abruptly pulled back into cold reality. Pain surged through her as she was brought back to life for the 13th time that day. Overhaul had increased the frequency of her torment since a meeting a week ago, subjecting her to repeated experiments that led to her death, only for her to be revived to endure it all over again. Overhaul instructed Rappa to take her back to her cell, cutting the session short due to an upcoming meeting. He noticed the flicker of relief in Eri's eyes and decided to crush it, announcing that he would increase her dissection sessions to 30 times tomorrow as punishment for the interruption. Eri whimpered at the thought, knowing that no matter what she did, she would always be blamed and treated even worse. Rappa nodded and roughly dragged her back to her cell. As they made their way, a massive explosion echoed through the facility, causing Rappa to pause in confusion. Suddenly, the PA system blared to life, announcing that they were under attack. At this, every member followed protocol, with the cannon fodder rushing to the entrance while Chronostasis and Mimic headed to Overhaul. Rappa, tasked with delivering Eri to his boss, turned around and ran to where Overhaul was. Deku burst onto the scene, swiftly dispatching a minion with a powerful punch that sent him into a cloud of mist. The others looked on in terror as Deku tore through the defenses, his allies handling anyone he missed with ease. He encountered a massive steel door blocking his path and unleashed his black lightning, melting it into a puddle of molten metal. As he advanced, Rikia charged through the hall, vowing to prevent Deku from reaching Overhaul. Deku ignored him, viewing him merely as another obstacle to eliminate. Rikia attempted to absorb energy from Deku and the others, but before he could succeed, Deku was upon him, delivering a punch that created a massive hole in Rikia's abdomen. The force of the blow tore apart the hall, and Rikia's last words were a stunned realization before he fell to the ground. Deku instructed Dabi and Himiko to search the base for any important information and eliminate anyone he missed, while he continued deeper into the facility, shaking his head silently as he moved forward. So far, this base had the exact same layout as his old one, right down to the same light placements and paint color. They both acknowledged the command and quickly set off to fulfill their tasks. Deku continued on his path, determined to confront any member of the Yakuza who crossed his way. He felt no sympathy for them. They were all equally responsible for Eri's suffering at the hands of Overhaul. As he entered a room, he encountered several members of the 8 Precepts: Rappa, Hekiji, Didoro, and Sorimitsu. Rappa, filled with excitement at the prospect of facing a powerful opponent, challenged Deku, eager to test his strength. Deku regarded them with a steely gaze, dark energy crackling around him. They were merely obstacles in his way. Meanwhile, Overhaul, Mimic, and Chronostasis were making their way to the emergency exit he had installed in all his bases, Eri in tow. Mimic, puzzled, asked Overhaul if he had any idea how they had been discovered. Overhaul dismissed the concern, stating they would simply relocate to another base and start anew. His grip on Eri's wrist tightened, causing her to wince in pain as he blamed her for their predicament. As they approached the exit, the base suddenly shook, followed by a massive explosion. An object flew through the wall behind them, crashing into the wall ahead. Once the dust settled, it revealed Rappa, severely injured and barely clinging to life. With his last breath, he urged Overhaul to flee before collapsing. A chilling voice cut through the tension, sending shivers down their spines, even Overhaul's. Turning around, they saw Deku standing before them, his eyes filled with pure, seething hatred directed solely at Overhaul. Overhaul's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. Deku was someone he never wanted to face. Overhaul attempted to maintain his composure, greeting Deku with a calm facade, though sweat trickled down his back in fear. He offered a proposition, suggesting that if Deku handed over Eri, he might allow him to die without suffering. Deku's response was unwavering. He demanded Eri without room for negotiation. Overhaul coldly informed him that Eri was too valuable for his research. Eri flinched at his words, a reaction that did not go unnoticed by Deku, intensifying his anger. In that moment, a memory surfaced in Eri's mind, recalling a time when Izuku had entered the temporary tent at the hero's new base, far from All for One and his spies. "Papa!" Eri had exclaimed, rushing toward him, only to halt in shock at the sight of his injuries, his body marked with cuts and bruises. He reassured her that he would be okay as long as she was happy, though his smile was strained from the pain he endured. Eri was pulled from her thoughts when Overhaul slammed his hand on the ground, creating a wall of spikes to halt Deku's assault. Meanwhile, Himiko gleefully pulled a flash drive from the computer in the main server room, knowing that even if they survived, they would be left with nothing. Dabi, peering into the room from the hallway, asked if she had everything. She confirmed with excitement as she skipped past the guard who had tried to erase the data. Just then, a voice interrupted Dabi, declaring that they wouldn't be going anywhere. Turning around, they saw Mirio standing before them with a broad smile, flanked by Nijire and Tamaki, along with their leader. Night Eye informed them that the building was surrounded and urged them to surrender. Dabi exchanged a glance with Himiko, who nodded. He then unleashed a massive wave of flames down the hallway, incinerating everything in its path as she sprinted away. Nijire stepped forward, channeling her energy to create blast waves that countered the wall of flames. Night Eye instructed Mirio to catch up and stop them, to which he eagerly agreed before vanishing into the ground. After a moment, Nijire managed to suppress the flames, and they all began to pursue Dabi and Himiko. They didn't have to chase far before they found Dabi locked in a standoff with Mirio. Just as Night Eye was about to speak, the entire room collapsed, revealing the bright summer sky above them. Dabi laughed, noting that Deku seemed angrier than ever, and he had to make his escape. He sent a torrent of fire toward them to cover his retreat while still trying to keep Mirio at bay. Meanwhile, Deku had destroyed the ceiling of the base in a desperate attempt to save Eri, but Overhaul had anticipated him. In a shocking move, he ended Eri's life before Deku's eyes and then shattered Deku's right arm, leaving him in agony. Fueled by rage, Deku glared at Overhaul, who casually touched the blood that had once been Eri and revived her. Deku seethed, blaming Overhaul for the chaos, causing Eri to flinch and cry. Overhaul then killed her again, only to revive her once more. Deku vowed to keep killing him until he was rendered permanently incapable of harm. Eri's cries intensified as she looked down, while Deku was consumed by fury. He focused on his injured arm, recalling the sensation of using Black Whip, and willed it to activate. Tiny wisps began to emerge, and despite the pain, he persevered until they exploded from his stump, swirling in the air, waiting for his command. A rare smile broke across his face. He was one step closer to defeating All for One. Seeing Overhaul's shocked expression, Deku seized the moment and charged forward. Before Overhaul could react, Deku struck him with such force that the lower half of his body was sent flying from his makeshift tower. As he prepared to attack again, he noticed Eri beside him, looking at him in fear. His expression softened, and he reached out gently toward her. Eri shut her eyes, bracing for pain, but instead felt a warm, comforting hand on her head. Opening her eyes, she saw Deku's caring green gaze. He promised her safety, and as memories of him flooded her mind, she felt a warmth in her chest, an unfamiliar emotion that made her want to hug him and call him Papa. Suddenly, the ground shook as Overhaul rose in a grotesque form, his limbs covered in a strange substance. He screamed for Eri to be returned and lunged toward Deku with surprising speed. Deku quickly grabbed Eri and leaped away, landing on a rooftop. He assured her that she would be safe. Eri hesitated, not wanting to let him go, fearing he would disappear. Deku reassured her that he would return no matter what. Acting on instinct, he lowered his mask and gently kissed her forehead. Eri felt a warmth spread through her, her lips twitching into a smile. He promised to be right back, replaced his mask, and jumped down to confront Overhaul. Before Overhaul could react, Deku appeared in front of him and kicked him with tremendous force. Overhaul was sent flying, crashing through his own spike walls, one of which pierced his abdomen. Deku glared at him, lightning crackling around him like serpents. He declared that the attack was for Eri. Overhaul retaliated by summoning hundreds of spikes from the ground, which Deku skillfully jumped over to close the distance. He delivered a powerful punch that extended far beyond his reach. Feeling the impact break two of Overhaul's ribs, he touched his chest, and his body erupted in a shower of blood before instantly rebuilding itself. The fight continued, with Deku dodging grabs and delivering swift attacks, but he had to leap back to avoid more spikes. While airborne, he gathered energy for a powerful attack. With determination, he unleashed a devastating blow, reminiscent of All Might's signature move. Overhaul was sent back again, gritting his teeth and waiting for Deku to come closer to spring his trap. He questioned Deku's motivations, asking why he was so determined to eliminate villains and sacrifice his future as a hero. To prevent monsters like Overhaul from harming people, Deku had made a choice. He had become a monster himself, determined to eliminate those who threatened innocent lives. With a swift motion, he transformed his black whip arm into a mass of tendrils and swung them in a wide arc toward Overhaul. Overhaul quickly erected a massive wall to block the attack, realizing too late that Deku had anticipated this move. As the wall shielded him, he attempted to retaliate by shooting spikes from it, some piercing Deku's side. However, Deku countered with a powerful knee strike to Overhaul's chin, shattering his jaw and breaking his mask. Overhaul was sent flying, while Deku clutched his side in pain. He gathered black lightning in his hand, forming a ball of plasma to sear his wounds shut, using the pain to stay conscious despite the blood loss. He then touched his head, causing it to explode and immediately repair itself. Though his head returned to normal, he felt every nerve scream in agony from the experience. Before he could dwell on the pain, Deku drove his fist into Overhaul's gut, skillfully dodging a lunge. He seized Overhaul's wrist, snapping it at the elbow, and followed up with a kick to the back of his head. The blow disoriented Overhaul, costing him one of his arms and leaving him with only 3. Seeing his opportunity, Deku attempted to ensnare Overhaul, but the villain leaped away just as spikes shot up from the ground where he had placed his hand. Deku landed a distance away, narrowly avoiding a flying spike that tore his mask off and cut across his face. With determination, Deku unleashed a powerful air blast, which Overhaul blocked with a wall. But Deku was ready. Black Whip shot up from the ground and impaled Overhaul through his lower abdomen. Overhaul quickly touched the wound, making it disappear while he healed himself by destroying and rebuilding his upper body. However, he was still missing one of his arms. Deku glared at him and shot Black Whip at 2 massive pieces of rubble, pulling them down to smash into Overhaul. The villain created a barrier from the ground to block the attack, but it left his vision obscured. Seizing the moment, Deku shouted a powerful attack name and struck, cracking the side of Overhaul's skull and sending him flying through a wall he had built earlier. He rolled on the ground, glaring at Deku while his body screamed in pain. He knew he had to end this fight quickly. Both Deku and Overhaul prepared for the next clash, but they were interrupted by the arrival of Dabi and Himiko. Himiko's eyes widened in horror as she took in Deku's battered state. He was missing an arm, covered in cuts and burns, and bleeding heavily. Realizing that Deku's friends were close, Overhaul slammed his hand to the ground, sending a wave of spikes toward them. Dabi pushed Himiko out of the way, but Deku dashed forward and punched the ground, shattering it and stopping most of the spikes. However, 2 still struck him, one piercing his foot and the other his upper thigh. Gritting his teeth in pain, he ripped the spikes out and used black lightning to cauterize the wounds. He yelled at them to get out of there, not waiting for a response before launching back into the fight. Deku used Black Whip to grab a massive boulder and swung it at Overhaul. The villain dodged, but he was unable to evade Deku's next attack as he was left vulnerable in the air. Deku wrapped Black Whip around Overhaul's remaining arms and ripped them off, pulling himself closer to choke him with his legs. With a powerful motion, he slammed Overhaul headfirst into the ground. Deku's head spun from the force of the impact, but he couldn't afford to hesitate. He ripped off Overhaul's last arm, then grabbed him by the throat and struck him with his Black Whip arm, cracking his skull and rattling his brain. A series of punches followed, knocking out teeth and shattering Overhaul's nose. Deku continued his relentless assault, cracking Overhaul's eye socket and destroying his eye. Finally, Deku wrapped both hands around Overhaul's head and brought it down onto his knee, shattering his jaw and caving it in. He then unleashed a powerful smash straight to Overhaul's chest, shattering his ribcage and sending him flying, though Deku had a tendril wrapped around his waist to pull him back. He punched Overhaul again and again, determined to finish the fight. As Deku reared back for one final strike, the heroes entered the room just in time to witness him drive his arms straight through Overhaul's chest. Overhaul's mind struggled to comprehend the pain, firing off signals in a desperate attempt to cope. Deku growled that this was for Eri, and that Overhaul deserved far worse than what he had received. He ripped his arm out of Overhaul's chest, letting the villain's body fall to the ground. Night Eye watched in horror, gritting his teeth as he realized his vision had come true. He had hoped to intervene and help Midoriya, but now he understood that nothing could be done to change the outcome. The Hero Association and government were determined to either capture or eliminate Izuku Midoriya. Mirio looked at him, trying to suppress his nausea from the sight before him, and urged him to surrender, stating that he was in no condition to fight. The atmosphere thickened with an overwhelming killing intent that reminded Night Eye of All for One. Deku, glaring fiercely, declared that he would fight them all if necessary. No one could move. The intensity of Deku's resolve paralyzed them. Just as he was about to continue, he coughed up blood and nearly lost consciousness. Shaking off the dizziness, he jumped away, heading to the roof where he had left Eri. He needed to contact Nizu to send someone for her. Despite his longing to hold Eri in his arms again, he knew he couldn't let anyone get close to him while All for One, Shigaraki, and the Hero Association were still a threat. This also applied to Himiko and Dabi. After witnessing Overhaul's attack, he realized he couldn't risk their safety either. In a small apartment, Inko sat staring at a birthday cake she had baked, a tradition she maintained every year for Izuku. Her hair was unkempt, dark circles under her eyes betrayed her sleepless nights, and she had lost significant weight due to her lack of appetite. Holding a picture of Izuku as a 4-year-old in an All Might onesie, she whispered a heartfelt birthday wish, expressing her sorrow and confusion over his current situation. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented the distance that had grown between them. Outside, Mitsuki stood ready to knock on Inko's door, accompanied by Katsuki, who had changed remarkably. He was no longer aggressive or foul-mouthed. Instead, he was quiet and respectful, a transformation that unsettled Mitsuki. Upon entering Inko's apartment, she found her friend at the table, crying over the cake while clutching the picture of Izuku. Unable to bear the sight, she rushed to Inko and enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Inko expressed her despair, fearing for her son's life as the government sought to eliminate him. Katsuki, determined, declared that he would save Izuku, feeling it was the least he could do after everything that had happened. He believed that Izuku still deserved to be a hero. Meanwhile, Dabi and Himiko observed Deku with a mix of shock and admiration as he ensured Eri was eating her first real meal. Despite having lost his right arm, he seemed unfazed, using his new quirk to compensate. After tending to his wounds, he watched Eri enjoy her food, memories of happier times flooding back. He realized he couldn't allow himself to grow attached to her again, nor could he let her become attached to him. He had contacted Nizu the previous night, arranging for Aizawa to look after Eri later that evening. They discussed the possibility of Himiko and Dabi attending UA, where they could become the heroes they were meant to be. Eri looked up at Deku, concerned for his well-being. She offered him half of her sandwich, wanting to share her meal with him. He accepted it with a faint smile, cherishing the moment, knowing it would be their last together for her safety. Eri felt a warm sensation in her chest, an urge to hug him, sensing an inexplicable bond between them. Once Eri finished her food, Deku informed her that they needed to go somewhere. She agreed, feeling a strange familiarity with him, despite not fully understanding it. He opened his phone to message Nizu about their meeting with Aizawa. Meanwhile, back at UA, Class 1A gathered in the living room, engaged in various activities. Todoroki remained mostly silent but mentioned something peculiar that had been troubling his classmates, particularly Mina and Ochako. He revealed that his sister had been having dreams about Izuku and a little girl with white hair. They were all discussing the dreams they had been experiencing lately and how real they felt. Ochako, nervously playing with her hands, mentioned that she had seen herself a couple of days ago. Sue, confused, asked for clarification. Ochako explained that after their conversation with Aizawa and All Might, they had been pushed away, leaving her feeling depressed. While walking down the hall, she encountered her own reflection in her hero costume, who urged her to save Izuku, as he was suffering due to their failure. Mina suddenly chimed in, sharing that she had a similar vision. While sitting in her room, she had seen herself, who pleaded for Izuku's rescue, expressing her deep love for him and her sorrow over his pain. The others listened in shock, especially as Mina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her admission. She continued, revealing a different vision where Izuku was holding Miruko in his arms, crying out in despair over her loss. Tears welled in her eyes as she recalled the emotions tied to that moment. She remembered sacrificing herself to save Midoriya, while Aizawa, Ryukyu, and others had dragged him away as she and Tokoyami fought off a monstrous threat. A chill ran through the group as they collectively recalled that traumatic experience. Sue looked down, remembering how Kyoka had to pull her away while she screamed for Tokoyami not to leave her. Toru then raised a concern about their classmates who harbored resentment towards Izuku, particularly Ojiro, Mineta, and Ida, due to his actions. The Japanese government was also seeking his arrest, possibly even execution. The group fell silent, grappling with the weight of the situation. Despite Izuku's actions, he remained their friend. Ochako broke the silence, asserting that they needed to save him. Even if he resisted or fought back, they had to fight for him because he was their friend and a hero. They would become the heroes who saved heroes in need. The group nodded in agreement, realizing they needed to train and grow stronger to rescue Izuku from the dark path he was on. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Aoyama struggled to remain calm as troubling images filled his mind, compounded by All for One's relentless demands for information. The pressure was mounting, and he felt close to breaking under the weight of it all. Later that night, Aizawa stood on a tall skyscraper, gazing out over the city. He had been instructed to wait for Izuku to arrive and hand over Eri for her safety. Eri approached him, excitedly showing off a crayon drawing she made of Izuku, herself, and Mina. Aizawa shook his head, trying to push away painful memories that haunted him. In a dark twist of fate, those memories brought him closer to Emi, leading him to invite her over for comfort. She had offered her support, willing to be there for him whenever he needed it. Suddenly, Izuku appeared, and Aizawa froze at the sight of him. Izuku's costume was tattered and stained, a testament to the battles he had faced. But what struck Aizawa most was that Izuku was missing his right arm, replaced by dark wisps. Aizawa felt a surge of guilt at seeing his student in such a state, knowing he had endured so much to protect others, regardless of how the world viewed him. Their eyes met, and Aizawa glanced at Eri, who was hiding behind Izuku, peeking out to see him. Realizing he needed to act quickly, Izuku gently placed his hand on Eri's head, introducing her to Aizawa and explaining that he would take care of her at UA. Eri's eyes widened in horror, and tears filled her eyes as she clung to Izuku's pants, pleading not to be separated from him. Izuku's heart ached as he tried to reassure her, explaining that he couldn't keep her safe. Eri cried harder, expressing her desperation not to be left alone. Izuku felt a profound pain in his chest, wanting nothing more than to hold her and promise never to leave, but he knew he had to let her go to protect her. With a heavy heart, he repeated that she had to go with Aizawa. Eri's grip tightened, and her cries grew louder. Overwhelmed, Izuku picked her up and hugged her tightly, apologizing for what he had to do. Before she could react, he gently set her down and leaped into the night sky. Eri called out for him, trying to run after him, but Aizawa stopped her from reaching the edge. As Izuku soared away, tears streamed down his cheeks, and he whispered an apology into the night. Eri was sobbing, her emotions overwhelming her, causing her quirk to activate. However, Aizawa quickly intervened, canceling her quirk before anything could happen. The next day, as Class 1A and 1B boarded the buses, they noticed Aizawa approaching with a little girl still crying and holding his hand. Ochako, Mina, and the others looked at her, and a wave of memories flooded back, especially for Ochako and Mina, who felt a strong maternal instinct kick in. They recognized her immediately. Eri looked up at them, and new images rushed through her mind. She knew who they were, along with 3 other women. Wiggling free from Aizawa's hand, she ran toward them and hugged them tightly. Ochako and Mina embraced her, feeling waves of happiness wash over them. Ochako instinctively rubbed the back of Eri's head, remembering that it always calmed her down. Eri cried out, asking why her father had left her. Ochako and Mina understood who she meant, and Mina responded that it was to protect her. Eri continued, expressing her worry that her father was hurt and had lost his arm to save her. Both Ochako and Mina's eyes widened in shock. Kyoka, overhearing, dropped her suitcase in horror. Ochako reassured Eri that they would save him. Mina picked Eri up, and Eri wrapped her arms around her neck as Mina carried her to the bus. Aizawa watched with a small smile, knowing Eri was in good hands. Once on the bus, Aizawa addressed the students, informing them they were going somewhere for summer training and that special guests would join them. He gestured behind him, revealing Miruko and the Big Three. While the Big Three were their usual selves, Miruko appeared quiet, recalling her battle with Deku. She froze when she saw Eri, memories of raising her alongside Izuku flooding back. Meanwhile, All for One watched from a screen, discussing plans with Shigaraki, who had prepared 10 new Nomu to attack Class 1A and capture students for their quirks. All for One expressed his eagerness to eliminate All Might and Deku, assuring Shigaraki that he had contingencies in place should anything go wrong. Dabi and Himiko observed Deku, who was leaning against a wall, sleeping. Concerned for him, they remained silent, knowing he rarely spoke about his problems and always prioritized his duties. Himiko asked if he was okay, noting his care for Eri and how he had distanced himself from them. Dabi agreed, expressing uncertainty about Deku's behavior. Suddenly, Deku awoke, activating his Black Whip quirk and instructing them to get ready to leave. He announced they were heading to the training camp where classes 1A and 1B were located, intending to confront the villains planning to attack. When Himiko inquired how he knew about the attack, Deku lied, claiming he had an informant. He pulled up his hood and put on his mouth guard before heading for the door. Dabi followed, stating they needed to keep up with him, while Himiko felt excited about spending more time with Izuku. The next morning, Toru rubbed her eyes, looking at a sleepy Ochako who was holding Eri, who had fallen asleep against her. Eri had tear stains on her cheeks and bags under her eyes. They stood outside the training camp, exhausted after the previous day's tests. Mina approached Ochako, gently combing Eri's hair with her fingers, expressing a need for coffee. Aizawa gathered everyone, announcing the start of their training. He explained that he and Mandalay had developed plans to strengthen their quirks, promising that by the end of the training, they would be much stronger. Mandalay added her encouragement, while Pixie Bob playfully warned them that they might regret wanting to be heroes after the training. Ragdoll enthusiastically called for everyone to get started. Class 1A split into groups with various teachers to enhance their quirks. Meanwhile, Eri sat against a tree, trying to make herself as small as possible. She had barely stopped crying since Izuku had pushed her away, despite his promise to always care for her. Sniffling, she wiped her nose and stared at the ground, feeling despondent. Ochako and Mina attempted to cheer her up, but nothing seemed to work. Eri whispered to herself, questioning why her father had left her when he had promised to always be there. On a nearby cliff, a purple portal opened, and a group of villains emerged, accompanied by 20 Nomu. Muscular wore a dark grin as he expressed his eagerness to confront their enemies. Kurogyri reminded him to remain patient, explaining that they needed to wait until nightfall when the guards would be less vigilant. Their informant had also indicated that an event would occur that day, creating an opportunity for their attack. Muscular, frustrated by the wait, longed for the chance to confront the young heroes. Moonfish added his own unsettling desire for flesh, prompting Spinner to remind them that their target was only the unworthy heroes, directing a glare at Muscular. Muscular retorted defiantly, insisting he would do as he pleased. Magna observed the tension with amusement, indifferent to their squabbles. Kurogyri warned them to wait for nightfall, threatening dire consequences if they failed to follow the plan. Muscular simply hoped for loud screams from their victims. Kurogyri then stepped through a portal to a massive tank filled with embryonic fluid, where Shigaraki was nearly fully healed. Garaki noted that the healing process was almost complete, expressing satisfaction with the modifications made to Shigaraki's body. Kurogyri acknowledged Garaki's success and prepared to monitor the Vanguard Action Squad. Meanwhile, the heroes at the camp were strategizing their defense. With the top 3 from UA and Miruko present, they felt confident against the small group of villains and a lone Nomu that would attack later that night. On a nearby hill, Deku, Dabi, and Himiko discussed their roles in the upcoming confrontation. Deku instructed Dabi to take out Compress, cautioning him about the villain's quirk, while Himiko was assigned to deal with Mustard, advised to use the gas mask Deku had provided. When Himiko inquired about Deku's target, he darkly revealed he would confront Muscular, recalling the villain's heinous crimes, including the deaths of many innocents. The thought of such a monster living comfortably in a cell while the families of his victims suffered infuriated him. Himiko recognized Muscular as the villain who had killed 2 water hose heroes years prior, and Deku confirmed the gruesome details of their fate. Dabi encouraged Deku to deliver a strong lesson to Muscular, while Himiko expressed her desire for him to feel pain. Miruko, feeling bored as she munched on curry, noticed Eri sitting quietly, playing with her food. In a surprising moment, Miruko smiled gently, patted Eri's head, and pulled her into a comforting hug. Eri expressed her sadness about her father leaving her, and Miruko found herself at a loss for words, aware of Eri's attachment to Izuku and the troubling memories that seemed to surface. Mandalay questioned Aizawa about the lack of communication regarding a test that night. Aizawa explained that they were expecting an attack from villains, which was why Miruko and the top 3 heroes were present. Mandalay argued that more heroes should have been brought in, but Aizawa explained the risk of a traitor among them, which could alert the League of Villains and lead to an unexpected attack. Understanding the logic but still concerned, Mandalay pressed for details on when the attack would occur and the identity of the traitor. Aizawa informed her that the attack would happen soon, within the next hour, and that the traitor was in his class. Mandalay grimaced at the urgency of the situation but nodded and set off to inform her comrades. Taking a deep breath, Aizawa checked a message from Nizu, who informed him that Deku would be assisting and knocking out his allies to help them become professional heroes. Aizawa quietly urged Deku to accept help instead of pushing everyone away as he approached the Big Three. Mirio greeted him with enthusiasm, while Nijire excitedly asked about his training progress. Tamaki, however, seemed distracted, staring blankly at a tree. Aizawa reminded them to prepare for the impending conflict. The villains would be attacking soon, Aizawa noted. The group nodded and made their way to their quarters to don their costumes. Deku gazed over the dark forest, observing thick clouds of purplish fog that signified the presence of the villain Mustard, who had caused the deaths of 6 people and left many others hospitalized due to lung damage from his poison gas. He instructed Himiko and Dabi, who acknowledged him before heading off to assist Class 1A and the other heroes while also weakening the League. Once they departed, Deku turned his attention to a rock formation where he knew Koda was hiding. Crouching down slightly, he activated One for All and soared into the night sky towards Koda and Muscular. As he flew, he noticed Miruko engaged in battle with 6 Nomus, which puzzled him momentarily until he realized that Apiyama had likely informed the League of her presence along with the Big Three. Shaking off the distraction, he focused on his target and spotted Muscular approaching Koda with a menacing grin. Muscular taunted Koda, suggesting he would soon reunite with his parents, but his words were abruptly interrupted when a pair of metal shoes crashed onto his head, driving him 2 feet into the rock below. Koda froze at the sight of the dark figure surrounded by black lightning, standing protectively over him. Deku, with a cold tone, urged Koda to run as fast as he could. Obeying, Koda fled to safety. Deku prepared to strike Muscular, but the villain moved unexpectedly, attempting to grab him with a massive arm. Deku narrowly dodged the attack. Muscular laughed, relishing the challenge, and recognized Deku, his grin widening as he bulked up with even more muscle. He expressed his eagerness to fight, demanding to see Deku's blood. Charging at Deku, Muscular was caught off guard when Deku vanished and reappeared beneath him. Before he could react, Deku delivered a powerful kick to the side of his head, sending him crashing into the mountain. Muscular laughed, exhilarated by the fight, and tore himself free from the wall, gaining even more muscle mass. Deku remained silent, glaring at Muscular as he charged again. He dodged a massive strike and retaliated by punching Muscular's elbow, snapping the bone. Muscular seemed unfazed, swinging his other arm at Deku, who jumped out of the way. Muscular demanded Deku to stop dodging and fight him, craving excitement. Using his strength, Muscular lifted both his injured arms to slam down on Deku, but Deku was ready. He maximized the power of One for All in his gauntlets, effortlessly catching Muscular's arms. Black Whip shot out, wrapping around Muscular's limbs, preparing for the next move in their intense battle. Deku stood firm, a determined look on his face as he prepared to confront Muscular. He wasn't going to engage in a typical fight. Instead, he intended to make Muscular understand the weight of his actions. With a swift motion, Deku struck Muscular's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. In a fluid leap, Deku landed on Muscular's back, his feet pressing down firmly while still holding his arms. Deku's voice was low and intense as he began to tighten his grip with Black Whip, pulling his own arms back in an effort to overpower Muscular. Muscular gritted his teeth, a smile of defiance on his face as he attempted to amplify his muscle fibers to resist Deku's strength. However, his muscles refused to grow any larger, instead becoming constricted to the point of agony. The pressure was immense, and he could feel the strain on his bones. As Deku felt the muscle fibers beneath his feet begin to react, he activated his black lightning quirk, sending a surge of energy coursing through Muscular. The tension escalated, and the sound of fibers stretching filled the air, signaling the impending breaking point. With one final, powerful tug, Muscular let out a howl of pain as he felt the overwhelming force of Deku's grip. Deku looked down at Muscular, his expression unwavering. He regarded Muscular as nothing more than a blight on the world, someone who needed to be stopped. As Deku approached, Muscular struggled to rise, trying to summon his strength once more. But before he could regain his footing, Deku delivered a swift punch to his gut, sending him crashing into the mountainside. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a knee struck him sharply in the chin, jolting his head back. Deku's black whip then ensnared him, tightening its hold. He was flung off the mountain and crashed through a tree. Frustration filled him as he pushed his head to the ground to stand, but another fierce blow struck him, causing him to cry out in pain. Deku approached, questioning why he wasn't laughing at the pain he had always mocked. For the first time in his life, Muscular felt fear. With great effort, he attempted to flee, but Black Whip seized his leg and yanked him back, slamming him into the ground. Deku declared that he wasn't allowed to leave. Muscular trembled as he looked up at Deku, who towered over him. Deku continued, stating that Muscular would not be free until he experienced the suffering he had inflicted on others and their families. Ochako was coughing heavily as she tried to shield herself and Eri from the gas, but nothing she did seemed to work. Without a mask, her shirt was completely ineffective. She needed to find Momo and secure gas masks for both herself and, more importantly, for Eri. Determined, she urged Eri to move quickly, picking her up and running in one direction to escape the toxic air. However, they didn't get far before a figure appeared, clad in a gas mask and armed with a weapon. He commanded them to stop, demanding that she hand over the little girl. Ochako glared defiantly and attempted to flee, but a sharp pain shot through her leg as she was struck. She fell to the ground, wincing in agony. Eri, filled with fear, called out for her mother. The figure smirked, noting how Eri viewed Ochako as her mom. Mustard walked toward the group, excitement in his step, when he suddenly felt someone sprinting through his gas. Turning around, he encountered a figure in a gas mask, wielding 2 knives. He attempted to draw his gun, but his hand was swiftly cut, and a knife was driven into his shoulder. Falling to the ground, he struggled to react as the figure raised her arm and struck down with the blade, cracking his gas mask. In a panic, he deactivated his quirk, but the blow to his temple knocked him out. Himiko, satisfied with her work, noted the confusion on Ochako and Eri's faces as she skipped away. She paused to advise them, suggesting they leave before Deku arrived. Ochako, surprised, asked if Midoriya was there, while Eri's eyes lit up at the mention of her father, hoping to see him again. Himiko noticed the girl's affection for him but chose not to comment, simply reiterating the need for them to escape. Miruko leaped into action, her foot decapitating another Nomu. She dodged the attacks of the remaining 6, glancing at the teachers, the big 3, and the PP cats, all engaged in combat. Gritting her teeth, she surged forward, evading a slash before wrapping her legs around a Nomu's neck and tearing it off, spinning to kick another one away. Meanwhile, the class watched the heroes battle the villains and Nomu, unaware that a villain lurked above them, targeting 2 of his 3 objectives. Compress prepared to capture Katsuki Bakugo and Tokoyami with 2 marbles, but before he could act, a blast of blue flames incinerated his left arm. He fell to the ground, clutching his stump, and looked up to see a figure approaching with flames in hand. Dabi, lifting his arm, taunted him about his injury. Mandalay, observing the newcomer, asked who he was. Aizawa identified him as Dabi, a member of Deku's team. Mandalay felt a mix of relief and concern as the battle continued. Suddenly, something crashed out of the forest, smashing into a giant boulder. It was the battered body of Muscular. Everyone turned to see Deku emerging from the woods, with Himiko following closely behind. The villains realized the gravity of the situation, and Spinner discreetly alerted Kurogyri for an immediate pickup. Magna, desperate to buy time, attempted to use her magnet to pull Deku toward her, as she had done with other heroes in the past, but she overlooked a crucial detail. Deku was relentless. Using Black Whip, he shattered her magnet and severed 4 of her fingers. He then followed up with a powerful kick that caved in her nose, sending her crashing into Spinner, who tried to catch her. Katsuki called out to Izuku, catching his attention momentarily. Deku turned to see Katsuki staring at him in shock, but he quickly shifted his focus back to the battle when he noticed a portal opening in his peripheral vision. Charging forward, he aimed for the portal, but a Nomu burst out, and he narrowly dodged it, feeling a faint sense of danger. The Nomu screeched and charged at him, joined by others to buy time for the League's escape. Fueled by anger, Deku unleashed black lightning, melting through one Nomu and obliterating another's upper body. He then used Black Whip to slice through yet another Nomu. However, this distraction allowed the villains to escape, though he managed to pierce Magna's body and strike Spinner before the portal closed. Frustrated, he glared at the spot where the portal had been. Himiko rushed to his side, urging him to leave, while Dabi stood ready. Ida and Ojiro prepared to confront Deku, along with the Big Three and other heroes, but Deku declared he would be leaving, encouraging Dabi and Toga to pursue their dreams before knocking them both out with a swift strike. Ignoring the confusion on everyone's faces, Deku's gaze locked onto Aoyama, who trembled under his stare. Aoyama realized that Deku knew he was all for one spy. Deku turned away, receiving a discreet nod from Aizawa, indicating he would handle the situation. As Deku prepared to leave, a voice called out to him, breaking his heart. Eri and Ochako, their faces pale from the poison, pleaded with him not to go. Eri cried out for him to take her with him, but she stumbled in her weakened state. Deku fought the urge to look back, knowing that if he did, he wouldn't be able to leave again. He declared he wasn't her father and urged her to forget about him before he shot off toward the city, tears streaming down his cheeks. This was for the best. He was alone again, ensuring that his enemies would find it harder to target his loved ones. Himiko slowly opened her eyes to a white ceiling above her. Confused, she looked around the hospital room, wondering what had happened. She was in the forest when Recovery Girl approached her. Recovery Girl reassured her that she had merely been knocked unconscious and might be experiencing a slight headache. Concerned, she asked about Dabi and Aizu. Dabi, attempting to grab a cigarette, was promptly stopped by Recovery Girl, who insisted he refrain from smoking. Dabi, frustrated, turned away, still annoyed that she couldn't smoke or leave the room. With a hint of urgency, she pressed for information about Aizu. Aizawa entered the room, Nizu perched on his shoulder, munching on popcorn. They exchanged glances, contemplating how to explain the situation. Aizawa informed them that Midoriya had knocked them both out and brought them to safety. He explained that Midoriya had made a deal to take on their past crimes, ensuring their records would be cleared. Nizu added that this was the only way to keep them off the police radar, allowing them to attend UA and pursue their dreams of becoming heroes. Meanwhile, a man in distress crawled through an alley, desperately trying to escape a lurking threat. As he struggled, dark tendrils ensnared him, pulling him back. Deku, covered in blood, was determined to eliminate the child trafficker. As he moved through the grim apartment, he caught a glimpse of himself in a mirror, but instead of his own reflection, he saw All for One, grinning wickedly. All for One taunted him, questioning his heroism and suggesting he was no different from the villains he fought against. In a fit of rage, Deku shattered the mirror and wall, creating a gaping hole. He declared that, despite his monstrous actions, he was not like All for One. He then flung the villain out into the street, preparing to continue his pursuit of All for One. As he searched the city for hideouts, he contemplated the various locations where All for One might be hiding. Suddenly, he noticed a group of men harassing a young woman in an alley. His expression darkened as he propelled himself toward them. The woman, frightened, pleaded for her release. One of the men, seeing her as a valuable target due to her lineage, smirked and suggested they could have some fun with her. Just then, Deku intervened, delivering a powerful kick that sent one thug crashing to the ground. He swiftly incapacitated two more with his black whip, leaving the remaining thugs in shock. As one attempted to shoot, Deku moved quickly, pushing the woman aside and taking the hit himself. The thugs, realizing the danger, attempted to flee, but one threw a grenade in a last-ditch effort. Deku shielded the woman from the blast, sustaining injuries but ensuring her safety. As she regained her senses, she saw him standing protectively over her, despite his own wounds. He used his powers to extract the bullet from his side and cauterize the wound to stop the bleeding. He urged her to leave, insisting it wasn't safe. Confused, she questioned why he was helping her if he was no longer a hero. He paused, revealing that he had chosen this path to prevent others from suffering. With that, he limped away, disappearing into the shadows of the alley. She watched him go, whispering his name, recognizing the hero within him. Back at UA, Himiko and Dabi were observing the staff, particularly Aizawa, who would oversee them until graduation. They were still processing the news of their crimes being erased, and she wondered aloud about Aiza's fate. Himiko looked at the others and expressed her concern about Izuku being alone. Nizu explained that all their past crimes had been transferred to Midoriya, giving them both a chance at a new life. Toga would be placed in Class 1A but would need to attend weekly therapy sessions with Hound Dog and wear a quirk bracelet with a built-in tracker. Dabi, on the other hand, would face the same conditions but would be on his own due to his age. Himiko felt anger rise within her as she thought about Izuku being left alone without anyone to support him. Nizu acknowledged her feelings but reminded her that Izuku was trying to give them a better chance at life, wanting them to become the heroes they were meant to be. Nizu left the room, and as he walked out, he spotted All Might sitting on a bench nearby. He joined All Might, who expressed concern about Midoriya facing even more charges and how they could possibly save him now. Nizu pointed out that Izuku was taking on these burdens to protect those he cared about, pushing everyone away to become a target for the League, the MLA, and the Hero Association. He was doing this so they could all find happiness. All Might shared his worries about who would make Izuku smile, mentioning that many from Class 1A wanted to save him, even if it meant confronting him. He also noted that Uraraka and Ishido were raising a girl named Eri, who seemed to have a connection to Miruko. Nizu recalled Midoriya's memories, revealing that Eri had 5 mother figures in another life, having met 3 of them, with memories of the others soon to resurface. All Might found it hard to believe that Midoriya had dated all those individuals, including Ryukyu and Todoroki's sister, Fuyumi. Nizu explained that given the years and struggles they faced, those relationships were likely built on love and a desire for happiness. With a sigh, All Might inquired about any news on All for one's whereabouts. Nizu replied that there was none yet, but if anyone was searching tirelessly, it would be Midoriya. All Might stood up, determined not to let Izuku face that threat alone. Nizu warned him that Midoriya was determined to confront the danger, regardless of the consequences. Before they could continue their discussion, Present Mike rushed toward them, out of breath, and informed them that the Hero Association had formed a task force that was currently engaging with Deku. Meanwhile, 2 thugs attempted to flee, but a tendril of Black Whip ensnared one of them, and Deku swiftly dealt with the situation, ensuring they would face the consequences of their actions. He then leaped onto a rooftop, sensing danger and narrowly avoiding a powerful attack from Empty Lady. As he prepared to counter, he dodged another assault, showcasing his agility and quick reflexes. Deku found himself facing a formidable group of heroes, including Endeavor, Empty Lady, Death Arms, Snipe, Kamui Wood, Crust, Ryukyu, and Best Jeanist. His expression hardened as he gathered black lightning around him, ready to confront the challenge ahead. In a different setting, Inko sat in the Bakugo home, holding a cup of tea made by Mitsuki. She stared blankly at the table, lost in thought. Mitsuki offered to make her another cup, but Inko declined, suggesting they watch a romance show they enjoyed in their youth. As they turned on the TV, breaking news interrupted, reporting that a large hero task force was engaged with the vigilante Deku, labeling him as both a villain and a domestic terrorist. Mitsuki quickly shut off the TV, feeling a chill in her gut as she thought of Izuku, her nephew, and the turmoil he was facing. Her gaze shifted to Inko, who seemed to be barely holding herself together. The teacup in her hands slipped from her grip and shattered on the ground, her eyes becoming vacant as she looked down again. Mitsuki immediately embraced her friend, determined to provide comfort. She needed to be strong for Inko and her son, who was resolutely focused on saving Izuku. Deku was preparing to move when his danger sense activated, but the ground beneath him suddenly shattered. Gang Orca seized his feet before he could react and unleashed a powerful sonic blast. Deku coughed and looked up, only to be met with a punch from death arms that sent him crashing through a building. Wooden branches then ensnared his leg and hurled him to the ground, where he felt several ribs crack. He barely dodged a gunshot that grazed his stomach, realizing they were trying to incapacitate him. As he heard the flapping of wings, he turned to see Ryukyu approaching, her expression hesitant, mirroring the look Miruko had. Pushing his emotions aside, he seized the opportunity to move to a safer location. However, he didn't get far before Endeavor appeared above him, unleashing a massive blast of flames that engulfed the alley he had just jumped into. As he soared high into the air, he was met with more gunfire from snipe and police snipers targeting him. He felt a new quirk awaken within him and grinned, recognizing its power. Concentrating, he released a thick cloud of smoke from his body, darker than before, causing his eyes and lungs to sting. Nevertheless, he pressed on. Nana observed the transformation of his quirks, noting how they had evolved into something darker, tailored to fit Deku's needs for combat. One for All had adapted to him, continuously evolving to enhance his abilities. Ignoring her presence, Deku focused on using the smokescreen to his advantage. He could hear some heroes and police coughing, claiming it felt like pepper spray, while others screamed in fear. One statement caught his attention. Endeavor mentioned that Night Eye had said this wasn't supposed to happen. Deku pondered the implications, suspecting that Night Eye was being coerced into working with the association against him. Unexpectedly, he sensed movement through the smoke and felt someone approaching. He jumped aside just in time to catch a glimpse of Empty Lady, who was in her normal form, struggling to find her way while rubbing her eyes in pain. In her disorientation, she flailed her arms around. Finally, she managed to grasp a street sign, but before she could process anything further, Deku ensnared her with Black Whip and tackled her through a building, leaving her with cuts and bruises. Gritting her teeth, she quickly grew to her larger size, her bloodshot eyes searching for him, but everything was a blur. With a powerful strike, she attempted to hit him, but Deku countered with a forceful punch to her jaw, sending her flying down the block and creating a crater upon impact. Suddenly, Deku felt fibers wrap around him and turned to see Best Jeanist holding him tightly. He expressed regret, explaining that they had been given orders to eliminate him, and shame flickered in his eyes. Endeavor commanded Gang Orca, Kamui Wood, and Crust to join him in the assault. Kamui Wood ensnared Deku with wooden tentacles while Crust created shields to restrain him. Gang Orca unleashed a barrage of sound waves to disorient him. A sniper bullet struck his leg, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. He looked up to see Snipe glaring at a police officer who had just fired at him. Deku whispered the name of his quirk as black lightning surged around him, intensifying his power. A massive wave of flames surged toward him, and in the distance, he faintly heard Ryukyu calling his name in alarm. The gauntlets on his arms cracked under the strain, but he was determined to fight back. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful Black Whip blast, sending tendrils of energy that shattered his restraints. He dodged expertly, striking Gang Orca with a decisive knee to the head. Determined to end the confrontation, Deku prepared for his next move. Crust attempted to erect another shield, but Deku blitzed past him, delivering a crushing blow to his unguarded stomach that cracked the roof beneath them. Crust doubled over, unable to think clearly as Deku brought his arms down, knocking him out instantly. Wooden spikes shot toward him, and Deku barely managed to evade them, but they pierced his leg and abdomen. Death Arms tried to close in on him, but Deku released more smoke, causing the hero to cough and retreat in fear. The more enraged Deku became, the more potent the smoke's effects were, distorting his appearance and amplifying the fears of those who inhaled it. Black Whip shot out, capturing Death Arms, and Deku slammed him into the ground multiple times before sending him crashing into a car, rendering him unconscious. As he barely dodged another attack, he was met with a massive blast of flames that scorched him and singed parts of his costume. Endeavor called for Ryukyu to join them, charging back into the fray. On the rooftop, Ryukyu was confused, unsure of what was happening or why she felt such hesitation. Although she had never met Midoriya before, she had been plagued by vivid dreams of him that felt all too real. She then dreamed of herself with longer hair, covered in scars and missing an eye. She urged her to help Izuku and save him from his current path before it was too late, to prevent him from suffering alone for the mistakes they all made. Deku gritted his teeth, envisioning Black Whip transforming into a massive hammer. He swung the hammer at Endeavor, who flew back to dodge it. In that moment, the hammer exploded into hundreds of tendrils that ensnared him, holding him in place. Endeavor ignited in flames, attempting to burn away the tendrils. However, the flames blinded him, and he was met with a powerful blow that broke his nose and 2 teeth. He thought to himself that he couldn't be losing to some upstart. He was the number 2 hero. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a massive wave of flames in all directions. Deku endured more burns but pushed through the pain, landing on a roof and glaring down at the hero. His danger sense went off, and he dodged another bullet. He decided that taking out Snipe and the other snipers would be a better strategy. Charging up to 45% again, Deku vanished and choke-slammed Snipe onto the roof, knocking him out instantly. He rolled to the side, dragging Snipe with him to evade the bullets. Deku executed a quick Delaware smash, sending the officer off the roof, where he fell 3 stories and landed hard, injuring himself severely. He then grabbed another officer's wrist, throwing him over his body and breaking his arm by smashing his knee into the elbow, bending it the wrong way. Danger sense alerted him again, and Deku attempted to dodge, but more strands of clothing ensnared him. Best Jeanist demanded that he stop. Deku glared back, determined not to relent until they were all defeated. Best Jeanist sent more fibers, but Deku activated Black Lightning, burning them away before rearing back his fist. With a mighty strike, he unleashed a Calamity Smash, sending Best Jeanist flying several blocks and demolishing several abandoned apartment buildings in an instant. Endeavor attempted to call out, but the shockwave from the blast interrupted him, giving Deku the opportunity to advance. Seeing Deku approach, Endeavor intensified his flames and launched a blast at him, no longer relying on Nighteye strategies that kept changing due to Deku's ability to rewrite the future. The flames surged toward him, but Deku pushed through the pain, placing his right Black Whip arm against his stomach. Flexing that limb, the building behind Endeavor exploded, causing the hero to cough up a significant amount of blood. Before Endeavor could hit the ground, Deku seized him, smashing his face into his knee, then delivering another punch with a 20% smash that sent him crashing through a building. Deku began to pant as his injuries accumulated, but he fought to keep going. A gunshot rang out, striking him in the right side of his chest. Turning his head, he saw Night Eyes standing next to the police chief, who held a smoking gun. Danger sense went off again, and he turned to see multiple helicopters approaching, each marked with the Hero Association insignia. He could even see Kamui and some other heroes starting to rise. Realizing he needed to escape, Deku released a smokescreen and jumped off the roof, landing in an alley and beginning to run. After a short distance, he spotted a manhole cover and was about to use Black Whip to open it when Ryukyu appeared around the corner, staring at him. Deku acknowledged her presence. They exchanged glances, with Ryukyu taking in his wounds, her expression filled with concern and a desire to heal him. She asked if she was going to stop him. Deku, trying to close off his heart, replied that she could only ask one question. With a furrowed brow, she inquired why she was having visions of him older, with mostly white hair, raising a girl named Eri. She expressed her confusion about seeing them together in her dreams, where he appeared older and more hurt. Deku's eyes widened in shock and horror. How could she have memories of their future when everything had gone wrong? This raised another question. Who else might be experiencing these visions? Reluctantly, he decided to test her knowledge by calling her something he always did. He asked how she knew this, referring to her as his golden treasure. Ryukyu's eyes widened as she recalled that nickname, recognizing it from their past. Before Deku could say anything further, he heard shouting in the distance. He told her he couldn't explain now but promised to do so next time, hopefully in a less hostile manner. He then jumped down the manhole into the sewer, covering it behind him. Ryukyu stood there, lost in thought, but quickly regained her composure as she noticed the police and other heroes approaching. The police chief asked if she had seen Deku. She replied that she had tried to intercept him but believed he had turned elsewhere or was hiding in one of the buildings. Frustrated, The chief ordered the other officers to search the buildings. Meanwhile, Lady Nagant expressed her distrust of the association, fearing they might harm her mother to motivate her. Stain suggested they observe and mentioned he had an idea of where to find Deku, which could give them their chance. They needed to talk to him, as he was the one who could take down the association. Lady Nagant agreed, realizing they now had a better understanding of how he fought, especially since he was injured. They both stood up and began their search for him once more. Chapter cutting out part of the infection. Deku continued to drag himself through the sewers, his injuries weighing heavily on him. The pain from his broken bones was becoming unbearable, so he resorted to a technique he had learned during the war against All for One. Gritting his teeth, he activated Black Whip, allowing it to coat the injured parts of his body. He directed small tendrils through his skin and muscle to reach the broken bones. The sensation was excruciating, akin to being shot, but he persevered until he located the fractures. With a deep breath, he commanded the tendrils to realign the bones. He collapsed to the ground, fighting the urge to cry out in pain as he forced the tendrils to snap the bones back into place, ensuring they would mend correctly. He silently thanked One for All for its enhanced durability and accelerated healing, which allowed his body to recover faster than normal. Slowly, he stood up and continued forward, determined to put distance between himself and the heroes before exiting the sewer. He recalled that an underground doctor lived nearby and turned left in that direction. Inside the doctor's office, a man waved goodbye to a thug who left with his arm in a sling after a recent injury. The thug grumbled about the doctor's prices as he stomped away. The doctor chuckled to himself, reorganizing his medical supplies when the door opened and locked behind a new visitor. He was taken aback to see Deku standing before him, hood down and eyes piercing. Deku reached into his backpack and pulled out a flash drive containing a substantial sum of money. He offered it in exchange for healing, insisting the doctor ask no questions or make any calls. The doctor smiled at the offer and gestured to a chair, assuring Deku that he would heal him completely and remain silent. However, Deku held the flash drive back, insisting on receiving treatment first to ensure the doctor wouldn't betray him. The doctor acknowledged the wisdom of this decision and activated his quirk, green slime forming on his hands as he prepared to heal Deku. Meanwhile, Ochako and Mina sat in Ochako's room, gently comforting Eri, who was crying over the news about her father. Eri expressed her fears about All for One coming after him. As Ochako recalled the villain's past actions, memories flooded her mind, moments from a culture festival to battles against the Meta Liberation Army. She wasn't alone, many of Izuku's classmates experienced similar memories, while Inko, in her current state of despair, remained unaware of the significance. Ochako reassured Eri that they would save Izuku and that he would return to UA as a hero and her father. Eri, however, expressed doubt, saying that Izuku had told her to forget him and that her head hurt from the overwhelming memories. Ochako promised they would figure everything out and left to speak with Aizawa and their soon-to-be new classmate. As she walked down the halls, she noticed some classmates chatting in the common room but continued on to Aizawa's spare room. After knocking, she entered to find him looking more tired than usual. She asked him about the dreams and visions that everyone had been experiencing, noting that he and All might seem to know what was happening. Aizawa paused before agreeing to explain. Back in the doctor's office, the doctor finished his work and smiled at Deku, who was now mostly healed. He advised Deku to rest for at least 2 days, knowing full well he would likely ignore the advice. Deku nodded and handed over the flash drive before standing up to leave. The doctor invited him to return, and Deku simply acknowledged it as he exited the building. Once outside, he raced through the night, eventually landing on a rooftop overlooking Kamino Ward. He sensed All for One nearby but also noticed a building belonging to the Hero Association. He decided it was time to take out one of All for One's pillars. With determination, he launched himself toward the building, black lightning crackling around him as his Black Whip arm formed. He smashed through a window, startling the workers inside. Just as he felt a surge of danger, he dodged a bullet and used Black Whip to send the agent who fired at him flying out the window. One of the guards shouted in alarm as he recognized Deku and prepared to activate his quirk. Deku swiftly moved in, delivering a powerful knee to the guard's jaw, incapacitating him before slamming his head into the ground. He then dashed through the building, determined to locate the server room before critical information was lost. As he raced through the corridors, he encountered agents and heroes, leaving behind a trail of unconscious bodies in his wake. He halted when he spotted a group of guards rushing toward him, weapons drawn. In response, he unleashed a thick smokescreen that filled the hallway. One guard commanded the others to open fire, disregarding the potential danger to their comrades behind Deku. They began shooting into the smoke, hoping to hit him, while the sounds of distress echoed around them. After a tense moment, the main guard called for a ceasefire, believing they had neutralized him. As the smoke cleared, they were met with the sight of their fallen colleagues. Suddenly, the ground beneath one guard shattered, and Deku emerged, grabbing him and pulling him through the concrete floor with incredible force, ending his threat instantly. Another guard, panicked, began to retreat, preparing to defend himself, but he never saw Deku's attack coming. Deku burst through the wall beside him, sending him flying out of the building with a single punch. Using his black whip, he lashed out at the remaining guards, sending them tumbling out of the window. A female voice crackled over the intercom, alerting all personnel that Deku was on the 30th floor, Section J, and urging them to stop him. Deku, determined, placed his hand on the ground and activated his quirk, causing the floor beneath him to collapse, taking several levels with it. As he prepared to continue his search, he noticed one guard still alive. The guard, trembling with fear, begged Deku to stay away as he approached. Deku lifted him by the throat, demanding to know the location of the server room. The guard refused to cooperate, but Deku's eyes darkened, and he released a dense cloud of smoke that obscured everything beyond a foot. The guard trembled, overwhelmed by fear, and finally revealed that the server room was on the 40th floor. He also mentioned that another individual, Aoi, was not present. Deku released the guard, who collapsed in relief, and then leaped through the ceiling toward the 40th floor. The guard, still shaken, spotted a gun and desperately reached for it, muttering to himself about the monsters he wished to avoid. Upon reaching the 40th floor, Deku raced down the hall until he found the server room. He tore the door off its hinges and entered to see several people frantically trying to delete data from the servers. Using Black Whip, he pinned them against the wall and approached the main server to halt the deletion process. He retrieved a thumb drive meant for this purpose and began the transfer. One of the pinned guards shouted for him to stop, but Deku was focused on the progress bar filling up on the screen. As he waited, he scrolled through the files, discovering information about the building's operations in Kamino Ward. One file titled Operation N caught his attention. Ignoring the guard's cries, he clicked on it, revealing over 700 gigabytes of disturbing videos and files. One video showed a dimly lit room where 4 children were strapped to chairs, connected to numerous needles and tubes. A voice explained that this was Experiment 97, Nomuification, aimed at testing whether children with newly awakened quirks could be transformed into Nomus without the influence of All for One's quirk. As the machine activated, the tubes filled with a strange black liquid, and the children began to scream in agony as their bodies underwent a horrific transformation. Deku's anger boiled over as he witnessed the suffering of the children. He knew the Hero Association was corrupt, but this was beyond anything he had imagined. With a furious punch, he shattered the screen, vowing to hunt down everyone involved in this horrific operation. Black lightning crackled around him as he glared at the guards in the room, who trembled in fear. Outside the building, police and heroes began to surround the area, preparing to confront Deku. They called in members of the top 10, except for Ryukyu and Mirko, ready to take action against him. Even All Might, who was reluctantly present, prepared to lead the assault on the building to stop Deku when the front doors opened. All Might watched in disbelief as a crowd of children, numbering well over 200, began to run out of the building. Once the last child exited, the building began to shake and crumble from within as Deku tore through it. The police chief ordered the heroes to move in quickly and stop Deku. Endeavor charged into the building, followed closely by the others, while All Might remained outside, observing the chaos unfold. He thought of young Midoriya as a massive explosion erupted, causing a large section of the building to collapse and revealing Deku standing on one of the top floors, staring down at them. His gaze locked onto a single figure in the crowd, his master. Green and blue eyes met, unblinking. Black lightning enveloped Deku's body before he shot off into the sky, evading the heroes. Endeavor yelled for them to stop him and took off after Deku, with Hawks following closely behind, feeling conflicted. All Might gritted his teeth and leaped after Deku as well. Meanwhile, Shigaraki reported to his master over the television about the attack on the Hero Association building in Kamino Ward. His master, with a dark grin, acknowledged that Deku might have discovered their secret but felt confident that all the pieces were in place for his victory, even if Deku somehow managed to kill him. His eyeless face turned toward the monitor displaying Shigaraki's body, still floating in a tank, connected to numerous tubes that kept him alive and healing, preparing him for the new quirks he would need. Deku dodged a wall of flames and propelled himself to another building using Black Whip. He twisted his body and unleashed an Illinois smash, sending dozens of compressed air bullets with a single kick. Endeavor soared into the sky, dodging the attack, and unleashed a massive firestorm down on Deku. Deku clapped his hands, reflecting the flames back at Endeavor, who quickly created a wall of fire to counter the force of the attack. Just as he was about to move again, a feather lodged into his side, catching his attention. Hawks moved in, sending a flurry of feathers at Deku, managing to snag him and fling him toward the ground. Deku righted himself mid-fall, using his kick to stop his descent before crashing into the ground. Upon landing, he released a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the area and darted down an alley, keeping the feather attached to him, sensing that Hawks wanted to speak with him. As he ran, he turned a corner in the alley and came face to face with his master. They locked eyes, both unsure of what to say or do. All Might knew he had to stop Deku, but something inside him urged him not to. Deku informed All Might that their enemy was in Kamino Ward. All Might acknowledged that they were preparing for a raid but pressed Deku for the reason behind the attack and the loss of life. In response, Deku pulled out a thumb drive and tossed it to All Might, explaining that it contained everything he needed to know about why he was going to destroy the Hero Association. He insisted that they needed to eliminate their enemy first. All Might's expression became serious, but he nodded in agreement. As Deku began to walk past him, All Might spoke up, mentioning that Deku's classmates were starting to regain memories of their past lives and were determined to save him. Deku acknowledged this, realizing that Ryukyu was right and that others were experiencing similar memories. He warned All Might to tell them to stay away, or he would be forced to hurt them. In another scene, Ochako expressed her horror upon learning from Aizawa that Izuku was essentially from the future. She felt a deep sense of urgency, believing they had to do something to help him, as he was suffering immensely and felt utterly alone. Aizawa explained that Deku wanted to keep them away to prevent the past from repeating itself and was willing to do whatever it took to protect them, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Despite her love for him, Ochako understood the gravity of the situation. Aizawa urged her to focus on getting stronger, suggesting that perhaps one day they could save Midoriya from the path he was on. With a heavy heart, she left to find Eri, while Aizawa sighed, haunted by the memories of Deku's suffering. Ryukyu was sitting in her penthouse, watching a movie while absent-mindedly eating small cubes of steak. She preferred this to popcorn, which was difficult to pick out of her razor-sharp teeth. Just as she was about to grab another piece, her senses alerted her to someone's presence. She turned around, her eyes widening in surprise at who she saw. It was Deku, standing before her with his mask and hood removed. His cold, almost emotionless green eyes met her yellow ones. She was shocked that he had entered her penthouse without triggering the security system or her awareness. He explained that he was there to discuss the dreams she had been experiencing. After escaping All Might, he learned that his classmates were having similar visions. Curious, she asked what he wanted to know. Deku inquired about the nature of her visions and what she had been seeing. Ryuko took a moment to gather her thoughts before nodding and clearing her throat. She shared that her visions had become increasingly vivid, particularly those involving him. In her dreams, they were together while the world descended into chaos due to the League of Villains. She recalled a memory of him in a rundown bar. Drinking to numb the pain of losing Rumi. She had approached him to offer comfort after a recent defeat against All for One. Deku's eyes widened as he realized the accuracy of her recollections. His mind raced with questions about who else might be experiencing these visions. He was already aware that Class 1A was affected, but he wondered if others were as well. Ryuko called out to him, but he was suddenly gripped by a sense of dread. The thought that All for One could also be receiving these images sent a chill down his spine. He felt compelled to act, turning to leave, but she grabbed his arm, pleading with him to reconsider his solitary crusade. She assured him that they could stop All for One together, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Deku, however, was resolute. He expressed that he could not abandon his mission, stating that he had started this fight to protect them all. He would not stop until he had defeated their enemies or fallen himself. Ryuko insisted they could face the threat as a team, but he gently placed his hand on her shoulder, his eyes softening. He explained that while they could fight together, he could not involve her or anyone else in his battle. He urged her to forget him and find someone who could truly make her happy. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled with his words. She loved him, yet felt the weight of their circumstances. He said goodbye, and she looked up, desperate to stop him, but he had already leaped off her balcony, using his float quirk to soar away. She called out to him, feeling the loneliness of his departure. Meanwhile, All Might was discussing their findings with Tsukachi, who had been growing a beard from the stress of tracking down the villain's base. They had pinpointed multiple warehouses in Kamino Ward and discovered that their drones had been malfunctioning due to a quirk in the area. With the information All Might had provided, they had narrowed their search significantly. All Might felt a surge of determination. They were finally close to taking down All for One. Aizawa asked when they would strike, and Nizu interjected, stating that it would be tonight. In a darkened room, All for One smirked as he read a message from the Hero Association, aware of the heat they were under due to Deku's recent actions. He felt confident, knowing he had prepared for any eventuality. He relished the thought of testing Deku's abilities, even if it meant his own demise. Shigaraki, speaking through the television, informed him that his quirk had stabilized and asked if it should be placed inside Tamura. All for One declined, explaining that Tamura's body was not yet ready and that he needed to be further broken before the quirk could be implanted. Shigaraki acknowledged this and promised to keep it on standby. As All for One leaned back in his chair, a dark smile crossed his face as he sensed people gathering around his new warehouse in Kamino Ward. He commanded an air cannon to double its power. Meanwhile, Deku raced through the abandoned industrial section of Kamino Ward, the darkness enveloping him. His eyes had adjusted to the low light, and he pressed forward, determined to confront All for One. He shot Black Whip out, latching onto a building, and pulled himself forward with all his strength. However, once he cleared the structure, chaos erupted. A massive explosion tore through the area, far more powerful than the one that had devastated this ward previously. The intensity raised his concerns. It indicated that All for One had acquired a new quirk. As the shockwave hit him, he was sent flying backward, but Deku quickly shot out Black Whip to anchor himself. Coming to a stop, he glared with determination, feeling a surge of anger toward All for One as he spotted the two figures battling in the distance within the enormous crater. He forced one for all into his legs and propelled himself forward, determined to reach them in time. All Might unleashed a powerful Detroit smash, while All for One chuckled, declaring, "Forced warp, impact reverse." Just before All Might's fist connected, Gran Torino appeared, allowing All Might to lessen the blow, but it still sent him reeling. All for One laughed, mocking All Might's past strength. "What's wrong, All Might? Weren't ready for that? I carefully selected my quirks and dampened some, but I ensured I remained strong. I will stop you this time, and it will be permanent," All Might declared, rising to his feet as Gran Torino sped away. All for One taunted him, recalling how All Might had once defeated him. "Oh, you mean like how you blew my head off all those years ago? You were in your prime, and now look at you. I'm still strong enough to stop you," All Might shouted, charging forward. All for One feigned boredom, raising his arm to block the anticipated attack, but he felt a jolt of pain. "Oh, so I can't use it anymore. Oh well. Texas Smash. All Might struck, and while All for One attempted to block, All Might pivoted and backhanded him, shattering part of his mask. So you do no other moves? All for One exclaimed as black and red tentacles shot from his arm, ensnaring All Might and hurling him away. All Might crashed through several blocks of buildings, feeling the pressure of time as steam began to rise from his body. He knew he had to end this before Izuku was forced to intervene. You only managed to crack my mask. Your master must be very disappointed in a failure like you, All for One taunted, loud enough for All Might to hear. Just as he prepared to advance, he heard a roar. Calamity Smash! Deku charged in fury, his fist breaking through All for One's defenses and creating a significant hole in his chest. Blood spilled from All for One's mask as he looked down at Deku, unable to suppress a grin at the sight of the annoyance that had disrupted his plans for months. Moving swiftly, All for One attempted to grasp Deku's hand, but black wisps shot from Deku, wrapping around All for One's arm and severing it. Deku followed up with another strike, sending All for One crashing into a ruined building as his regenerative quirk struggled to heal the damage. So you're the feared D-Air Cannon. All for One began, but he was interrupted as Deku descended, aiming to axe kick him into the ground. Their strikes collided, neutralizing each other, and Deku leaped back, evading the tendrils that lashed out. Deku contemplated his next move, bringing his hand down in a chopping motion while channeling 36% of One for All. A gust of wind erupted as All for One lost both his left limbs, which painfully regrew almost immediately. Ignoring the agony, All for One lunged forward, delivering a slash that left a deep scar across Deku's face. You truly are testing my patience, boy. All for One shouted, rising to his feet, but was met with All Might's punch. Deku and All Might exchanged a brief glance before both charged at All for One. Deku powered up One for All to 20% and vanished in a flash, attempting to flank All for One while All Might charged head-on. All Might aimed to smash his fist into All for One's face, but All for One blocked it. Before he could counter, Deku struck from behind, kicking him in the back of the head. All for One fell to the ground, and All Might seized the opportunity. Texas Smash! All Might yelled, driving his fist into All for One's gut, causing him to spit blood. Air Cannon ×3, Shock Absorption ×4, Kinetic Booster ×3, All for One muttered, preparing to unleash a powerful blast. But before he could, Deku returned and kicked his arm away, allowing All Might to deliver another blow. Detroit Smash! All Might's punch sent All for One reeling, and he retaliated with a powerful air cannon that blasted both heroes away. Deku shot out Black Whip to wrap around a massive pole, using the kinetic energy to swing back into the fray. Once he dodged a hail of spikes, he managed to land a powerful blow that shattered the remaining pieces of All for One's mask. All Might, barely holding his form, returned to the fight and struck All for One with enough force that his weakened regenerative quirk began to falter. Before All Might could unleash his air cannon, he noticed an injured civilian trapped nearby, forcing him to remain in place. The blast was released, but it was interrupted as Deku powered through and punched All for One. Black lightning crackled around Deku, reflecting the rage building within him, a force he struggled to contain. Focusing his energy, he directed a blast of lightning at All for One, who shrugged it off and advanced, enlarging his arm to crush him. Deku raised his arm to block the strike, but he didn't see the other fist coming in time, which had sharp metal spikes aimed directly at him. Inko watched in horror as her son was impaled on live television by a monster that had just devastated part of the city. The announcement of his peril had shattered something inside her, but seeing him again only to witness such violence brought an unbearable pain that only a parent could understand. As she watched All for One's fist come down with spikes aimed at Izuku's chest, memories flooded her mind, her little boy running through fields, laughing, playing, and snuggling with her on winter evenings. Then she had to endure the sight of her beloved son being attacked, the spikes piercing through him. The anguish was overwhelming, as it would be for any mother. Eri, along with Class 1A, could hardly bear the sight, and she fainted from the emotional strain of witnessing her father being harmed again, memories of him raising her rushing through her mind. Ochako and Mina called out to her as Katsuki stood up, shocked by the scene unfolding before them. All for One grinned, preparing to retract his arm, but Deku ensnared him with Black Whip, holding him in place. Blood trickled from Deku's mouth as he defiantly declared his resolve. With a swift motion, he slashed his arm and cleaved through All for One's body. The impact caused Deku to cough up blood, but his regeneration quirk worked overtime to heal the wound. He then unleashed a powerful blow to All for One's jaw, shattering it. With the spikes removed from his abdomen, Deku used black lightning to seal the wounds, his body encased in Black Whip to force him to move despite the pain. He called upon his abilities, enhancing his arm grotesquely as he dodged All for One's attack and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent the villain flying. All Might, witnessing the battle, gritted his teeth, determined to do something with the last remnants of his strength. Deku looked up at All for One, wrapping his left arm in Black Whip. He created a string between his fingers and pulled it back as lightning surged around it, intensifying his power. In an instant, the upper left side of All for One's body vanished, and 3 buildings crumbled behind him. All for One realized his quirks were at their limits, acknowledging that Deku and All Might would win this round. All Might charged forward in his weakened form, gathering the last embers of One for All into his left arm, ready to end the battle. Deku, ignoring the pain screaming through his body, propelled himself forward with the same determination. They both reached All for One, channeling their full power into their respective arms. With a combined effort, they unleashed a devastating attack that shook the entire city. The force of their punches created a shockwave that resonated throughout the area. As the smoke cleared, the world witnessed a scene that would be etched into their memories forever. Deku, the embodiment of vengeance, with his broken, bloodied left arm raised high, and All Might, the symbol of peace, with his right arm lifted in triumph. Though they symbolized victory, it marked the end of an era of peace under All Might. A new era of vengeance and darkness loomed over Japan as long as the League of Villains existed, and Deku continued his relentless pursuit to bring them down. Deku slowly lowered his arm and stared at All Might, whose own arm fell as he looked at his student. Deku resolved to stop the League and, despite the overwhelming pain coursing through him, forced his body to move. He managed to use Float to fly away, releasing a massive smoke cloud behind him to obscure his escape from any pursuing heroes. As he soared past the devastated areas of Kamino Ward, he pondered where All for One could have sent Shigaraki or Dr. Garaki. The old lab he had previously visited was abandoned, stripped of anything valuable. This uncertainty made Deku extremely anxious, as he had no leads to follow and could only hope to find a trace somewhere, though that seemed unlikely. Shaking his head, he continued to fly until the pain became unbearable. He spotted a tall building and landed on its roof, hoping to rest and recover without being discovered. If he failed, he would have to seek out the doctor again for healing. As he attempted to sleep, a troubling thought crept into his mind. Why did All for One seem so weak? His quirks lacked the force they once had during his battle. With All Might, almost as if they were mere imitations of their former selves. Katsuki looked at All Might, who was gazing at Class 1A, except for Ochako, who was upstairs caring for Eri after the events of the previous day. Katsuki asked if All Might was retired forever. All Might confirmed that he had exhausted his quirk to its last embers to defeat the monster he and Midoriya had faced. He could no longer use his quirk and could only teach and guide the students toward a better future. The room fell silent as the weight of recent events settled over them. They struggled to comprehend everything that had transpired since the sports festival, along with memories from a different timeline. Todoroki voiced his concern about who would uphold society now, pointing out that his father could not be trusted and lacked the strength to be a strong symbol. This statement brought a hush over the group, as they all recognized that Endeavor, despite being the number 2 hero, had been easily overpowered by All for One and defeated by Deku. Hawks was not a viable option either, as his aloof demeanor and lack of visible power left doubts about his ability to support society. None of the other top 10 heroes, aside from perhaps Ryukyu, seemed capable of holding Japan together, especially after All Might's fall had left the nation vulnerable. All Might acknowledged Todoroki's concerns, stating that Endeavor would likely become the next #1 hero and would have to bear the burden of supporting society, no matter how challenging it might be. However, All Might himself understood that Endeavor was not equipped for the task. The only one who could truly take on that role was Midoriya, who had been relentlessly dismantling the criminal underworld to stop the League. He had already eradicated the Yakuza, causing a significant collapse in the drag trade. Yet, in the eyes of the government and the public, he was seen as a villain and a terrorist, destroying society by targeting corrupt heroes and the Hero Association itself. All Might thought about Midoriya's plight, wishing things had turned out differently for him. He had once been a hopeful teenager with dreams of becoming the #1 hero. Suddenly, Katsuki stood up and announced he was going to train. Kirishima, curious, asked where he was headed. Katsuki explained that they all needed to grow stronger, as the current heroes could not sustain society indefinitely, especially with the League still active and Izuku dismantling the system. He promised himself that he would share the burden with Izuku and apologize for everything he had done. Meanwhile, Eri lay in Ochako's bed, crying in her sleep after witnessing the events on television and the fate of her father. Overwhelmed by shock, she had passed out. Ochako sat beside her, gently running her fingers through Eri's white hair, trying to comfort her. However, Eri mumbled something in her sleep that broke Ochako's heart. Ochako leaned down and kissed Eri's forehead, hoping to soothe her. Though it seemed to calm her momentarily, Eri was still haunted by painful memories from her past life, including the moment Izuku had tried to save her from All for One, only to witness her demise. The last image in her mind was of Izuku screaming in anguish, calling her name. Desperate to help her daughter, Ochako felt lost, unsure of what to do. She lay down next to Eri, pulling her close in an attempt to ease her pain. In the Hero Association's boardroom, a member asked the president what they should do now that All for One was gone and Deku was targeting their facilities. Time was running out, and they needed a plan to stop him. The president acknowledged that she had already sent Nagant and Stain after him, but they needed a more effective strategy to stabilize society. A male board member suggested that they could regain control by placing members of their association into the national diet, aiming for at least 2/3 of the diet to be loyal to them. Everyone in the room listened intently as he continued, proposing that they could have a member of the board or the president herself become the Prime Minister of Japan. With control over Japan, they could utilize the self-defense force to address the issues they faced, while also ensuring that the heroes became government members who would follow their orders, the man stated. They all turned to the president to gauge her reaction. Stroking her chin, she contemplated the pros and cons of the plan. Despite its drawbacks, it had significant benefits, as it would eliminate the need to tiptoe around various matters to keep government officials satisfied or prevent them from prying. Very well, begin efforts to control the national diet or secure loyalty from its members. We need to ensure Japan's future and protect our society from those who threaten the peace established by the Hero Association, she commanded. They nodded and left to carry out her orders. Alone, she exited the room and made her way to her personal office. As she sat behind her desk, a secret compartment opened, revealing a small monitor. After a few moments, it activated, displaying Garaki in his hidden lab elsewhere in Japan. "Ah, Madam President, it's a pleasure to speak with you. How may I assist you?" he greeted, his friendly smile concealing a sinister intent. "I require your expertise to address a mutual problem," she replied. "Oh, I need some of your advanced Nomu, particularly those capable of being effective assassins and obedient to commands. Additionally, I need assistance with Deku," she stated. I suppose I can provide you with some of my Nomu. After all, it was your people who allowed my master and me to continue our work in exchange for certain services," Garaki responded with a grin. "When can I expect them?" she inquired, narrowing her gaze slightly. "They will be sent to Facility A7, where you keep your assassination units," he replied, still grinning. She narrowed her eyes before ending the call. Deku slowly opened his eyes, feeling something unusual. He was lying on a couch with a blanket draped over him. As he looked around, he spotted his backpack, gear, and clothes on a nearby chair. Sitting up, he noticed the bandages covering his body, which puzzled him since he didn't remember any of this, only using his black lightning to cauterize his wounds. "Ah, I see you're awake," a voice said, causing him to turn quickly, forming black whip around the stump of his right arm. Before him stood a woman who appeared to be around his mother's age, with pinkish skin and hair, alongside a tall man with large yellow horns and black irises. He recognized them as Mina's parents. "Who are you two, and why am I here?" he asked, avoiding their names to sidestep questions. "Hello, I'm Hanako Ishido, and this is my husband, Arata Ishido. You're in our apartment," she said with a smile, hoping to ease his tension. "Why am I here?" he pressed, his voice edged with suspicion. "You were injured and we couldn't leave you on the roof," Arata explained with a sigh. "Besides, you saved our daughter, so we owe you." "I just did what was right. You don't owe me anything, and helping me could put you in danger. If the association finds out, you could face imprisonment for aiding a villain, and it would ruin Mina's life," Deku insisted. "But isn't saving those in need what a hero does, regardless of the consequences?" "That's what Mina always said, and she believes you embody that," Hanako replied. Deku fell silent, reflecting on his past as a true hero. Now, he felt far from that ideal, burdened by too much guilt and blood on his hands to ever reclaim that title. "It is what a hero should do, but you still shouldn't have helped me," he said, moving toward his clothes and gear. He walked to the bathroom, remembering its location as the door was open. Inside, he set his belongings down and removed the bandages, revealing the scars he had accumulated on his journey. His upper body bore the marks of countless battles, and his forearm was similarly marred. Finally, he examined his face, noting a new scar. As he prepared to dress, something caught his eye. He moved his hair aside to reveal white strands growing beneath his black and green hair. "It seems the stress has taken its toll," he muttered before putting on his clothes. Once dressed, he used Black Whip to recreate his right arm and exited the bathroom to find Mina's parents watching him. "Thank you for saving me. It would be best if the police were told that I forced my way into your home and held you hostage," Deku stated before leaving, wishing his mask was intact. He would need to find a way to order a new one from Mei. Once on the roof, he took off discreetly, ensuring no one spotted him until he had gained enough distance to fly faster. As he soared through the sky, he realized he was subconsciously heading toward his mother's apartment. "I might as well check on her to make sure she's okay," he thought, kicking off to move even faster. "He's heading east," Lady Nagant remarked, referencing the last report on Deku's whereabouts. They somehow lost his trail when he was in the sewers, but now they had picked it up again and were determined to follow it. Stain examined the holographic map of the city provided by the Hero Association and noted that it seemed the target had rested in a specific area for a while before moving on. Lady Nagant pointed out that the area was too large to search effectively, spanning a 14-block radius. As they were both seen as criminals in the public eye, going door to door would only create more problems than it would solve. Stain acknowledged her point but emphasized that at least they now had an idea of where he had been. As he studied the map further, he noticed Deku's trajectory and his mind began to race. Deku was heading in the same direction as Mizudafu, which was where his home was located, according to the files they had both read. They exchanged a glance and nodded, then took off, determined not to lose the trail. Their hope was to find a way to work with Deku or at least figure out how to remove the explosive collars that threatened their families' lives. If they couldn't remove the collars, they at least wanted to ensure their families would be safe. Before they could get far, they received a call from the president of the Hero Association. She instructed them to return to Facility A7, stating that she had new tools to ensure they would eliminate Deku. Nagant protested, explaining that they were on his trail and might lose it if they left now. Suddenly, they were met with silence, followed by a jolt of electricity coursing through their bodies. The taser built into a chip implanted in them delivered 1200 volts, designed to prevent the electricity from affecting the explosives directly. They were protected from higher voltages, but the president wanted to ensure they wouldn't harm her new assets. After what felt like an eternity, the electricity finally ceased, and both collapsed to the ground in pain. The president's cold voice cut through the air as she reminded them that they were to follow her orders without question. The moment they became criminals, they lost their rights and became her property. Stain, struggling through the pain, managed to express his frustration, which earned him another shock. This time, the voltage increased to 2000, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony. Kana screamed in protest, but the president maintained the current for 20 agonizing seconds before finally releasing him. She issued a final warning, threatening to harm their families if they disobeyed her again. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Stain forced himself to respond affirmatively. The president then instructed them to return to Facility A7 before the call ended. Stain urged Nagant to follow him as he began to limp away, knowing she wouldn't offer assistance since he preferred to handle it alone. Meanwhile, Deku stood on a building overlooking his apartment. He noticed a police car with a hero stationed at the front entrance and saw that the same was true on the other side of the building. Realizing he needed to create a distraction, he slipped away, avoiding detection until he found a dark corner. There, he extended his black whip to a parked car, lifting it and hurling it away while simultaneously punching a building and declaring himself a villain. Panic erupted in the area as people screamed and fled, forcing the police officers and heroes to abandon their posts to confront the villain. Seizing the opportunity, Deku quietly entered his apartment through the bedroom window, only to find it empty. His heart sank at the absence of his mother, Inko. Worry began to consume him, but then he spotted a piece of paper sticking out from a pile. It was unusual for his mother to leave things in disarray. He approached and read the note. Izuku, if you are reading this, I am staying at Mitsuki's since she didn't want to leave me alone. Love, Mom. Deku's heart ached at the sight of the note. He regretted leaving his mother alone, but it was too late to change. Now, he couldn't risk her safety by revealing himself, as the Hero Association would likely target her to draw him out. With a heavy heart, he whispered an apology to his mother before setting his sights on another Hero Association base. He needed to expose the organization's true nature before he could dismantle it completely. With Shigaraki in hiding, he understood that he had to act swiftly. Determined, he resolved to end the suffering caused by the Hero Association, accepting the fate that lay ahead of him. He had discarded everything, and now there was no turning back. In the eyes of the public, he had committed too many wrongs, and this was his fate. Lady Nagant and Stain entered the facility they had been compelled to visit. As they stepped inside, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them, draining away any positive emotions. For Nagant, this feeling was a painful reminder of her past, one she wished to forget. A cold, emotionless voice broke the silence, announcing the presence of a tall man with a blank expression and piercing green eyes. He approached them, his gaze fixed on Nagant. It seems you are still alive, number 83, he stated flatly. I no longer go by that name, she replied, her glare darkening. You will always be known as number you failed your purpose. To this day, you are still worthless and incapable of acting without this organization, he continued in his monotonous tone. Nagant's glare intensified as she contemplated whether it would be worth attempting to eliminate him for all the harm he had caused. Who is he? Stain inquired. He is the leader of the Hero Association's Black Ops unit. They eliminate anyone deemed a threat, all in the name of what they consider peace, she explained. It is thanks to us that Japan remains safe. We ensure that people do not disrupt the status quo and that society has not crumbled under its own weight all these years, he declared. You use that as an excuse to do whatever you please, Nagant countered. We do what is necessary to protect the establishment. They know what is best for society, and we are the scalpel that removes anything causing infection within it, he asserted. You people are sick, Stain remarked. The man's cold gaze shifted to Stain. Your words hold no weight coming from a serial killer. You have no right to speak, you worthless being. Yet here you are, talking, and all I see is a psychopath who cannot act without his master's orders, Stain shot back. Before the exchange could continue, a group of over 300 masked figures approached, all dressed in identical black uniforms that concealed their identities and personalities. Behind them walked the association president, flanked by her bodyguards. You are all here, but I have a mission for you, which will take top priority over all your other assignments, she announced, surveying the room. You are to eliminate Deku. He is causing us too many problems and is threatening to uproot society. How shall we eliminate him? The man asked, his expression still blank. However you see fit. I do not care if civilian lives are lost in the process, as long as he is dead, she replied. Kana and Stain exchanged glances, their glares directed at her, but remained silent. Suddenly, a purple portal opened nearby, and several Nomu emerged before it closed. These are gifts from the League, and they will assist you in eliminating Deku, the Hero Association president stated. In a dark lab, Garaki smiled as he observed Kurogiri close the portal, confirming that the Nomu had been delivered. Now we just have to wait and see what unfolds, he chuckled. His gaze shifted to a large tank where Shigaraki floated in embryonic fluid. As he watched a screen, the bar finally reached 100%. The fluid began to drain rapidly, and Shigaraki's body collapsed onto the cold floor, shivering before he slowly stood and removed the mask from his face. "Ah, I see you are awake, Tamura," Garaki said, his smile widening, pleased with the smooth transfer of All for One. Shigaraki lifted his head and stared at him, feeling a surge of power. "I feel different," he remarked. "I had to make numerous physical changes to your body to ensure it could handle the quirks being transferred to you. With these enhancements, you are much stronger than before. Without some quirks, you are on par with Lord All for One," Garaki explained. After a moment of silence, Shigaraki placed his hand on the ground, causing the floor to decay instantly, stopping just short of Garaki. "I am indeed much stronger." "Where am I?" he asked. "In my lab in Daika City. I also have good news. We will soon have 2 high-end Nomu, especially thanks to Kurogiri managing to acquire Muscular's body," Garaki added. "I believe it's time for the Meta Liberation Army to come under my control," Shigaraki declared, walking toward the elevator. Once inside, he pressed the top button, and it began its ascent to the hospital. After a few moments, it dinged. Exiting through a secret entrance, Shigaraki startled some nurses as a door appeared from nowhere. "You are in my way," he said, placing his hand on the ground, causing everything to decay into dust. Meanwhile, Deku sat on the roof of a building, gazing out at the city night as he waited for someone. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the last cigarette he had from Dabi, lighting it with the spark of black lightning. "You know that's not healthy, and you're too young to smoke," a voice said as someone landed on the roof a few feet away. "And you make too much noise for a hero," Deku replied, turning to see Hawks. "What do you want?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. Hawks raised his arms in a gesture of peace and smiled lightly. "I wanted to tell you that you should focus more on the Hero Association than the villains. When you are in an area, crime nearly disappears until it's confirmed you've left." "Why are you telling me this?" "I know you work for the association," Deku responded. "Because they are no longer focused on protecting people. They plan to take control of Japan through its political system and rule the country more openly. Plus, they now have their shadow division targeting you," Hawks revealed. Deku's eyes narrowed at that. He remembered the emotionless beings well. They would follow the association's orders without hesitation. He could still remember when every child with a strong quirk was taken from a town, so the association could attempt to create their own Nomu to challenge All for One and build an army to dominate Japan. Deku reflected on this as he considered his plans for the night. Hawks had informed him that it was time to take action and eliminate those who were truly harming the country. Deku nodded, then gazed out at the city, his eyes landing on a lone skyscraper that stood out among the others. It was the Hero Association building, the headquarters overseeing the heroes in this province of Japan. With black lightning crackling around him, he propelled himself toward the building, determined to strike at the association and hinder their operations. As he flew, he instinctively tried to summon FA Gene and Gear Shift, but found himself lacking the strength. With a powerful kick, he tucked his arms in and extended his legs, crashing through a window and sending a woman flying from her desk to the ground. Deku surveyed the room, swinging his right arm to push 2 others against the wall. He was about to wreak further havoc when an unsettling fear washed over him, bringing back memories he wished to forget. A tall man with messy white hair and lifeless purplish-black eyes confronted him, claiming that his quirk induced fear by dredging up painful memories. He smugly declared that Deku's fight was over. Deku glared at him, feeling the weight of those memories. Images of Eri, saying she loved him, flashed through his mind, followed by a haunting vision of her fading away. Before the man could continue, Deku unleashed Black Whip, slamming him against the wall, nearly knocking him unconscious. But he remained standing. Deku's green eyes blazed with intensity as he advanced, expressing his disdain for the memories the man had forced upon him. The man attempted to speak, but Deku silenced him by grabbing his mouth. Smoke began to seep from it, filling the man's lungs and causing him to thrash in panic, overwhelmed by the sensation. Deku's presence grew more intimidating as he darkly proclaimed that he would show the man true fear. Suddenly, a voice called for him to freeze. Deku turned to see numerous agents and a few heroes from the association at the end of the hall, ready to confront him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful attack that cleaved through the air, tearing through the building and causing significant damage to a nearby structure. In an instant, the agents and heroes fell, defeated and incapacitated. Deku regarded the man he had been holding, declaring that while they were monsters, he was the one who hunted them. Meanwhile, an agent reported to a woman about Deku's assault on their property and the casualties. Her cold gaze shifted to her Black Ops unit, which promptly left to confront Deku. After they departed, she made a call, confirming the deaths of several individuals. She expressed satisfaction with the progress of their plans and instructed her associate to investigate a girl named Eri, whom Deku had saved, believing her quirk could be invaluable to their operations. Unbeknownst to her, Stain had eavesdropped on the conversation, clenching his fists in anger over the loss of his family. He resolved to reach out to Deku, stealthily rejoining the Black Ops unit. As chaos unfolded, Deku faced another agent who attempted to attack him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a javelin of Black Whip and lightning, disarming the man. He then charged forward, overpowering another agent and sending him crashing through the floor. When another agent approached from behind, Deku sensed the danger and evaded the attack, retaliating with a strike that cleaved through the air, causing a massive section of the building to collapse. Continuing his mission to reach the lab within the building, Deku felt a surge of danger. He turned sharply, unleashing a powerful attack that caused the wall to explode as he leaped out of the building just before it detonated. Landing on the side of a nearby structure, he hung there, narrowing his eyes at the burning building, ready for whatever came next. They were willing to destroy the building and eliminate everyone inside to conceal whatever was happening within. One of the agents remarked on their willingness to harm their own people just to achieve their goals. Suddenly, danger sense screamed at him again, prompting him to dodge a bullet that narrowly missed him. Lady Nagant, aiming her rifle, declared that she had found her target. Deku surveyed the area and noticed 300 Black Ops units from the Hero Association, a couple of Nomu, and both Stain and Lady Nagant. He acknowledged that he must have angered them significantly. Under orders from their leader, the agents were determined to eliminate Deku that night, no matter the cost. The leader removed his mask, revealing a completely emotionless face. Deku glared at them all and stood tall, enveloped in Black Whip as tendrils danced around him, with black lightning crackling in the air. He muttered a percentage and, in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of one of the agents, delivering a powerful kick that sent the agent reeling. As 6 more charged at him, Deku effortlessly dodged their attacks and prepared to counter when a bullet shattered his Black Whip arm. He glanced over to see Nagant reloading her weapon, recalling her remarkable accuracy. A massive cloud of smoke erupted from him, enveloping the area as he began to take down the Black Ops units hidden within the smoke. The leader ordered an agent to clear the smoke, and one agent rushed to the edge, only to be met with a powerful wave of air that dispersed the smoke, revealing Deku subduing another agent. Realizing the situation, Deku felt a surge of determination. As danger sense alerted him again, he dodged a slash from Stain, who then attempted another strike. Deku blocked the attack and countered with a palm strike to Stain's gut, sending him flying while a knife was hurled in his direction. Deku narrowly avoided it but noticed a message on the knife indicating that families were being held hostage. This revelation reignited his anger. Once again, danger sense warned him, and he evaded another bullet, but this left him vulnerable to a stone-fisted attack that struck the side of his head. Filled with rage, Deku unleashed multiple tendrils from Black Whip, piercing the attacker. He ducked under 2 sword slashes, grabbed an agent by the foot, and swung him down with tremendous force. The leader's command was echoed as multiple agents charged, their bodies merging in a deceptive tactic. Deku swiftly cut through them all, including the real body. Danger sense flared once more, and as he prepared to evade, long arms shot out and seized him. A bullet struck his leg and the leader coldly ordered the agents to finish him off. The agents swarmed him, using their weapons and quirks to overwhelm him. Deku struggled to concentrate on his quirk, but each attempt was met with painful blows that disrupted his focus. His vision began to fade as an agent landed a heavy punch to his head, nearly knocking him out. In a moment of clarity, he saw Eri's concerned face and heard her voice asking if he was okay. He reassured her that he would be fine, but his gaze drifted to the burning city of Tokyo. Eri hugged him tightly, promising to always be there to make him smile, just as he did for her. Fuyumi joined them, expressing her support and commitment to his happiness. These memories were abruptly interrupted by the devastation caused by Shigaraki and All for One. Deku's resolve hardened. He could not give up. He urged himself to rise and continue his mission. An agent prepared to strike him down with a flaming fist, but Deku unleashed Black Whip and lightning, eliminating the agents surrounding him. As they readied to attack again, they froze at the sight of Deku's transformation. His laughter echoed through the area, growing increasingly deranged. He expressed the absurdity of his situation, having endured hell only to find himself in it once more, inflicting chaos. His voice resonated with pain and anger as he confronted the system that allowed innocent lives to be sacrificed for power. The leader responded, justifying their actions as necessary for society, drawing a blade infused with his quirk, capable of cutting through any material known to man. The fight was just beginning, and the leader declared that this day would be Deku's last. Deku felt a surge of power as he accessed Ephigene, a grin spreading across his face as he tried to maintain his composure. He proclaimed that the leader was absolutely right. The leader charged forward, swinging his blade, but Deku easily dodged the attack. As the leader attempted another strike, Deku vanished from sight. Confused, the leader wondered where he had gone. Deku unleashed his ability, Malevolent Lightning, his legs glowing red before dark energy crackled around him. In an instant, Deku appeared behind the leader of the Black Ops unit, holding his severed head. With a fierce determination, he turned to face the other members, disappearing once more and swiftly taking them down. One agent, filled with desperation, shouted for the Nomus to be released. Before the Nomus could be unleashed, Deku dispatched the agents with ease, overpowering them. When another agent charged at him, Deku grabbed his arm, using his momentum to disarm him and incapacitate him. With a swift motion, he slashed the air, taking down 2 more agents effortlessly. Another agent commanded Deku to freeze, but as Deku prepared to retaliate, he noticed 2 agents holding a mother and her daughter hostage, blades poised at their throats. The mother pleaded for her daughter's safety, but the agent responded by harming her in retaliation for Deku's movement. Reluctantly, Deku deactivated his quirk, hoping to save the girl. The new lead agent ordered Nagant to take him down. As she aimed her rifle, Deku noticed a flash of red in his peripheral vision. Suddenly, the agent holding the girl was pulled away, giving Deku the opening he needed. He charged forward, striking the man with enough force to send him crashing through the wall. Turning his attention to Nagant, Deku dodged a bullet fired in reflex. He seized the barrel of her gun and pinned her to the ground, looking into her eyes. He expressed his disdain for those who manipulate others through fear and loss. He declared that this would hurt, activating Black Lightning and directing it towards the device in her neck. Using Black Whip, he extracted the device, which exploded after he discarded it, creating a significant distraction. With Nagant incapacitated, Deku resumed his fight against the remaining agents, using a combination of his abilities to defeat them with ease. Soon, only Stain remained, observing the chaos unfold. They locked eyes, Deku covered in blood while Stain bore only a few drops. Stain acknowledged that Deku had removed the explosive from Nagin's head. Stain then urged Nagant to stop fighting, revealing that the leverage the agents had over her was gone. He shared his own tragic past, urging her to find peace. Overwhelmed, Nagant fell to the ground in tears. Deku promised Stain that he would not rest until all the villains were gone, including the last monster. Stain recognized Deku as a true hero, akin to All Might. In a moment of honor, Stain took his own life, believing it was the only way to regain his dignity. Deku watched, acknowledging Stain's sacrifice as a beacon of hope for the world. Meanwhile, Shigaraki observed from a distance, orchestrating a plan to trap Deku amidst the chaos of civilians. He intended to unleash his high-end Nomus to keep any heroes occupied while he and the League attacked Deku. Deku sat in a room, reading news on a stolen phone about the devastation in Daika City. Beside him, Lady Nagant silently wept, grappling with the truth of her family's fate and the deception surrounding it. Deku turned to her, asking what they should do next. She replied that she didn't know. Kana felt the weight of her loss as she stood before Deku, her heart filled with a burning desire for revenge. She observed his disheveled appearance, his costume stained with mud and remnants of past battles, the red gauntlet barely holding together, and his yellow cape so dirty that its original color was unrecognizable. His black leg bracings were torn, and his iron-soled shoes were on the verge of falling apart. Deku met her gaze and offered her a choice. He could guide her down a path of vengeance, helping her confront those who had wronged her, or he could provide her with a USB containing enough money to ensure she would never have to work again. Kana's voice rose with determination as she declared her desire for revenge, fueled by the pain of her losses. She demanded to know why he was willing to help her, given his own troubled past. Deku's dark, almost lifeless eyes mirrored the depths of her despair. He recounted his own hellish experiences, having witnessed the deaths of loved ones and fought against friends turned into monstrous beings. After defeating powerful foes, he found himself inexplicably transported back to a pivotal moment in his life. Kana struggled to comprehend the implications of his words, realizing he was essentially from the future. His revelation left her speechless, and she could only wonder what lay ahead. Deku outlined his plan to confront the Meta Liberation Army and the League of Villains in Daika City. Kana questioned the feasibility of taking on such a formidable force, but Deku remained resolute, determined to protect those he cared about and prevent further harm. Later that day, a gathering of heroes convened to discuss a strategy against the League and the MLA, who had taken control of the city. Nizu, the leader, proposed a coordinated attack from the north, with a police force ready to prevent any escape. Their primary objective was to capture Kurogyri, the key to dismantling the villains' operations. As Nizu mentioned Deku's potential presence in the city, the atmosphere shifted from confidence to tension. Some heroes felt anger and fear at the thought of him, while others, like Ryuko and Rumi, expressed concern for his well-being. Endeavor insisted on taking Deku down immediately, but Hawks suggested a different approach. Allowing Deku to draw the villains' attention could provide the heroes with a strategic advantage, enabling them to strike harder and faster. Reluctantly, the heroes acknowledged the logic in Hawks' plan, recognizing the potential to weaken their enemies. Endeavor, still seething from past defeats, begrudgingly accepted the situation. With the operation set to begin in 5 days, the heroes continued to refine their strategy. 5 days later, Daika City was in the midst of reconstruction following a devastating attack. As Slidengo patrolled the eastern part of the city, he was caught off guard. Before he could react, a powerful blow struck him, incapacitating him instantly. Meanwhile, Kana positioned herself outside the city, her rifle ready as she prepared to eliminate her target. It was a blue-skinned woman with purple hair who was struck, causing her subordinates to rush her to the hospital. Deku continued his path toward the hospital but paused as he took in his surroundings. The city felt eerily deserted, a ghost town save for a few heroes and members of the MLA wandering about. He pressed on, keeping alert as he heard distant gunshots from Kana. As he walked further, he noticed something unusual. 2 villains stood at the subway entrance, holding signs that read, "Come get me down here, Deku." Narrowing his eyes, he sensed an ambush and decided to act quickly. He communicated through a small earpiece, informing Kana that he was going underground and that their signal might cut out. She urged him to hurry, noting that heroes were approaching from the hill. Acknowledging her, he dashed forward, delivering swift kicks to both guards, knocking them out before entering the subway. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, the heroes launched their attack from all sides, capturing any stragglers. However, they found it strange that there were no Nomu or many villains in sight, only corrupt heroes attacking them. Initially, this seemed like a good sign, but after 10 minutes, it became concerning as they wondered where the villains could be. Katsuki scanned the area, voicing his confusion. Todoroki noted the eerie silence, suggesting it felt like a ghost town, as if they were waiting for something. Kyoka raised her hand, sensing danger, and the class instinctively prepared for a fight. Suddenly, a Nomu emerged from an alley, its feminine figure and beady white eyes fixated on them. The creature declared its intent to attack, shocking Katsuki, who stepped forward to protect his classmates, just as Deku would have. Mina expressed her unease, sensing something was off about the Nomu. Just as they braced for confrontation, a massive explosion erupted from the hospital, sending red flames into the sky. Ryuko and Rumi raced down the main road, heading deeper into the city, with MT Lady and other heroes following closely behind. They were aware of a villain named Gigantomachia and knew they needed to neutralize him quickly to improve their chances of victory. Rumi remarked on the extensive damage to the city, noting how it took days for them to learn about the situation. As they approached, they spotted a large humanoid figure near a building by the subway station. Excited, Rumi urged Ryuko to attack, but Ryuko reminded herself to be patient. Back in the subway station, Deku reached the second level, the deepest part, where he found many people crammed together. The fear on their faces was palpable, but he chose to ignore it and moved forward. Suddenly, his danger sense flared, and he raised his arms just in time to block two powerful strikes. The impact was overwhelming, and he was splattered with debris as two massive Nomu charged at him. One he recognized as Hood, a creature Endeavor had defeated in a previous timeline, while the other was unfamiliar. The Nomu with a deranged grin called out to him, its muscle mass expanding as it approached. Deku recognized the quirk immediately. The creature, muscular, expressed a desire to engage in a deadly game, setting the stage for an intense confrontation. Deku swiftly dodged Hood's punch and redirected his other fist to the ground. In a fluid motion, he twisted his body and struck Hood's head with a powerful kick, sending him staggering. Hood felt the tension in his neck but managed to keep his head intact. He retaliated by raising his other fist and landing a blow on Deku, who was sent flying and landed on the ceiling, spitting out blood. As his gaze returned to the two Nomu, he prepared to attack again, but his danger sense alerted him just in time to evade a large sword swung by Spinner. After dodging the attack, Deku swung his right arm, nearly hitting Spinner, who leaped into a crowd of panicking civilians, forcing Deku to halt his assault. Muscular charged forward with alarming speed, barreling through civilians who tried to escape, leaving chaos in his wake. Seeing this, Deku's expression darkened. He moved in swiftly and delivered a powerful punch to Muscular's stomach, using 50% of his strength. The impact sent Muscular crashing into the wall, and Deku's eyes burned with intensity as he approached. Determined, he declared that he would take down Muscular first. As he advanced, Hood and Spinner attempted to attack him, but Deku easily countered their efforts. Once close enough, he began to release pressure from One for All, carefully managing it to avoid harming himself. He pushed the power just over 50%, causing Muscular to struggle against the wall. Deku raised both arms and pressed them against Muscular's chest, increasing the pressure and slowly overwhelming him. Hood screamed, threatening the civilians, but Deku remained focused, applying more force. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, showering the area with debris. The onlookers froze in fear, especially the villains, who realized how easily Deku had subdued Muscular. Deku slowly turned his gaze toward Hood and Spinner, a menacing aura surrounding him as black lightning crackled. He made it clear that they were next. Kana raised her rifle, taking aim at a distant Nomu and firing a round that struck true, eliminating the threat with a single shot. Observing the chaos around her, she noted the numerous heroes rushing toward the battle. Despite their efforts, she sensed that the plan was faltering. She continued to fire at villains and those aligned with the MLA, ensuring her shots were precise and effective, relishing the knowledge that she was helping to rid society of these monsters. For Kana, there was no greater line than those who preyed on children, and she had vowed to make them suffer as per Deku's orders. She quickly relocated to another building, avoiding detection, and resumed her support for the heroes engaged in combat. However, a massive explosion suddenly rocked the area, creating an enormous crater and devastating the construction site nearby. Meanwhile, it took the class some time, but they eventually managed to defeat the large Nomu, a feat accomplished only through their teamwork against its regenerative abilities. Ochako wiped blood from her forehead and surveyed the area, her attention drawn to Kyoka, who was covering her ears in distress. Before she could inquire, a colossal explosion erupted, obliterating the crater and sending shockwaves throughout the city. Everyone turned their gaze toward the explosion, eager to understand its cause. As the smoke cleared, the truth became apparent. 13 minutes earlier, in the subway, Hood's mind raced with confusion and fear. He questioned why he felt scared if he was supposed to be the strongest. Just then, a jagged black fist struck him in the gut, sending him crashing against the wall. Looking up, he barely managed to evade a metal boot aimed at his head, which obliterated the wall where he had just been. As his body quickly regenerated, he attempted to blend into the crowd, but Deku appeared behind him, declaring him weak. Just as Deku aimed to strike, Spinner chose that moment to attack, his blade cutting through the crowd, but Deku blocked the blow, showcasing his resilience. Spinner shouted that Deku was not worthy of Stain's will. Narrowing his eyes, Deku prepared to attack, but the sound of a train caught his attention. The train had arrived, and the civilians rushed toward it, eager to escape. One impatient individual pushed past others to reach the doors, but his hopes faded when he encountered a Nomu with a massive mouth that swiftly ended his life. Panic erupted in the subway as more Nomus burst from the train, wreaking havoc among the civilians. Shigaraki, flexing his hand after creating numerous Nomus in a short time, spotted Deku amidst the chaos and grinned with a mix of glee and anger. Deku scanned the area, ready to leap in and save people, but his danger sense flared, prompting him to spin and grab Shigaraki's hand. Shigaraki laughed, acknowledging Deku's ability to sense his attacks. Fueled by rage, Deku attempted to punch Shigaraki, but the villain separated his arm and created a new one with his healing quirk, landing on the crowd below. Shigaraki grinned, declaring that the fall would be devastating. A massive portal opened above them, and hundreds of people began to fall. Deku snapped his head back, realizing the impending danger, but Spinner swung his sword, claiming more lives. Deku managed to block the attack, but Shigaraki reappeared, attempting to touch him. Deku spun and kicked at Shigaraki, who easily dodged. Hood then appeared above Deku, but he swiftly evaded the attack and grabbed Hood's arm, pulling hard. Hood let his arm be torn away as he vanished into the panicking crowd. Shigaraki taunted Deku, claiming he was powerless to stop them without risking civilian lives. The three villains prepared to attack again, but they froze at the sight of Deku. He brought his left hand to his face, crossing his pointer and middle fingers, feeling the gear shift unlock. He decided to gamble on using it at the highest gear, combined with FA Gene. As he activated one for all, black and green energy, along with wisps of white lightning enveloped him. His eyes glowed intensely, quickly becoming bloodshot from the strain of power. He declared, "Infinite burst," and the world around him seemed to freeze. In an instant, Deku eliminated over 700 Nomus in the train station and rescued civilians from the second floor. When everything returned to normal, Shigaraki, Spinner, and Hood stood frozen, staring at a panting Deku. He breathed heavily, steam escaping his mouth, blood trickling from his eyes, nose, and mouth due to the exertion. Despite pushing his body beyond its limits, he remained standing. Shigaraki struggled to comprehend what had just happened, unable to rationalize Deku's newfound power. Still catching his breath, Deku glared at Shigaraki with intense hatred. Just then, a portal opened as Kurogiri attempted to save Shigaraki. He urged Tamura to run, but his words were cut short when Deku's black whip shot out, gripping Kurogiri's collar and crushing it. Remembering the pain of loss and the consequences of his capture, Deku resolved to end Kurogiri's suffering. The sound of metal shattering echoed as he crushed the collar, resulting in Kurogiri's demise. As Kurogiri fell, the fog dissipated, revealing Oboro's mangled body, a victim of all for one's experiments. Turning back, Deku realized Shigaraki had escaped, and his eyes darkened with determination as he set off to hunt him down. Meanwhile, Aizawa fought valiantly in the train station, taking down villains and Nomus, but the battle grew increasingly difficult. He dodged a slash from one Nomu, only to feel intense heat on his left side. Turning too late, he was engulfed in flames from the Nomu's mouth. Despite the searing pain, Aizawa rolled to the ground, forcing himself to move forward and draw his knife, dispatching a Nomu. He continued to fight, slashing repeatedly while sustaining injuries from the relentless onslaught. Unbeknownst to him, a figure watched from the shadows, grinning at his struggle. Aizawa fought on, but exhaustion began to set in. Just as he prepared to search for Izuku, he felt a hand on his back. Shigaraki's voice echoed, praising Aizawa's impressive abilities and declaring his intent to take his quirk. Aizawa chuckled, dropping his knife and reaching into his pocket, squeezing a syringe before letting it fall to the ground. Shigaraki's gaze fell on the syringe, realizing Aizawa had stolen it during a raid. Aizawa declared that Shigaraki would not take his quirk. Aizawa acknowledged his situation, feeling the weight of being quirkless. Shigaraki, filled with rage, narrowed his eyes as he realized the truth of Aizawa's words. Just then, Deku turned the corner and saw the confrontation, fear creeping back into him. Shigaraki noticed Deku and his grin widened, seeing an opportunity to regain control. Aizawa remained silent for a moment, then smiled at Deku, encouraging him to take charge. In a shocking turn, Shigaraki's body disintegrated before Deku's eyes. Fueled by anger, Deku charged forward, calling out Shigaraki's name. Shigaraki responded with his own battle cry, and they collided in a fierce exchange of blows. Deku landed a punch on Shigaraki, who retaliated with a strike to Deku's face. They both staggered back, but Deku quickly regained his footing and attempted another attack, only for Shigaraki to evade and counter with a spinning punch that sent Deku crashing across the train station. As Deku got back up, he narrowly avoided a slash from Shigaraki and unleashed a powerful attack. Shigaraki's body was momentarily cut in half, but he smiled as he regenerated instantly, transforming his arms into massive cleavers aimed at Deku. Deku ducked under the attack and retaliated, shattering Shigaraki's jaw and sending him crashing through the ceiling. With a mighty punch, Deku unleashed a devastating blow that obliterated the train station, causing the ceiling to collapse around them. Shigaraki, reveling in the chaos, declared that Deku was just like him, destroying everything in his path. Enraged, Deku charged again, but Shigaraki dodged and landed a punch that knocked the wind out of him, causing Deku to lose his mask. Deku's arm glowed with a dark red energy as he prepared to strike back. His punch nearly caved in Shigaraki's chest, but Shigaraki retaliated, sending them both reeling through the rubble. As they regained their footing, Deku glared at Shigaraki, who grinned with delight. Shigaraki unleashed his ultimate attack, calling forth a wave of hands that began to envelop him. Deku, determined, shouted his own powerful move and swung his fist, resulting in a cataclysmic clash that obliterated everything in the vicinity, creating an even larger crater. In the center of the destruction, both Deku and Shigaraki stared each other down. Shigaraki activated his new quirk, becoming engulfed in hands, declaring that after defeating Deku, he would be reborn and free. Deku charged forward, using a portion of his power to kick at Shigaraki's head, but Shigaraki easily deflected the attack. As hands reached out to grab him, Deku spun away, releasing a smoke screen to buy himself some time. Deku charged again through the smoke, landing a punch on Shigaraki's side, but it had no effect. Realizing the difficulty of this battle, he pushed his power further, unleashing a stronger attack that knocked away the wave of hands but shattered his gauntlet in the process. Coating his left arm with a protective layer, Deku blitzed forward, striking Shigaraki repeatedly, but the attacks seemed ineffective. Shigaraki swung his arm, and Deku narrowly dodged, feeling the sting of cuts on his arm. He noticed a massive blade forming from Shigaraki's elbow, held by multiple hands. Shigaraki taunted Deku, declaring he couldn't win. In response, Deku executed a powerful kick, but Shigaraki's blade struck at the same moment, leaving a deep cut on Deku's cheek. Despite the pain, Deku fought back, using his black whip to pierce Shigaraki's armor and strike at his internal organs. Shigaraki, feeling the injury, was puzzled as to why it wasn't healing. The strain of his new form was overwhelming his regeneration. Rising to his feet, Deku glared at Shigaraki, ready to attack again. As Deku prepared to strike, Shigaraki's attention was diverted by the sight of his sister, tears in her eyes. In that moment of distraction, Deku seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful combination of attacks that shattered Shigaraki's armor and sent him flying out of the crater. In agony, Shigaraki struggled to rise, lamenting his situation and the absence of his allies. Deku, looking down at him with cold determination, acknowledged their connection. He admitted that he had once wanted to reject Shigaraki, but now he understood the truth of their shared struggle. Deku's determination was palpable as he faced Shigaraki, whose eyes widened in fear. He declared that if Shigaraki were ever reborn or if he were sent back to the past, he would hunt him down relentlessly. No longer did he require a reason for his actions. Perhaps centuries later, there would be meaning to be found in them. As Deku's shadow loomed over Shigaraki, it appeared to have massive glowing red eyes. He expressed that he was merely a cog in the wheel, destined to confront villains and monsters until he could no longer fight. Suddenly, the world around them transformed into a serene, snow-covered forest, emphasizing the gravity of his role in this ongoing war. Shigaraki, overwhelmed by fear, began to flee through the forest, noticing small rabbits darting past him in panic. Meanwhile, Deku walked forward with a blank expression, unfazed by the chaos around him. In his desperate attempt to escape, Shigaraki pushed himself harder, but misstepped and twisted his foot. Panic surged through him as he turned to see Deku, only to be met by a pack of wolves cresting the hill, led by a three-legged black wolf, scarred and battle-worn. Deku's cold, expressionless face remained fixed on Shigaraki, who began to drag himself away, but it was futile. The sound of approaching footsteps made him look back, and there was Deku, towering above him. In a moment of desperation, Shigaraki hurled snowballs at Deku, which were little more than clumps of mud to him. He then picked up a large snowball with a rock hidden inside and threw it at Deku, causing him to momentarily turn away. However, Deku's gaze quickly returned to him. As he moved in to strike, Shigaraki managed to dodge, narrowly avoiding a punch that created a small crater in the ground. Deku retaliated with a kick, sending Shigaraki crashing to the ground. Struggling to crawl away, Shigaraki looked up to see a well-dressed man in a suit, smiling down at him with red eyes that seemed to pierce through the snow. Deku's eyes widened in shock at the sight of All for One. Shigaraki, filled with hope, called out to him as the snowy forest faded, revealing the devastation of Daika City. All for One approached, asking if he should save Tamura. Deku, realizing the situation was a mental connection tied to One for All and All for One, felt a surge of disbelief. Shigaraki expressed relief at All for One's return, but the atmosphere shifted as All for One instructed him to die. In an instant, Shigaraki screamed as his essence was absorbed, his physical form transforming to suit All for One's needs. Deku reacted swiftly, charging forward in an attempt to halt the transformation, but it was too late. In slow motion, he witnessed Shigaraki raise his hand, declaring an air cannon. A massive blast erupted, sending Deku flying and crashing into a building. All for One, now in a new form that appeared weaker yet more powerful, taunted Deku, asserting that he would emerge victorious. Despite the pain coursing through him, Deku stood up, defiance in his eyes. His body protested, muscles straining and bones cracking under the pressure, but he pressed on. All for One acknowledged Deku's strength but noted that his quirk would be useful in time. He seized Deku's face, drawing blood, and unleashed another air cannon. The explosion sent Deku crashing to the ground, leaving him battered and scarred. As All for One taunted him, Deku felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had nearly lost everything, freezing in the moment of truth, and now All for One was stronger than ever, with no idea of his whereabouts. Slowly rising, a dark, lifeless expression settled on his face as he realized he had failed once more. He would have to fight harder than ever, especially now that All for One had his body. With renewed determination, he resolved not to fail again. Ignoring his injuries, Deku began to walk, focused on tracking down All for One before he could grow even more powerful. The fate of the world rested solely on his shoulders, and he couldn't afford to fail again. Forcing One for All to activate, he shot into the air, heading toward the rendezvous point he had set up with Kana. Class 1A was engulfed in a deep state of sorrow following the war, as some of their classmates were now permanently gone or severely injured. Mineta, Ojiro, and Shoji had tragically lost their lives in the battle against the villains, while Kirishima, Ochako, and Tokoyami were left with serious injuries. Kirishima had lost his right arm and foot while saving Mina from a villain, Ochako had lost her eye during the fight with a Nomu, and Tokoyami had suffered the loss of his lower right arm and both legs. They had also lost 2 teachers, Aizawa and Midnight, in this brutal conflict. Katsuki clenched his fists in frustration at the turn of events. 3 classmates were dead, and 3 were in the hospital. They had lost 2 teachers, and many heroes were either gone or permanently incapacitated. His thoughts turned to the worst news of all. The villain that Izuku and All Might had fought was back, having taken over Shigaraki's body, and soon he would unleash chaos across Japan. Katsuki then recalled Deku's disappearance after the battle, along with the woman named Lady Nagant. Mina broke the silence, asking what they should do next. Sue, thinking of her best friend who was in the hospital after losing her eye while saving her from gigantomachia, admitted she didn't know. The room fell silent for the next 10 minutes until All Might entered, his expression somber. Before he could finish his greeting, a woman in a black suit with short brown hair walked into the room. She smiled innocently, but everyone sensed the mask she wore and felt an undercurrent of hostility. She introduced herself as a representative from the Hero Association, explaining that the president had secured a new law from the government. Given the dire circumstances, they needed to bolster their numbers, and all students in hero schools were invited to join the fight against the villains and terrorists threatening Japan. Momo questioned the fate of Midoriya, asserting he was helping them. The woman's smile widened unnervingly as she declared that they would eliminate him, labeling him a terrorist. Katsuki protested, insisting Izuku was not a terrorist. Almost instantly, he felt a surge of pain, as if being tortured, and the woman's grin grew wider as she stared at him. She warned him that lying and supporting terrorists was unwise, and he learned his lesson as the pain subsided. Continuing her condescending tone, she reiterated the need for more heroes and urged the students to raise their hands if they wished to help restore peace before Deku ruined everything. Initially, no one raised their hand, but eventually, Ida did. The woman smiled sweetly at him before expressing disappointment at the others' lack of response. She informed them that, due to their refusal, they would all be blacklisted from becoming heroes. Mina stood up in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. The woman confirmed her authority to blacklist them, stating that not even their principal could intervene. She then turned to Ida, instructing him to follow her to achieve his dream of becoming a true hero. Ida stood up and followed her out of the room, leaving the others in stunned silence, grappling with the reality of their situation. Momo turned to All Might, seeking reassurance, but he sadly confirmed that they were indeed allowed to blacklist them. He advised them to continue their classes, but they would no longer have the opportunity to become heroes. The atmosphere in the room grew even heavier, as their dreams seemed shattered after such a brutal battle. Meanwhile, Kana looked up from the floor at Deku, who had remained silent since their meeting. He sat with a blank expression, staring at the ground and clenching his fists. Kana tried to break him from his trance, stating they would get him, but it only made his fingers twitch. Deku's mind raced through all the safe houses he had in the future, but the distance made them seem futile. He berated himself for not being faster or stronger, believing that if he had acted differently, none of this would have happened. Slowly, he looked up, realizing he needed to dismantle the Hero Association sooner than he had anticipated. His phone buzzed, and as he glanced at it, horror and rage filled his eyes. The Hero Association had taken Eri and knew about her quirk. Determined, he declared he was leaving and instructed Kana to stay behind and heal before racing off to rescue Eri. Deep in a bunker somewhere in Japan, All for One sat, focusing on gaining full control of his new body. He noticed his hand shaking slightly before clenching into a fist as he stood up. He needed to rebuild his army as he gained control over this new form. Walking deeper into the cave, he discovered a small lab left by Shigaraki, equipped with enough tanks to create a decent number of Nomus. Despite having to change his plans, he felt grateful to Deku, as he would emerge even more powerful than before. He wondered how someone could possess such knowledge. It felt as if this person had experienced everything before. As he approached his desk, he began working on his Nomus, determined and focused. He reassured himself that soon he would reclaim One for All, and nothing would stand in his way.